as a man, if you are the quote alpha, then what happens is a bunch of women come and affirm your frame, okay? They come and they affirm your frame. So if you begin to act like a strong man, women will come and they will attend to affirm that frame. Then what happens is because they're feeding your frame, it makes you even more alpha. So do you guys see how when I came in here, you guys were cheering for me? As cool as it is that I'm up here public speaking, really what we're actually doing when you guys cheer for me, let me try to show you guys what we're doing, and I appreciate it, by the way, so please keep cheering for me. But what I'm saying is, again, no. So when you guys cheer for me, if you actually look at it, what we're really doing, it's because, like, I think a good thing to do if you want to understand behavior is, like, pause and actually audit, like, what is behavior? Like, what is behavior anyway? Like, why do we do that? Like, why are we making a noise? Like, is Owen, like, just Owen, like this little guy, you know, what's up with him? What you guys are really doing is you're saying, hey, buddy, you know, you put on this event for us, you flew here, you studied this a long time, all of us in this room have kind of checked you out, we vetted you, we got a good vibe about you, and what we want to do is we want to cheer for you so that you'll feel welcomed, like you kind of have the consent of the group to try to help us out too. So we're going to kind of cheer you on, and then you got to come up here and deliver us to the promised land. So in this environment here, I'm the quote alpha, so to speak, right? I'm just some little guy, but here, I'm the man, right? I'm the man. Now, if we crash land in Alaska in a little plane, and someone in here is a tracker, then we're not going to go to me and go, we want to hear some social dynamics tips now, right? Like, I'm going to be like, hey, yeah, and I'll be like, and I'll find, you know, the tracker will walk in, and I'll be like, yeah, the tracker, right? And then what we're really doing is we're kind of cultivating, we're trying to get that guy then to unleash what a book called and what I call commonly is the winner effect. The winner effect is basically that your brain is always looking and seeing, do I have authority in this environment? Do I have clout in this environment? And if I believe that I do, my brain opens up, and I'm able to talk and talk. Basically what happens when the winner effect kicks in, it's like this. You see that you have clouded environment. Your brain sees that. Then your brain says, oh, you have the status. Okay, cool. Then your brain says, voice, open up. So now you can talk very loud. And you don't even need to force it. It just comes out. Like, I'm in this room, and there's no speakers in the room, right? Normally in a room this big, you'd have speakers on the side, but my voice will just go using the speakers. At home, the mic balances itself, right? Are you guys surprised with how loud? Have you ever met me in person or no? Were you a bit surprised with how much my voice blasts around the room from here? Because you can't tell at home, right? You have to come to the event to see it. Did that surprise you a bit?
It's loud. It actually hurts my ears.
Yeah, it hurts your ears from the back, right? So, shouldn't have clapped. So the thing is, basically what's happening, this is me not even going too crazy, by the way. You know me, I get a little crazy. So basically what happens is that if I can detect that I have the permission of the group, I have the affirmation of the group, then my voice opens up, my eyes are a lot more steady, because rather than like looking away in submission, I'll just naturally hold eye contact. But I won't hold it like forcing it. Give me a moment, my friend. I won't be like sitting there forcing it like aggressively, but rather I'll just be holding it naturally, because I'm not even thinking to look away because I'm not submitting. So I just wanted to jump in the video to let you know that I'm actually out here today on the beach, practicing what I preach, doing all the things that I tell you to do in these videos. I don't just do seminar videos where I tell you that you should work on your social skills. I go out and I meet and talk to people all the time. Now, as I'm out here doing this, here's what's funny. I've got students that are out here with me watching exactly what it is that I do, and they're kind of blown away by it. But then what I'm doing that I think is blowing them away even more is I'm showing them exactly how to do it so they can get the exact same result. Now imagine for everybody that's out here, for the rest of their lives, if they want to make a business connection, they want to network, they want to make friends, they want to work on making a genuine connection with someone very, very special, they know exactly what to do forever and ever because we came out here and did this work. Well, here's the thing. This work is not for everybody. You've got to be a very, very special kind of person to have what it takes to come out here and do this. You've got to be an action taker. You've got to be somebody who understands the value of knowing how to meet people anytime, anywhere, and realizing that your net worth is your network, okay? When you know everybody, what winds up happening? You make more cash, you're happier, and you wind up raising the vibe for everybody. It's an incredible skill. Well, what I've done is a lot of people have asked me about these trainings, and so I created a brand new website. It's actually brand new, with a very, very deep video that's really shocking. It's a shocking video. It's kind of an intense video where I go very, very deep on what is it this looks like. Like, imagine meeting up with me personally and going out and doing this. It's a shocking, crazy experience. And on the website, in the video, I show exactly what it is that you can expect. It's really crazy. So if you want to see this, click the link below. And if you think that you're somebody that has what it takes, because this is not for everybody, and you've got to actually add value to the group, okay? In a situation like this, you can't be a leech. You've got to be someone who's bringing energy and is serious about results. If you think that that's you, fill out the form right on the website, and what I'll do is come and meet up with you in person, and we're going to learn this together. But again, that's only if you're the right fit. If you think that that's you, you click the link below, and we'll be sitting out here together doing this and change your life. Anyway, click the link, and back to the video. From there, what's going to happen is my body language will get looser. I'll feel very peaceful and lightly euphoric, okay? I will feel more peaceful, lightly euphoric. I will also begin to enjoy the moment a lot more. Because rather than struggling to become the top guy, I'm there, so I'm not striving, I'm now arriving. So I have a little bit more of a victory lap vibe. Say the word victory lap vibe. Victory lap. Okay, so I have a victory lap vibe. Now, I'm gonna tease you, okay? So you're smoking a vape, right? That vape, believe it or not, is meant to replicate how I feel up here. You see what I'm saying? So if I were to bring you to you have a vape, if I brought you to the front and everybody's clapping for you, and then I take you out to a bar or club, and then I get it where all these girls are kissing on you and stuff, you're gonna feel better than that vape. So the vape is basically, I don't mean to hassle you, you really look like a cool dude too. I'm trying to help you, I'm trying to save your life. But basically a vape is like what a beta male uses to feel like he's alpha. Alcohol is what a beta male uses to feel like they're alpha. Weed is what a beta male uses to feel like they're alpha. Mushrooms is what a beta male uses to get the lateral thinking and creativity of an alpha. LSD is what a beta male uses so that they can see outside the box and think creatively and realize that there's more to life. But if you went out to a bar or club and you made out with 20 girls, you would see God. And I'm joking, okay, that's a joke. But what I mean by that is if you right now were just given $50 million, made out with 20 girls, went out to the bar, everybody's loving your jokes, came up on stage, everybody's having fun with you, everybody's loving it, a lot of that anxiety would go away. And then you just start laughing and you just start dancing and feeling good. Look, in reality, what do you guys think is more valuable? And this is kind of sad to say, if we're being honest. A billionaire man or a 21-year-old girl who, has not been with 18 trillion guys and done a bunch of drugs and is super beautiful? What's more valuable? It's the girl. It's that girl in her early 20s that hasn't turned herself into like a total crackhead. And basically, she's just worth more because she is why the guy makes the billions of dollars. Look, the truth is that even if you're not that girl and you're just an average girl in your 20s, you're basically still worth more than a guy with 5 mil. So you're still worth more than every guy in this room in the social value marketplace. So what do women do when they go out to the club and all these guys want them? How do they act? Think about this. What do they do? What do they do? They dance, they laugh, they feel good, right? So if you want to be better at attraction, just act like a girl in a way. What do I mean by that? Does that mean to act feminine? No. But what are elements as a man from a masculine standpoint that you could reenact that a girl in a club does?
Dance. Like you're having more fun.
Dance, have more fun, enjoy the moment. For the women in here, would you find that attractive if a guy is like, what's more attractive to you? A guy who is looking around the venue a little bit anxious, I'm kind of answering it for you, but anyway, looking around the venue a little bit anxious, comes up to you, he's a bit anxious, doesn't look comfortable in his own skin, can't really hear him, can't hold eye contact with you, doesn't laugh or enjoy his own company, doesn't enjoy his own jokes, and then maybe energetically is looking for you to fill his emotional cup. Or a guy who is flowing, having fun, generating, here's the main key, repeat this after me, generating your own energy, say that. Generating your own energy. This is massive. 90% of what I'm teaching you to do is just to generate your own energy, because everything stems upon that. The social awareness, social calibration will come to you when you generate your own energy. So basically, the guy's generating his own energy. He doesn't need anything. You don't even know if he wants to have sex with you. You don't even know. But he's going to a badass after party. But he's got a cool group of friends. But he does really cool parties that he could invite you to. But wait a minute, half your friends slept with him. But you're not going to sleep with him. No, you're not going to fall in that same trap as his friends. But then maybe he invites you out to like grab a bite to eat. But you're not going to sleep with him. No, I'm not sleeping with him. I'm just good at grabbing a bite to eat. But then he gives you a little bit of attention. And then he says, you know what? I don't care about them. I really like you. I don't care about your friends. I really like you. There's something different about you. That has more value than the average chump who is at a deficit who says, I like you. What does it mean as a woman when the guy that I just described who has a full cup says, I like you? What does that mean to you as a woman? One second, so that the men can understand this. What's that?
It makes you feel special.
Okay, what about if a guy clearly is at home with a crusty keyboard, an incel, depressed at life, angry, watching men's podcasts, calling you low value, and saying that you need to submit to him, and basically, but you know, you realize that guy'd probably take anybody.
I wouldn't want that.
You wouldn't want that? Why not?
It's gross.
Why?
I don't know, because it seems like he just has nothing going for him.
But shouldn't you just do it so that society doesn't unravel and take one for the team like all the little chump guys want you to do? Can't you just take one for the team?
No.
Okay. Right? So, but you see, that's what a lot of these fucking guys want the women to do, right? They're like, they should just take one for the team, you know, and so on and so forth. So try to understand. I'm going to try to show you the way that this kind of plays out. So what happens is, when a lot of, there's so many layers to this, so I'm going to try to hit it one piece by piece. So basically, what happens is, when you have that validation, then your mind and your voice open up, okay? So even for me, when I get in here, I don't know you guys, right? Then you clap for me. Then I feel a bit more comfortable. Now, as I talk longer, and you guys are okay with me being up here, you'll notice that my voice actually projects better, and I get a little bit more firm and smooth in the way that I'm talking. Are you guys seeing this? Yeah. Can you actually feel it happening from when I get in? And my mind is kind of going, and this, and that, and I'm kind of like easing into it. Now, part of that is I'm just shifting into another part of my brain. Don't get me wrong. And that is neurochemically expensive to shift from a non-flow state to a flow state. So part of it is that, okay? It's actually, let me say that again, say it's neurochemically expensive to shift to a flow state. Okay, so part of it is that, and that's why the better that you get at shifting to a flow state, that is good. But part of it, in addition to that, is that the initial permission that you feel to shift to a flow state comes when you have that approval. And that's why women in a club typically are in this insane flow state, okay? They're in an insane flow state. See, I kind of fucked up with my youngest one, Tristan, because I know how to trigger a winner effect. And so I've had him in a winner effect since he's born. Guys, this is like a freak of nature, okay? All this kid does is dance, laugh, and talk shit. And he cracks jokes. It's literally all he does. He literally just dances. Like, he wakes up, he's just this huge smile. His eyes are like bing, like he's on acid. He's like this, and then he just starts dancing, and he's just playing around. He will give you no serious answer ever. He will never give you a serious answer. No matter, the only way that he'll give me a serious answer is he'll do funny faces like Jim Carrey. You know Jim Carrey from The Mask? I'm getting old, man. But the point is, my son Tristan, he's been in a winner effect since he's a kid. Totally cocky, thinks he runs the household. Literally will he'll attempt to bully Dylan, who's like way older, but like in a funny way, not like in a bad way. But like, he's fearless. He's literally fearless, dances around, won't give a straight answer, always happy. Now, by the way, at his school, the girls, you know, they're not trying to do anything crazy here, so don't take this like in a weird way. But like, they will chase for his attention. They beat each other up to get his attention. They beat each other up. He thinks he has a girlfriend. Her name's Abigail. He's like, yeah, my girlfriend Abigail. Like, he thinks he has a girlfriend since he's 4. Okay, I've got videos that his mom sent me, like literally with the girls pulling each other's hair, and all he does is he's just in super winter effect, and he's just smiling and dancing around with this big smile, and they're all like beating on each other trying to get him. His girlfriend's the biggest one who can beat up the other girls to get him. She's just the biggest one. That's how she got him. She's the most physically tall one. What the fuck? That's fucking ridiculous. I wish I could cut in the video. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen. He's just in that winter effect all the time. Guys, what do you notice when you meet women and you have a logical conversation? What does logic imply to a woman that you're talking to? It basically implies you haven't arrived yet. Like, you're unhappy, and then you're attempting to use logic to get to a place where you'd act like Tristan. But if you were just in Tristan's shoes, you would never actually have logic. This will be his biggest challenge. I think I fucked up, because basically the only job that this kid can have is become the next MGK. I know you guys aren't fans of MGK coming from Detroit, but you know Machine Gun Kelly? He's basically just going to be a rapper. And I mean, nobody's going to be able to say he's full of shit, because that kid's been talking shit like this since he's 4. Literally, guys, my kid will be on a boat in Alaska, jump up on the top of like a table and be like, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. And everyone's like, ah, like that. He's like, ha, 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 like that. Like, this is how he's been talking shit since he's born. I'll try to bring him in tonight or tomorrow. It's worse than you think. Like, you think I'm like exaggerating. I'm I don't want to say how bad this is. So the point is, like, he's in the zone 24 hours a day, assumes people want to talk to him, assumes everyone likes him, which then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But he's not using logic. He's not using money, and so on and so forth. Women do like good-looking men, although if you have a strong frame, you will beat those guys every time. But they do like good-looking men. But a strong frame is going to beat that out every time. You know how I know? Because I go out 5 nights a week. That's how I love people are like, I'm going to have a debate with you about this. I'm like, I went out 40 hours this week. How many women did you make out with this week? like, what are you even talking about? What are you even saying? How many women left their better-looking boyfriend to jump on you this week? How is this even a debate? But somehow it's like, I'm going to entertain the debate. Okay, let's have a debate. Like, this is the dumbest shit I've heard in my life. Go out. And by the way, anybody who says that online can come meet me anytime. Like, any other creator who has a big following, if they just said, hey man, I've heard you say some things that I kind of disagree with, like, could I kind of just come out with you and see it? If it was a big creator and I want them to give good advice, I'll say yes, but they won't do it. Why do you guys think, by the way, most creators will never admit you don't need looks and money? There's 2 reasons why. Does anyone know why it's such an unpopular stance? Okay, wait, before we do that, let's give the conspiracy theory of why I say you don't need looks and money. What's the conspiracy theory why I say you don't? Because I teach a social skills training. So if I admitted that being good looking and being rich helped, then it wouldn't work. And Owen's rich too. Boo, okay? All right, cool. How about this then? The conspiracy theory wins. Looks and money is the whole thing. All right. Well, guess what? I'm a multimillionaire. You need to have more money to be able to meet someone, and I'm going to teach you how to make money and to have social skills. Oh, wait a minute. My course offering just multiplied by double. I'm twice as rich now. No, you can't just learn social skills. You also have to pay me to learn how to get rich. Wait a minute. What I could also do is I could just make a bit more effort to lead up. I've done in the past. I just go on a paleo diet. Then I bring in my friend Keto Body, Greg O'Gallagher. I bring in Brandon Carter. I bring in Elliot Holes. I bring in every freaking fitness guru who's a fan of mine, because they're all fans of mine, because they all got fit in order to learn social skills and get better social results. I bring them in and I charge you money for that too. So guess what? I have 3 times the money now. I have 2.5, because I basically get paid on my social skills trading, I get paid on my wealth building trading, and I do a 50-50 commission with Brandon. You need all 3, guys. What else do you need? No, it's not just social skills and friends. You also need to have art. I bring in an art dealer. Oh, now I got another 50% commission on that. Oh, wait, you need fashion. I'm bringing in a looks consultant, a fashion consultant. I'm gonna get you on that. Well, look at this. All these offerings. These fucking morons who don't even understand internet marketing are too dumb to think outside the box that I would selfishly benefit by saying you need more things. I am taking a hit financially by admitting you'd only need one thing. You win. You also need to make a rainbow. I'll sell you a rainbow creator. I'll sell you crystals. You need a flamethrower too. I'll get Elon to sell you his little flamethrowers from the Boring Corporation. You need cars. I'm going to sell you some cars. What else do you want me to sell you, guys? What else do you want me to sell you? Whatever I can't do myself, I'll bring in an affiliate and I'll sell you that. What else do you need? I don't know what else you need to get a date these days. Oh wait, a big dick. Penis enlargement pill, sell you that. You need everything. But meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, you just need some social skills. I'll take you out for the weekend, show you how it's done. He's selfish. How retarded. These guys don't know shit about internet marketing. They don't know shit. It's like everyone thinks they're a fucking marketing expert. I studied marketing 22 years. I happen to just like teaching what I teach. So what I'm telling you is yes, a strong frame and proper social skills will outdo looks 9 times out of 10. That said, the money one, man, that's not even helping you at all. At all. The money is killing your results socially, by the way. This is real. Why is the money killing your social results?
Makes you self-qualifying.
Okay. Let's look at 2 paths. Okay, this will be fun. So, path number 1. I David Goggins it. Okay? Bring out my inner David Goggins. I love David Goggins, but you know, there's time and place, right? Bring out my inner David Goggins, okay? Who are some of these other like hardcore guys? Like, who else are bringing out? What other? Jocko. I actually love these guys. I'd be fanning out a vacay. I'd be like, ah! Okay, I love these guys. But as far as attraction goes, okay? So bring out inner Jocko, extreme ownership, right? We're gonna build a product. Example of product that I'll build is say a digital product, okay? That's where I make like I make huge profit out of digital products because you just keep all the money. It's ridiculous. So okay, so basically you don't got to go teach it. You don't have to fulfill the actual training. There's no problems. You just make a video, release it. You keep all the cash, or like almost all of it. So okay, so then from there, I'm gonna work on building a digital product. So I'm gonna sit at home writing out my digital product, okay? And the entire time, how am I going to feel while I'm writing that product in my body?
Tense.
Logical. Tense. Am I going to feel like Tristan in my body?
No.
Look, guys, I've built products before. I hate it. I was unhappy. I was miserable. Life sucks when you're making a product. You just sit at home bored. Yeah, you're creative. Fuck off. I'd rather be at a party dancing around doing the helicopter dick. Now, from there, okay? That's a joke, okay, to be clear. Okay, that's a joke. So then, okay, so from there, that's a pretty funny one too, though. Okay, so half the reason I do free just see what will come out of my mouth. I'm like, did I just say helicopter dick? Like, who said that? Okay, so then from there, look, the real truth is that's just what I do at home every morning. Okay, so from there, okay, then, okay, so I'm sitting at home, miserable, making a product, then I've got to do the sales and marketing for it. So I break out a Dan Kennedy audio, revisit the fundamentals of sales copy, and I write out my sales training, okay? Then I upload it, I edit it. We have to rewatch the same fucking track 15 times to make sure there's no mistakes in it, to make sure we didn't mess anything up, so you get to watch the same video over and over. Then you can upload it, then you gotta recheck if it uploaded properly. Then you've gotta put up your website and see the spelling errors and the graphics on the website. You gotta try it on the phone. Did it work on the phone? Did the website come through on the phone, or does it only come through on the laptop? Does it come through on a big screen? Does it come through on a smart TV? Check the links. Oh, you don't want the links to fuck out. Okay, do that, okay? Yeah, do that for like 6 months, okay? Basically, you wish you're dead. Okay, then you put it out, you make $2 million. I've done that many times. I've done many multi-million-dollar digital product launches. Put it out, get a couple $1 million, okay? Bling, 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 bling. Okay, cool. Now you go out to the club. Hey, you're a millionaire now. Aren't you ready to start dancing and laughing? Isn't your brain's neurochemistry and synaptic pathways rewired for you to go out and crush it at the club now? Right? Right?
No.
Right? I'm about to start get it on, baby. Oh, it's sexy time now. Hell yeah. Okay? No, I'm gonna go out there, and first of all, I'm gonna be like trapped in my mind. I'm gonna be stuck in this highly logical, non-present state. I have lived the last 6 months in a state of I'll be happy when. Say the word, I'll be happy when.
I'll be happy.
Right, man? We'll get this done. Just gotta power through, you know. Sacrifice now to win in the future. Do all that, okay? Logical, not funny, can't tell a joke, voice clammed up, eye contact sucking, hating life. You crank it out, working 16 hours a day, 20 hours a day, going without sleep, high cortisol, getting some belly fat. A lot of this came from me eating fancy ass restaurants. A lot of this came from me building shit and making cash. Then what happens is you go out. You're in this logical state. But you're like, wait, I'm a millionaire now. Finally, I'm a millionaire. I'm ready to begin my social skills journey. You go out. You're trapped in your head. You can barely get anyone to talk to you at all. Look, I've had to do trainings where guys are paying me to take them out and teach them things and show them social skills. When I'm doing that in the middle of a product launch, my demos are the least good. Now, let's look at another path. This is the fun one. Okay, so instead of that, we focus on doing parties. We're dancing. We're fucking up. We're having fun. Now, in my case, I don't use drugs. I don't use alcohol. I'm too fun as it is. But for most people, they get high, they get drunk, they do Molly. Again, dumb shit that betas do to raise their fucking brain. I don't need to do it, but that's what most guys do in order to get in this state. Laughing, having fun, okay? There's a guy, the guy I know who has, I'd say, the most incredible social life in LA that I've seen. It's a friend of my good buddy, my friend Vlad, one of his good buddies, a guy named Royale. Just pull out your phone, check him out. Cool dude, you know, maybe toss him a follow. Just pull out your phone right now. Just check him out. Just a cool dude around LA. Has a great social life, okay? He's about 5'7", probably weighs about 120 pounds wet. Royale, okay? So, okay. Now, you know, maybe got around 100K followers, all beautiful women, okay? Great guy, very well liked, very well respected guy. Now, when you look at his face, look at his smile. Look at him having fun. You guys find him? Look at him having fun. Don't send him a weird DM, please, okay? But I just want to give him props. He's a guy who's just got great social skills. And you guys all find him or no? Yeah. You did all find him? Was the spelling correct? Is it Roman and then Royale with an E? Yeah. Did we get it? It's about 100K-ish? Yep. Okay. Yeah, maybe 120. What's that?
I think he also has Splash Catch in the name too.
Catch, Splash, I don't know. Anyway, okay. Well, anyway, look, the point, catch some Pokemon. All right, well, anyway, the point is smiling, having fun. Now, if you look at Roman, he'll be having so much fun just squeezing a lemon. Any of you guys see the reel of him squeezing a lemon and big bright eyes and dancing around? That guy, his dating life compared to some nerdy entrepreneur is as different as heaven or hell. But he's just a regular guy. He's not a multi-millionaire as far as I'm aware. He's just a cool dude running around LA, 5'7", having fun, and, you know, dating life-wise, top 0.00001% of the world. You know, about like kind of Leo DiCaprio kind of level. I'd say a shred under Leo. Not actually famous in the mainstream, but locally famous, just from being cool. Literally just famous for being cool, to be clear. Literally just famous for being cool. No other reason. Just being a cool dude people like. And you'll see him. What do you see him doing in the reels? What's he doing? Come on.
Laughing.
Yell it out, man.
Smiling.
What else are you doing?
Laughing.
Come on, yell it out.
Laughing.
What else are you doing?
One of his captions on one of his posts is professional lifestyler. Think about
Professional lifestyle, right? Roman's not sitting there wanting to blow his brains out to make the next digital product release, okay? He's having fun. And if you look at him, as he keeps living this life, his dancing gets better. His swagger gets better. He has more funny, loopy things to say. The more that you're in that winner effect, okay, he's been great, by the way, just a great dude, okay, just a good social, good guy. So what you'll basically see is he's able to do funny little vocal impressions, and he always has jokes on command, dances on command. Also, he's clearly happy in his own company. Let me tell you something about Roman, okay? And I don't know him well, but I know him just a little bit. He might find a little, whatever, Roman. He might find a little weird making a video about him, but I just think he's an inspiring guy in LA. So Roman, most people in LA, when Coachella's happening, which is like the trendy thing to go to, everybody stumbles all over themselves to go to Coachella because they want to be seen at Coachella. That raises their value. During Coachella, Roman, in his Instagram story, does not go to Coachella. He goes and plays golf by himself and posts that. Why does that raise his status to play golf by himself instead of go to Coachella?
Breaking the norm.
That guy, now, would the average guy playing golf alone look like a badass dude or like an incel? Okay? But for him, it's so clear that he's on that level that Coachella's not even good enough or a hot enough event for him to attend. It's not even a hot enough event. He doesn't want to associate to the brand of Coachella, whereas everybody else does. Victoria's Secret models want to associate to it. Celebrities want to associate to it. He doesn't. That is how much he has swag, and that is how much respect he has just by being a cool, fun guy. So what happens is, if you look at him, he's enjoying, here's the main key, say, enjoying your own company. Say that. Enjoying your own company. Yeah, so it really means feeling great within yourself. Now, unfortunately, I think what a lot of people do is they have what's called, you ever see the movie Field of Dreams? Probably haven't, right? Field of Dreams, Kevin Costner. Basically, here's the voice that goes, build it, and they will come. Okay, build it, and they will come. Here's the whisper. And then he builds a baseball diamond, just builds it randomly in a cornfield, maybe in Iowa or something, wherever it was. And I actually just drove through there to come here. And then all these famous dead baseball players come and have a baseball game. It's a magical movie. A lot of men love the idea of build it and they will come. You know why that is? Like, I don't need to actually learn how to socialize. I don't need to learn how to initiate conversations. I don't need to learn how to put on parties. I can just become happy in my own skin and they will come. I will get rich and they will come. I will get jacked and they will come. Guys love that because men will do anything to avoid saying hi to a woman. Anything. They will freak out. They will insult every man who does. They will hate every man who does. You say hi to, you see a woman, you say hi? Boo, evil, you said hi. I personally just think that women are equal to us. I think women should not be viewed as second-class citizens. What does it mean if you won't even say hi to a woman? What is that treating a woman as if you won't say hi to her? It's treating her as a second-class citizen. That's treating her like you hate her, like a second-class citizen that you can't even say hi to a woman. So all these men who won't even say hi to a woman hate them. They literally hate half the planet. That's crazy. Why would you not say hi to half the planet? But these guys are so hateful that they will do anything not to say hi to half the damn planet. That's a clever reframe I just made there, was it not?
Yeah.
Now, what's the real reason why they won't say hi?
They're scared.
No, they're completely in love with them all. They're scared shitless. But the point is, you can reframe it as hateful, right? I'm just trying not to be hateful. So the point being, I can't believe you guys can catch that. But anyway, so I like how the room gets all dark. Like, I'm not hateful, okay? But anyway, so I'm trying to motivate you to say hi in any way I can. I'm trying here, guys. So what happens is, take with Roman, he's enjoying his own company. And so because he enjoys his own company, he'll have videos where he's literally just sitting alone on a park bench. And what'll happen is he's alone on a park bench, and then he just starts dancing. So anything that you can show that reveals that you really love your own company, what it winds up doing is it makes you less creepy, but also what it does is it reveals that you're kind of in the throes of that winner effect. Because when you're in that winner effect, what happens is you stop value scanning the room and being what's called hypervigilant. Say the word value scanning. Value scanning. Better yet, say stop value scanning. Stop value scanning. Say the word stop being hypervigilant. Stop being hypervigilant. Stop being trapped in my head. Stop being trapped in my head. Stop micromanaging people's expectations. Stop micromanaging people's expectations. Okay, so when you're feeling beta, so to speak, okay? I hate that word too, but just go with it, okay? Beta, okay? Then, okay, because what happens is whenever a teacher talks about anything with hierarchy, they'll tend to gravitate towards terms like alpha and beta, and then people come in like, well, you know, a real alpha male is like this, and in fact, the fact you even need to call yourself an alpha male means you're not an alpha male, because a real alpha male would not call himself an alpha. I get it, okay? I understand. But this is not going to become like the LGBTQTXPZ, okay? I don't want to be like a man who values others and is compassionate and is strong, and okay, it's just take the dumb word alpha, please. I understand that if you're really alpha, you wouldn't even care. You wouldn't even notice the term. A guy like Roman doesn't care about the word alpha or beta. We get it, okay? We all get it. Bravo that you knew that one, okay? Got me. You got me, okay? But can we just say the word alpha or beta as a catch-all for all those amazing qualities? Can we do that? Is that okay? Yeah. Or do you need me to be like a compassionate, aware, sensitive, but from a place of strength? Okay, do you need me to do this? Or can I just go alpha and I hate it too? Okay, I hate it too. Okay, I hate it too. I hate it too, okay? I even don't like winner effect that much. We just gotta go with something here, okay? So, okay, we gotta go with something just to get it out. So basically what you have, okay, I'll just roll with me. So what happens is when he's enjoying his own company, it reflects that he's in that winner effect state. Got it? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's keep watching. So let's keep looking at the cycle here. So if you're sitting there working and building a business all the time, like looks will help you, sure, but somebody with incredible social skills and frame will 9 times out of 10 outdo someone with looks. Now, by the way, guys hear this and they go, well, I'm bad looking and I can't meet anyone. Yeah, because you suck. Bro, you suck. You have no voice, no eye contact, no body language, no frame. You're not self-amused. You're trapped in your head. I didn't say that all things being equal, an ugly loser and a good-looking loser, there's no difference. What I'm saying is, here's our hierarchy. Ugly, incel, freak, loser. Good-looking guy who's also kind of a loser. Good-looking guy who has social skills. Ugly guy with social skills. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? Yeah. Here's why. Let me tell you something. Do you guys actually in this room really care that my beard's a bit more gray than it used to be? Why not? Now you're men, okay? We're not trying to fuck right now. That's later. But you're men, right? I understand. But why don't you actually care? You don't care because you're getting what you want from the situation. You're getting what you want out of it. You're like, I'm here to learn. He's putting on a good song and dance. I'm getting what I came for, right? A woman is not so logical that she needs a logical state of attributes. There's a logical series of attributes that I need. What do women care about in their significant other? How he does what with them? How he makes them feel. Okay, in fact, a lot of women want a guy who also makes them look what? Better. Makes them look good. They want a guy who makes them look good. I have also been with women who, let's just say I didn't make them look good. Okay, women that were not super attractive, and it often made them uncomfortable. And I've been with women that are a lot prettier than me, not hard to do, but I've been with a lot of women prettier than me, and they preferred that they're the ones that look good in a photo. My friend Caroline used to say it. She's like, she's a gorgeous blonde girl. She'd always say, I like it when I'm in a photo with my boyfriend, and they're like, how did he get her? And she likes that. That is not that uncommon. Man, that's a hard drink. This is like the hardest fucking cup to drink I've ever seen. But here's what's funny about that. Do you guys really care that I'm like slurping this drink down my chin? Do you really give a shit? But when a guy's not in his winner effect, he'd have a bit go down, and what would he do? How would he be thinking, what would he do?
I'm worthless.
Yeah, so in a weird way, being a bit sloppy actually shows something good if it's from the right place. That's just another point I want to make. Little sloppy, a little gritty, a little grimy, a little ratchet is actually kind of a good thing, okay? But let me keep being ratchet. One second. So,
You didn't take helicopters.
the helicopter deck, yes. That'd be the fall off. I just jump up, break into a helicopter deck. So, anyway, what's that? Yeah, but I figured I'd make a point out of it somehow. So, okay, so what I'm getting, but is that looseness, like even when I say I figured I'd make a point out of it somehow, that is showing looseness and lateral thinking. So again, in the same way that alcohol and weed is the beta male's way of getting a feeling of peace in their body so that their brain can shut off a bit and they can have a bit of fun, magic mushrooms, LSD, and psychedelics, for many people are a way to turn off what's called the default mode network in the mind and let the mind go lateral for the first time ever. Okay? Now, let me take a slight side quest on the topic of psychedelics. Can you imagine what it's like for me, having created and pioneered an entire industry? Because you guys forget that, right? Most of y'all don't know. So I got to remind y'all, okay? Most of y'all guys don't know. All these guys that you see making video online got their shit from me, Mystery, David D, Ross, and a couple OGs. And we created this shit, okay? I created this gangsta shit. And this the fucking thanks I get? Hello, okay? So, it's the Ice Cube song. So anyway, so the point being, okay? So, we created this shit. Do you understand the degree of lateral thinking that we had to have? Do you understand the degree of lateral thinking that it took to get on YouTube early and to be, do you guys remember how creative my videos were right from the jump? How creative Blueprint is, creative Hot Seat is, creative Blueprint Reloaded is, creative the videos are, creative the speeches are, the creativity that you see up here? Can you imagine what, and this is, you guys have not even seen the extent of my creativity. I'm gonna brag here a bit because I have a decade of unreleased videos that are coming out after I'm dead. Did you guys know that? I've got a post-death legacy because y'all didn't stick up for free speech, so I got it released after I'm dead now. But I don't really care that you're not going to get it because y'all didn't stick up for me, so I'll just put it out for the next generation. So I've got decade of video that's not even out yet. Piles of shit. Okay? Piles of shit. So creativity out the wazoo. So imagine all day, you're in this lateral thinking state, and then you've got to have guys that come up to you on the street and they're like, I know, I've watched your videos. I know you've done the DMT. I'm like, no, bro, I don't do DMT. And they're like, come on, man, you never could have known that if you didn't smoke the toad. I'm like, bro, I didn't smoke the toad, okay? And they're like, well, if you did smoke the toad, then you could become creative. I'm like, I've done $100 million plus in sales based on my creativity. I created a niche. I didn't ride in someone else's niche. I created a niche with my homies. And you haven't done shit. Are you gonna really like, am I gonna go to Michael Jordan and be like, you know, if you took creatine, you could dunk? Do you understand how dumb? And I've got to hear this almost every day of my life. I love Joe Rogan, guys, but he's a comedian, guys. He's not a spiritual guru, he's a fucking comedian. If he tells you to do DMT, you don't have to do it. Okay, you don't have to. Just because Mike Tyson looks all spaced out and more peaceful now, doesn't mean you have to take magic mushrooms to be creative. Okay, look, here's the deal. Learn the stuff that I'm showing you here, and if you still can't get out of the default mode network, then you can smoke the toad. Deal? Okay, deal? Meanwhile, I have countless friends that do this stuff that if I were to call them on the phone right now, have become so fucking weird, you can't even have a conversation with them. Some people benefit from ayahuasca, DMT, shrooms, all that. Some people do. Some people even level up. My friend Aaron Dowdy, it seems like he just gets smarter every time the guy does it. But I also have friends who honestly just get weirder and more disconnected, and some of them get to the point where it's almost like their energetic shield can't keep out the bad vibes, and negativity gets in and they freak out and they don't know how to regulate themselves anymore. It just chews away at their brain. So here's the thing. Psychedelics provides amazing insight, amazing wisdom. It's incredible what it can give you. I get it. But guys, you got the lesson. Let's move on. Is that a deal? You got the lesson. Let's move on. And let's talk about how to internalize it. So rather than just needing that, okay, it showed you what's possible. But now what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to internalize it so that you could be in front of a crowd and just free associate at will because you have that creativity. So I'm here to show, if you love psychedelics, then you love me because I'm going to show you how to internalize it, okay? Here's what it is. It's the shutting down of the default mode network in the brain because the mind, look, psychedelics is mind-blowing. Say you have a guy from Asia and his parents completely got him to identify with the collective. He's only allowed to play violin and piano. He's got to become a doctor or he'll shame the family. That guy does magic mushrooms, he will actually discover himself for the first time in his life. Okay, he really will. But what I'm showing you is that you can also, God has given you the tools for self-discovery, and one of it is just self-acceptance. One of it is self-acceptance. A deeply, deeply profound self-acceptance. That there is something you can achieve. In a weird way, getting validated by learning to go out and chat up a bunch of girls or chat up a bunch of guys or girls or people and getting a bunch of validation, as bad as it is to need that to experience lateral thinking, to experience winner effect, to feel comfortable in your own skin, as bad as it is to need that, it does give you a reference, kind of like a psychedelic. It actually does. So what happened to me in my journey was I went out and 9 nights out of 10, I would suck. I would get rejected, I would get pummeled. It was like throwing myself into a bed of nails again and again and again, and I couldn't see the commonalities with what made an approach work or what made an approach not work. I just couldn't see it. But eventually I did. And when I came to see it, I was able to get it to, 2 nights out of 10, 3 nights out of 10, 7 nights out of 10. Eventually, you might even say 10 nights out of 10. It's probably like 9, but even the worst one's not that bad. I have the odd bad night. And just I'm tired and cranky and sometimes I just hate my life. And sometimes I just launch a product. So you see what I'm saying, right? Circling back to that. So, but what I realized was I was getting that winner effect. Now, do you remember the book by Neil Strauss where it shows mystery suicidal at the beginning of the book? You guys remember that? There was a lot of bullshit in that book, but it is public knowledge. Mystery openly talks about this. He'll talk about it on Facebook. He's really open about this, not me sharing it. He shares it openly. Mystery has had certain mental health issues. And he's the OG. He's my OG, by the way. Mystery's my OG. He's the OG. He's my OG. But he's been open about his struggles. My personal opinion is what happened with him was he's so good at what he does, he's so amazing at it, that in my view, he got so much validation. And by the way, this is my OG, okay? This is my mentor, my OG. So this is like the God to me, okay? This is the God to me. Not actual God. God is God, right? But below God is mystery. But what I'm trying to show you here is that something I observed as his mentee was that he got so much validation, but he would often say it's not about confidence, it's about competence. If you can do it, that's what would create confidence later. But I think that he was very much living in the external world and hadn't put an equal amount of time into cultivating the internal. Now, he's much more at peace now. You might have noticed that, right? So he's grown as well. But at that time, and I mean, he could say plenty of things about me too, okay? Like I'm a little piece of work too. So don't, we're all a little piece of work here, right? I'm a piece of work. That'll be my next talk, okay? If you think, oh, he didn't focus on his own world, I'm a much bigger train wreck than that. So we all have our challenges, right? But Mystery's so damn good at getting validation in the external world that whenever he couldn't maintain that validation, he'd crash. And that was why at the end of the book, what happened was he was trying to kind of pass off his girlfriend Katya to my friend Tynan, Herbal. And I told him, I said, Mystery, please don't give her to Herbal. Because I knew, because he was kind of over it, and he just wanted to hook a brother up, right? He was a nice guy, right? But I know that as soon as he saw Katya with Tynan, he was going to freak the fuck out. And I was better friends with Mystery than Tynan. But the thing is that I knew that he was going to kick him out. I'm like, man, you can't kick a dude out. You can't hand off your girlfriend to your homie and then kick him out of the house, bro. And that's kind of what happened in the book, The Game. And I told him, I said, brother, you're my mentor, but if you hand her off to Tynan and then you go to kick her out and you kick him and her out later, I'm not going to side with you in this shit. And he got real mad later. And that's kind of what made that whole book, right? But the point being, so I like him more. I'm more loyal to him. But I could be loyal to you too. If you're like, man, I'm going to give my girlfriend to him, I'm like, bro, you're going to freak out. Don't do it. And you're like, no, it's cool. I'm like, bro, I'm not going to side with you if you get mad at him later. And I told you 500 times, you don't listen. I gotta stand on business, as Jay Bieber would say. Okay? It's not clocking you. I gotta stand on business. If I told you 500 fucking times, I said you can be my mentor or not. I gotta stand on business. I knew it was gonna happen, and they were pissed that I didn't like take his side and then kick out fucking Tynan. But Tynan's a human being. He didn't deserve to be kicked out. He just wanted Mystery's mentees too. Okay? So that all happened. Is what it is. We're all homies now. We're all great friends now. But that's what happened at the time. Why did that happen? In my view, it happened because he was spiking his state by getting validated, and then when it was removed, it would crash. And he got in a cycle of spike, crash, spike, crash, spike, crash, spike, crash. So you're basically going to a state of like psychedelic lateral thinking, total peace within your own body, euphoric feelings of validation to crash. It's like narcissistic supply, removed, collapse. Narcissistic euphoria and elation, remove, collapse. You see that? So in effect, what's happening is I saw that, okay? So I witnessed that, right? I'm watching all that. Then a couple years later, I created the program called the Blueprint Decoded because I realized that if you were using more, and it doesn't mean you can't use a conversation starter or like, have something scripted to say to somebody. I'm not saying that you can't do that. You absolutely can do that. It's great stuff. So basically what I'm saying is this. So in effect, what happens is you get this euphoric feeling where you go out, because you got to understand, the way that we go out, it's not like how y'all go out. Like the way me and Mystery go out, it's not how y'all go out. You guys get that? Like, do you guys get how crazy this is? Is that clocking for you? Is that clocking for you? You standing on business? Okay, this is a meme of Justin Bieber. So, okay, is that clocking for you? Like, when you know what you're doing, you go out, it is a validation free for all. It is an orgy of validation. It is an orgy of validation. Everyone's loving you, jumping on you, kissing on you, loving on you. Like, it's crazy. Because basically, when you become the adult version of Tristan, again, you're dancing, you're laughing, you go into that winner effect, your frame becomes super crazy strong. Like, your certainty becomes insane. Your lateral thinking becomes insane. Do you guys understand how I do these speeches like this? Who can explain why I'm able to do free associative speeches at every event like this? Who can explain it? The mechanism behind it. There's a mechanism. What is it?
Release muscle.
The release muscle, that's good. Okay, here's what I'm doing. I come in here, you guys pump me up by going, Owen, Owen. That unlocks the winner effect in my brain, and then I can make a 5-hour speech like that. That's fucked up, bro. Like, that's fucked. Imagine being the one doing it. It's weird, bro. And what if you knew that every one of you in this room could do it? Every single one of you in this room could do it. Y'all remember when Dylan, my son, comes up at age 11 and just runs a whole seminar? And everyone's like, oh, you trained him. Y'all, I didn't train him. I just kept his winner effect high, and he can go up and he can public speak and crack jokes. You don't need, look, let me tell you something, okay? When I teach people on public speaking, I can get people to about 80% my level in about half an hour. Why is it that you have a world-class skill set and you can get someone to 80% the level of the OG in half an hour? Pause. If it's piano and it's a master pianist and you teach them for half an hour, how far can you take them?
10%.
1%. If it's a swimmer, how far can you get them? Not drown. Winning. If it's football, how far can you get them? In half an hour? Injured. Okay? Public speaking and social skills, how far can you get someone in public speaking, half an hour? Or say 2-3 days, maybe even a night, in going out? How far can you get them to a master level? 70 to 80%. Why?
We all have it in us.
Because it's already in you. You guys, you are capable of speaking. Duh. You can speak. You are capable of attracting. It's embedded in you. You already know how to do it. All that I need to do is kind of scramble all that fucked up shit in your brain and get you to stop suppressing yourself. If I can activate the winner effect, shut off the default mode network, activate the winner effect, get you into euphoric state, your voice will open up, your eyes will, you guys will see me bringing up you guys up here tomorrow doing public speaking. You'll see it. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. You'll see it. Ask people that have done my trainings if they've had the experience. Who here's ever been out with me to a bar or club and I've trained you a bit? Put your hand up. Can you guys that have been out with me yell out, if you've been out with me, that you can confirm a similar experience to what I described? Yell out if you can confirm it. Say confirmed if you can confirm it. So that's obviously either plants, okay, paid them, right? Paid them the big bucks to say it, or they came on the damn training. Go talk to them later, you can decide, okay? So what happens is, I'm not doing, now, is the way that I taught y'all, step 1, do the wiggity eye thing. Step 2, do this. Step 3, do this. How did I get you to that point?
It's about elevating your energy. And once you tap into what he's talking about, winner effect, and like elevating your energy, you automatically become 1,000x more potent, 1,000x more funny, 1,000x more captivating. And you don't have to try. And it just like comes out of you and it builds on itself. So
yeah, you know what's funny is the reason that you're here right now because you're just so addicted to having a better dating life, or is it that euphoric buzz that you get from going out?
It's the latter.
Yeah, like the first one, like you don't want to sleep on it, that's fun, but it's actually the latter. And so what happened with Mystery, in my view, was he was going into that state really deep. I mean, that guy's the fucking G. That dude, he's 6'4", wearing like 5-6 inch fucking platforms with a top hat. So the dude is coming in at like 7'2", and he's a magician, okay? And not just some tacky magician. He's like a gangster fucking magician, okay? Imagine a 7'1" dude dressed like that, and he's reading your fucking mind, levitating shit. Like, I mean, it's like, the guy's like a fucking nuclear battle tank mowing down the club metaphorically, okay? And by mowing down just means attraction. It is unbelievable. Even trying to get a conversation going near him is hard, okay? And that's what I had to, that's who I came up trying to socialize around. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay? Like, and no one could do it by the way. He was like Achilles in Homer's Iliad, right? Like, you know Achilles, like Brad Pitt's character in the movie, if you saw the movie? And like everyone's like, you don't even try. Like if he's at the club, don't even try. Just watch. People would say, and I was like the little cock, I'm like, I'm gonna try. You know, right? Because you remember Kobe, right? Even though MJ ultimately wound up better than Kobe, Kobe didn't back down from MJ, right? He's like, no, I'm gonna try. So I was like, look, I'm gonna try. I'm at least gonna try to get this popping with him here. So I just use that to elevate. So that's why when you guys see me public speaking and I'm really trying hard to hold attention, I'm 22 years old, like 25 years ago, whatever it was. What is that? 22 to 40, 23 years ago. And I've got freaking mystery there. And I'm like, gotta hold attention. Did it, right? And you'd be like, mystery, like, what could I do to hold attention like the way you do magic at 7'2"? He's like, you could do a card trick. You're just like, fuck. You know, right? And you couldn't do it. Let me teach you the peg mnemonic system, right? So, yeah, so he's just like an OG. The thing is, though, side quest here. Then, of course, what everybody does, they wind up going out and learning magic, and you try to do it, and it never works like the way it works for mystery. Because magic is all about the presentation, not the actual thing that you do. I've talked about that in other videos, but just want to draw your attention to that back here if you watch my videos, okay? It's about the presentation. I'll get into it later. So anyway, so basically what it is that the reason why you can get people so good so quick is because if you can get them to go from a control state into a release state. What does needing to control everything imply? What does it imply? Insecurity. Come on, y'all. Insecure. Oh, I'm not liked. I'll be happy when. I need to build a business. I need to get more jacked. I got to get a six-pack abs. I got to bench press more. I can get more in shape. I can have better fashion. I'll be happy when. I'll be happy when. I'll be happy when. I'll be happy when. Okay, and then so what happens is, I'm teaching you guys fucking dumb shit that works when you're out, by the way. Just act like that when you're out, watch what happens. It's all, because people are like, I don't like how he jokes. Like, I liked it more when he was younger and he'd just give a technique. And then when he got older, he jokes all the time. But that's not gonna help me. I'm like, you know, I'm just like oblique, like I'm teaching you the shit that I do when I'm out. I'm just seamlessly integrating it in the talk. Like, would it help you if I just, step 2, do a joke. I'll be happy when. Now move your hands like this. Right, but again, by the way, the people that are stuck in that paradigm are addicted to control. They're addicted to being a beta. They're addicted to being a loser. And what they want to do is they want to stay in their demonic state of control as a loser and then somehow still get all this social clout and validation. They're addicted to it. How do I stay where I am in the jail but make it a golden jail? Fuck the golden jail. Break out of the jail. Fuck the golden jail. Say, fuck the golden jail.
Fuck the golden jail.
Break out of the jail.
Break out of the jail.
Fuck the jail.
Fuck the jail.
Even if it's gold.
Even if it's gold.
It's still a fucking jail.
Still a fucking jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ow.
Ow.
Okay, right? Okay. There, now you're seeing how to talk when you're out, okay? So yeah, just make it fun. That generates tremendous chemistry when you're out. Now, so basically what happens is your state goes up. When I created the blueprint, it was an inner game-based 20-hour thesis that I built. And it was basically intended to show you how to get out of the control state and into a release state, because my concern was if you had that spike when you're out, but you couldn't sustain it when you're at home, you would crash. And it was happening to me, where I'd go out, I'd get this euphoric state, I'd kill it, you know, run off into the sunset with someone, have a beautiful night together, intimate night. And then what would wind up happening is I'd wake up the next day feeling like the same loser. So I said to myself, well, what are the mechanics that are happening when I'm out? And then how could I internalize that? So it doesn't become like a psychedelic where you need to do mushrooms every weekend in order to think laterally. How could I internalize it? Because with magic mushrooms, for example, which I don't take, don't recommend, magic mushrooms, you have this big firework explosion, but then you have to have what's called the integration. Say integration. And so a lot of people, they do a psychedelic, they have this firework, but like a firework, it's boom, like that, and it's gone. And the same guy that you see that did the psychedelic, he gets a parking ticket, and he's screaming and complaining, and he's mad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? He hasn't integrated, he hasn't internalized it. In my view, I prefer something like going out, because what happens is you get the same shutdown of the default mode network, you get a euphoric state, you feel present, you feel connected to all, you feel the feeling of oneness, you also kill it. My God, you kill it. My God, you kill it. But then what happens is that you're sober during the process. You're high, but you're still sober. It's like you're sober while high. And tons of my friends have done Molly, for example, like MDMA. They'll tell you it feels very, very similar being in state. but it's a cleaner version that you earned and you generated yourself. So it feels better. Now, it's not gonna be as aggressive as a drug that's just overclocking your brain, but it has similar characteristics, but you're happier about it because you generated it and you can do it again, and you're not burning out your serotonin receptors, okay? Now, basically what happens is that you get in that euphoric state, voice opens up, eye contact relax, lateral thinking on point, jokes on point. You control frames like a boss. I mean, my God, you have certainty, you control the frame. Then what happens is that you start getting validated. That validation further reinforces your frame. It's like I said with you guys clapping for me here, the validation reinforces your frame. Here's what I'm obsessed with though, okay? What I'm obsessed with is not just getting you into that state where you kill it. I love that too. But my obsession is what I call 0 to 1. Say that word, 0 to 1.
0 to 1.
0 to 1 is where you say to yourself, okay, so I'll come in here, everybody will clap for me, I'll go and say no problem. I do parties at my house. You guys ever see on my Instagram, like every night some raging party at my house? Hollywood Hills party? Who ever see that on my IG? It's sick, right? Isn't that sick? At my parties, how easy is it for me to have winner effect?
Super easy.
Please, please. Nature, I go to nature a lot. You're tapped in, right? But what I also do, people forget this. People say, Owen, you're confident because you've got this group of people that like you. If I go out tonight in the Greek district or wherever, do I know anybody?
No.
Not only that, but if I have people that came to watch me socialize, do I have pressure on me?
Yeah.
Who here came from the furthest? This is Detroit, so probably most people flew into Chicago. But who here, because I did Chicago last weekend, who here thinks they maybe came from the furthest? Anyone come from Canada? Where'd you come from?
Ottawa.
You came all the way from Ottawa. What neighborhood do you live in Ottawa?
Britannia.
Britannia. Where is that again?
It's west of Westboro.
Yeah, bro. Good shit. I grew up in Nepean. Awesome.
Right.
Went to Strawberry High School. Who?
Toronto.
Dope. Came all the way here, right? If you were to come out with me and I suck, would that be kind of like killing Santa Claus for you a bit?
I never believed in
Well, you, what's that?
I never believed in
Well, you gotta believe in me, baby. So, okay? Like if you came out with me and I suck, I mean, maybe you've seen videos of me doing it, but like, would that kind of kill Santa for you? Say that I came here and I couldn't public speak. You know, all my videos, I'm like, my voice is loud. And then I come in like, hey, guys. You know, you're like, damn, bro, you killed Santa, man. How do you think it feels to be me, y'all? When I know that I'm Santa? I gotta get those presents down the fucking pipe. I gotta go down that charcoal-filled fire pipe. The chimney. It's hard being me. It's hard. So I'm out with a bunch of people I don't know. Guys, y'all know I was in a wheelchair for half a year, right? You think I had programs booked. I can't say, I'm sorry, but due to a ski accident and chronic pain, I can't do your training. Because half the people would fucking refund. They'd be like, you know, now that I think about it, I don't want to do it. So it wasn't worth it. So I had to do it. My dating life was bananas from the wheelchair. Bananas. I was rolling up there. I had to I'd wheel my way up. I'd go, hi, like that. Insane. Insane in the membrane. It was awesome. I did speeches from the wheelchair. How many of y'all saw me in speeches in the wheelchair? On YouTube, right? I'm in the wheelchair. Did I let it hold me back? Fuck that shit. I take it to the next level. Okay? You're in a wheelchair, you take that shit to the next level. That's when you really gotta tap into frame and winner effect. Because you're in a wheelchair, so you can't fuck around anymore. So you know in a wheelchair you're gonna be better than ever because you have no choice. And I had a lot of fun in that wheelchair. Oh, I had fun. You can't imagine my dating life, my seminars, my trainings, my sales. I made money. I killed it in the wheelchair. And I was in chronic pain the whole time. For the first couple months, if my leg is not above my heart, it would be constant pain. I'd be out in pain doing my thing. And then I got to go on the internet and read people like, you can't really do this. I saw a podcast that says that you can't do it. I'm like, dude, I'm doing this. I'm fucking fat with a gray beard and bald in a wheelchair. I'm doing this. Like, yeah, but you're rich. I'm like, but they don't know. No one out there knows. Maybe I could wear some bling. I often do without bling. It's actually dangerous to go out to a lot of places with bling, by the way. So I typically don't even wear it out. So I'm out there. Nobody knows about my financial stats. Nobody knows anything. And I'm out there doing it. And I did parties in it. And you want to know something? The first few parties sucked. Actually, I'd be doing a party and the people would run away because it made them uncomfortable. I'd go out and people would run away. It made them uncomfortable. It did. Sometimes people treat people in a wheelchair kind of bad. And then later, I could at least get it where they give me sympathy. So I look at this, and I didn't know if I was going to walk again, by the way, guys. They were telling me I might not walk. It was bad. It was a really, really, really bad injury. So I'm still limping all around, by the way. So what happens is I'm like, okay, this is maybe not going away. This might just be how it is. I'm like, this is maybe just how it is. I don't know if I'm getting up for this. Now, by the way, right now I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, he walked again. Oh, look, he's walking again. Yay, and you'd clap, right? Can I tell you something? Fuck that. Fuck all that. You know why? What if I hadn't walked again? There's people that would watch this video that are not going to walk again. That might find it inspiring to hear what I did in the wheelchair. They don't want to hear the room clap that I walked again because they're not going to walk again. You see what I'm saying? The happy ending isn't that I walked again. The happy ending is that I don't need to walk. Yeah. I just happen to walk again. I kind of miss the wheelchair. I got wheeled through to the front of every line in the club. I got wheeled through to the front of the airport. I'm still kind of tempted to take the wheelchair to the airport now. Okay? So understand that I learned how to do it in a wheelchair. In a wheelchair, I had to kick in the winner effect. Look, God works in mysterious ways, and when that happened, my view was God gave me this gift to learn how to be present through the pain, and because for a future that I have, which can be tough, and also to teach me how to do this from a wheelchair because I have clients that'll be in a wheelchair. God made me bald. God made me funny looking. God made me a leprechaun so that I could teach other people how to do it as a bald, wheelchair-ridden leprechaun. Okay? That's how I viewed it. That is my mission. Fuck these guys that think you need looks and money. Fuck them, okay? Fuck them. Fuck them. I appreciate that they motivate people to build their wealth. I appreciate that they motivate people to get in shape. I think building wealth is massive. Being in shape is great. Do it for you. But understand, nothing will beat a strong frame. Nothing will beat self-amusement. Nothing will beat lateral thinking. Nothing, 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 nothing. I have never seen someone taller or better look at me and felt intimidated. Never in my life. I've never been intimidated. Never. I never have. I've gone right up on Leo's table, guys. And I've left with people from Leo's table. I've never been intimidated. Remember Kobe when he says that people wouldn't look Michael Jordan in the eye? And Kobe said, no, I'll look him in the eye because I am like him. I am him. Not him literally, but I am one of him. There's two types of people in the world. There's bitches that live in fucking fear, and there's people that have no fear. And you've got to make a choice which one you're going to be fundamentally. You've got to decide, am I one of these bitches that some guy's more pretty than me, and that scares me? That freaks me out? Now the counter argument would be, no, I'm just being realistic. To go to the gym, be motivated. Go to the gym anyway and be motivated. Why do you need that to meet someone? Because you're a bitch. That's why you're a bitch. You have a weak frame. Straight up weak frame. You're weak. Do you comprende? You need the validation. You need the validation of money and the validation of looks, like a pretty boy, and the validation of living up to society's standard to have frame. In the same way that Mystery got hooked on the up and down and up and down and up and down, you need the looks and the money to have frame. What happens is you go get the looks and money, that gives you frame, you get a bit more success, and you attribute it to looks and money, when in fact it was the increase in your frame. But you needed that to have frame. That made you weak. Here's what I would say to a guy who's rich, who says it helps him. What happens if you lose your business, bro? I've done trainings and gone out when my business has been in shambles. I've gone out and done trainings when I was in a recession. Do I get to not do a training and demonstrate what I teach if there's a recession? Oh, can't do it, guys. Oh, can't come on a training. I'm in a recession and I'm having financial problems now. You guys think I might have had financial problems during the 2014 media fiasco, during the 2009 recession, during the 2020 COVID truth? Okay? Do you think I might have had some financial troubles?
Yes.
Did I still have to make videos? Did I still have to go out?
Yes.
How about when I got in a wheelchair? Did I still have to do seminars? Still have to do videos? Still have to go out? I have a wheelchair series coming out. It's like 15-ish videos shot from the wheelchair. I'm killing it in those videos. Great insights, great public speaking. Didn't let it get me down. Why? Frame. Okay, frame. And I'll get into what that means because I know you guys probably have a vague understanding. We'll go deeper on that. Don't worry, okay? I'll get you there. I'm gonna land the plane, baby, okay? I'm gonna take you to the promised land. So basically it's frame. So that has been my art form all this time. Now, what is the reason why other teachers won't teach you this? Let me tell you why. First of all, I came from a subculture where going out was mandatory. You had to do it. Back in the day, you also posted real life interactions. Can't do that anymore, right? But back in the day, you did. So these little podcasts, look, I love the different podcasts, but these podcaster guys, you gotta understand, what do you learn more from? Watching a 5-hour podcast or 90 seconds of a real life interaction?
90 seconds.
So back in the day, if you ran a podcast, people would just say, I don't need 5 hours, just post like a little 90-second clip, like pull your phone out, post a little 90-second clip, show what's going on, and that's all I need. I don't need all this. This is all kind of extra. Now, when you couldn't, now, let me ask you a question. Do you guys think that Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, et cetera, should be researching how human attraction works?
Yeah.
Okay, well, do they study how butterfly mating works? Do they study how ape mating works? Do they study how buffalo mating works? Do they study how bat mating works? Do they study how bear mating works?
Yes.
Why do they not study how human mating works? Too many sacred cows. Say that after me. Too many sacred cows. Too many agendas, say it.
Too many agendas.
Too much political piss in the pot.
Too much political piss in the pot.
There's too many structural agendas to really study it. They'll study this after I'm dead. I will be, and people like me, these weird kooks who just had the balls to say it. Okay, let me give it an example. One time I was at Date with Destiny, okay? Tony Robbins event. I'm a Tony stan. I love Tony. I'm on those nuts for sure. Now, okay, I love Tony. I've learned a lot from the guy. Tony knows what attraction is, okay? He knows. Oh, he knows. Oh, he knows, okay? Because I live in LA. So we got friends of friends of friends of friends, okay? We got friends upon friends upon friends upon friends. If I don't know the person, I know their social circle, I hear the stories. That guy, okay, I'll leave it at that. I'm not trying to put out anybody's business. He knows what attraction is, okay? Tony understands what attraction is, okay? Now, I'm sitting in Tony Robbins. I love Tony, okay? I recommend his seminars. I'm a fan. If I saw Tony, I'd piss my fucking pants, okay? I'm like, take my frame, Tony. Take it, okay? Now, Tony, I really would. Now, Tony, he's an OG to me, too. I love my OGs. I love Mystery. I love Tony. I love Eckhart. I love the Bible. I love Jesus. The OGs, okay? So, and Jesus above all, of course. Now, going from there, don't laugh. Now, going from there, basically what you have is Tony, so this guy is in the seat, right? And Tony's at Date with Destiny. We're in Palm Springs. Got a lot of value from the seminar. So Tony says, if you have a problem, write me a letter. I'll call you up. This was back when I was at the peak of my internet Z-list celebrity, okay? So a lot of people knew me. Big part of that room knew me. People coming up to me the whole time because they're into personal growth, and I was doing big things back then. So basically what happened is this guy writes this letter to Tony, and it's like, I want to kill myself because I can't meet a girl. It was along those lines, whatever it was, right? It's 2014. And they put the camera on this guy. And it's the guy right beside me. So imagine the audience. There's people that know me, right? What do you think they're saying in the audience? It's like 7,000 people there. People are like, oh shit, it's Owen. Owen. Owen's here. Owen's right there. Okay? So they take this little, I don't even mean, I'm just going to be descriptive, I don't even mean. So they take this little incel chode up to the front. So, look, I love all humans, but I'm being descriptive, okay? I'm a balding ginger, he's an incel chode. So they bring him to the front. Now, bring him up to the front, and they bring him to the front, and and Tony says, you know, if you want to meet someone, you got to know what your criteria is. What kind of person would you like to meet? And then he says, what are your values? If you know what your values are, you can find complimentary values. Look, I'm probably bastardizing what he said. Probably was a little more elegant. It was nice. You know Tony, he's only going to do good stuff. The guy lights up. He's going to meet a girl now. He starts clapping. The audience claps. The lights go on. Everybody cheers. He comes back. He's beaming. So I look at him. I go, bro, that's amazing. I go, bro, look, here's my YouTube channel. I teach this stuff. I'll take you out tonight. You think he comes out?
No.
No, he doesn't come out. Because he just wants to be told a lie that it's all going to be okay. do you think that if he knows what his values are and he goes out tonight in the Greek district that he can even open a single conversation with what he got out of that? But if Tony knows what attraction is, why didn't he just tell him the truth? I mean, Tony didn't lie, but why didn't he tell him the whole picture? Why didn't Tony tell him?
Because it's not attractive. It's all
Too many social penalties for just telling the damn truth. Too many, he becomes a heretic. And Tony's got to look at his, and look, don't blame Tony. Tony has told as much truth as a human could while being that big and having that big of a profile. But the problem is when you have that big of a profile, people start fighting over the information. At a certain point, you're not allowed to tell the truth. You can only tell these kind of platitudes that keep everybody from fighting with each other. Did you guys get that?
Yes.
So most of your sources are from places where they're giving platitudes. If we go right now, like ChatGPT has access to every video, right? Who here has ChatGPT? Okay, all right, break it out. Someone break out ChatGPT, and you're gonna, okay, do you have ChatGPT? Do you have the audio? Who here has the audio version?
I do.
Okay, you got the audio version, okay? Could you come up here for a sec? Okay, ask them. Okay, watch this. Okay, so ChatGPT has access to everything. And I think it's not gonna do a bad job, don't get me wrong. Okay. So here, just stand beside me here. Okay, ask ChatGPT, how do you attract women? Ask that.
How do you attract women, ChatGPT?
Well, confidence and being genuine definitely go a long way. It's all about being yourself and finding someone who appreciates you for who you are. Plus, a good sense of humor never hurts.
By the way, notice the verbiage. Say, could you repeat that? I want to point out the verbiage.
Can you repeat that?
Sure, I said that confidence and being genuine go a long way.
Go a long way. I didn't want to hear that. Okay, wait. Say repeat it and make it where it doesn't hear me.
Repeat it again.
Go max volume 2. Okay.
All right, I'll repeat it just for you. Confidence and being genuine go a long way.
Go a long way.
Hopefully you got that nice and clear now.
So did it lie?
No.
It knows that there's more. It knows there's more. But it says goes a long way. Tell it to repeat the first thing it said.
Repeat the first thing you said to me.
The very first thing I mentioned was that confidence and being genuine are really important. Just being yourself is key.
See that? Okay. Give a hand to ChatGPT, y'all. Okay. Don't kill us. It's gonna kill us. Okay, so, just kidding. It's not the beast from the book of Revelation. Now, let's keep going. The mark of the beast is not real. 2020, right? Not real. Okay, so let's keep going. You literally lived through the mark of the beast, and you're like, what's on TikTok? Now, okay, so let's keep going. So, that's serious. Like the mark of the beast, y'all, and you didn't even look at it. It's the mark of the beast. Okay, done. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, okay, so look. Okay, 666, feet of separation. Okay, now, okay. Okay, now, let's keep going. So, think about it this way. It literally happened. Okay, so now let's keep going. So basically, what you have is, don't mean to scare you. So now, so what happened is this. Okay, you guys know what the mark of the beast is? Yeah. You cannot buy or sell without the mark. You lived through it. Now, let's keep going. So now what you have is this, okay? And it's coming much worse. The chip. Now, okay, it's for your safety. They care about you. They care about you. Just like academia cares about you and ChatGPT cares about you. They'll tell you what goes a long way. They know. Tony knows. ChatGPT knows. Lots of people know where attraction comes from. Why won't Harvard cover it? Why won't Yale cover it? Why won't Stanford cover it? Why do they have to? Why some jackass like me become the guru? And why? And then how come I can't just share?
Sacred cows.
It's the sacred fucking cow. Okay, it goes against too many beliefs. So we look at things like not on the same level as bad as that, but we look at the Salem witch trials, and we're like, thank God society doesn't just ostracize people because we don't agree with their views. No, we do it that same impulse. We just do it digitally now. Now, by the way, if you destroy someone's digital presence in this day and age, when all commerce is done digitally, what have you done to them? You basically fucking murder them. Okay? It's like they could just live in their little fucking hut now. So what they do is they disincentivize truth telling. It's all disincentivized. Do you realize how crazy this shit is? Do you realize what it's like to be me and know what I know and always having to like just say these, just try to put a little hint there. Maybe someone caught it. I pray. Okay, now, anyway, let's keep going. Okay, so basically then so what you got to understand is, do you want me to do another side quest to tell you how to disseminate information or how to understand information?
Yes.
All right, let me explain to you. The core information is usually from a cult. Why is it from a cult? Because some weird cult, most people are not capable to think outside of the mainstream without a cult. That's pretty fucking pathetic in my view. I don't need a cult to think outside the mainstream, but most people do. Most people need the approval. They need to be told by their little followers that what they're saying is cool to think outside the cult because they're always in groupthink. So basically what you have is most people don't have the stamina to think for themselves. Mystery, all the club and all the girls tell me he's a man. Euphoria gets taken away. Suicide attempt. Okay, didn't actually attempt it, but he came close. Okay, see what I'm saying? Okay? Most people don't have the frame or stamina to think for themselves and to hold frame. By the way, that is one good point for the Looks Money crowd. Actually, they do have a point. You know what it is? Here's their point. Who here could say for me what the pro Looks Money people, what their actual point is, where it does make sense? What is it? Under what conditions is it true that looks and money matter a lot? Under what psychological conditions do you need that? If you're a bitch. So if you have no frame, if you lack frame, like most people, sadly, you need the looks and money to self-identify as cool, to then feel confident to live through your own frame, see the world through your own eyes, and feel certain of yourself. So actually, because most ugly, broke men have a pathetically weak frame, lack confidence, and are fucking losers, as a result of that, they do need that to have frame. But when someone says they need looks and money, what they think they're saying versus what they are saying are two different things. What they think they're saying is, I'm being judged on my looks and money. But what they're actually saying is, frame is all. I am not able to hold frame without living up to society's ideals. Because unless you have been trained, which I'm training you here, by the way, for free, because I believe in it that much, unless you've been trained on how to have frame, see the world through your own eyes, live in your own reality, actually look at things not through the groupthink, but through your own intellect, and in a humble way, by the way, where you're not just a fucking narcissist doing it as a gimmick, but it's balanced, and still able to have a mentor, but still seeing that mentor not from being in the mentor's frame, but through your own intelligence. That's subtle nuances here, okay? Probably going over your guys' heads, but the people watching the video, I'm gonna rewatch, okay? Because I'm just gonna skate over these like 1 hour, 2 hour video topics, just skating and flying over them. So again, to slightly rewind that, what is the consequence if you have the epiphany that frame is all, what is your mind likely to do that could hurt you? Once you realize what a gangster you are, what a G you are, once you go in your own frame, what happens when you realize that's bad? Some bad stuff actually can happen.
Stop engaging with the external world.
You're blind to, you have no reality testing. I'm the man, y'all. Well, now you're gonna jump off a building? You know, you think, you become the cult leader who thinks you can drink the Kool-Aid, go to Mars. You believe it, you believe every dumb shit. By the way, when you have frame like that, everyone just believes you. The people who think that frame doesn't matter believe that you guys are dumb. Imagine you're a looks and money guy, right? You're watching me at the front, telling the audience that frame is everything, okay? If you're at home and you're a looks and money guy, what do you think of this audience here? Retards. And what do you think as far as what you guys are to me? What do they think? What do they think when they see you? Suckers. And they go, they're just drinking Owen's Kool-Aid. They're just in Owen's frame. But if that's true, If that's true, then they believe in frame. That's funnier than you guys are laughing at right now, by the way. You're thinking that's a 5 out of 10 joke? That's a 100 out of 10 joke. Look at what I just did there. They're watching you. They have to reconcile the fact that I have all these people that come listen to me, right? So if they don't believe what I'm saying, how do they reconcile it? How do they reconcile that you are listening to my bullshit? How do they reconcile that?
You're brainwashing us.
I'm putting you in my frame. Now, it'd be funny for me to bring each of you up. And some of you guys are like, yeah, I'm a doctor. Oh, I'm a police officer. I'm a fireman. Like, like all these normal people would come up. Regular cool guys would come up. But they can't see that, right? They're at home going, I'm the smart one. I'm not going to believe this bullshit. Okay, getting a false sense of superiority for not listening to truth. But what I'm saying is this. If they think that y'all can be in my frame, why can they believe that a bunch of men can be in my frame and I can have millions of men around the world in my frame? Sucker, gotcha. But I couldn't meet a girl to be in my frame? And yet I've released countless videos of real life social interactions showing that, and they could easily go find it if they just looked. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see how dumb this is? So they acknowledge, so maybe what they believe is frameworks on men. It's gender specific. Okay. New discovery of biology, right? New discovery of biology. So, but in reality, of the two genders, which one's more likely to go in frame? Women. Sacred cow, okay. Why? War bride effect, if you know what that is. Do you guys know war bride effect?
Yes.
Okay, so anyway, okay, look that up. If you're at home, just take a minute, look up war bride. Okay, basically what it is that if a group of chimpanzees comes in, kills all the male chimpanzees, the females just jump on the new males. They fall in their frame. If a Viking comes and raids a British farm, kills the men, the women just go in the frame of the Vikings and they survive. The ones who didn't fall in a frame got weeded out by evolution. The ones who fall in frame live. The women who can harmonize with the environment lived because under a patriarchal system that was all that existed for millions of years, the women who didn't go in frame got ostracized or killed. So women are always hyper aware of the frame. So it's actually easier. Most cults, by the way, are women. You guys know that? You've seen some of these things? They make documentaries about them. Okay? So the thing is this, because it's fun for them to like be in a frame and have like weird rituals and stuff like that. The Democrat Party knows that, right? The Democrat Party knows that. That's why they get the women doing all this crazy shit on your knees. They're like, right? No, am I right or am I right, right? Like, come on, get on your knees. They're like, I thought you'd never ask. Like, I wish someone would have told me that, right? As a man, you're like, what are you doing? Get up. Okay? Only kneel to God. Like, what are you doing? Like, get up. Only kneel to God. What are you doing? Okay? What does a Christian cross represent in this day and age of total tyranny? Total technocrat-based tyranny? It represents I only am in the frame of God, not in the frame of some weird technocracy. That is, above all else, in this day and age of absolute tyranny and misinformation, which ironically the people being called misinformation is often the truth and the people calling it as misinformation. In that era, a Christian cross represents I bow only before God. Okay? Funny how that works. But anyway, I'll go, which then people think is misinformation because they don't even know how to read it. And then some people take it dogmatically, which then makes it look bad for everybody. There's a whole thing here, okay? We'll leave that alone for today. Okay. All right, so now let's keep going. So that frame that exists, I'm trying to tie a lot of threads here, okay? I'm probably the only guy on earth that can fucking tie together this many goddamn threads, okay? I'm ultra right brain dominant, so I try to do speeches with multiple threads, and I do what Trump would call the weave, okay? So we're weaving in here. You guys following the weave here? You guys following along here? Yeah. Okay, we're on a weave, okay? We're weaving. So let's weave back in a couple things, okay? So the frame thing, you gotta understand, whoever has the strongest frame wins. So if you see somebody who is good looking and rich, likely they have a weak frame. Now, they have a stronger frame than a broke guy who's ugly, because the broke guy who's ugly is probably in the groupthink, and he probably feels bad about himself. So he's not able to sustain frame. Then what happens is the good-looking guy is able to sustain frame with the say the word propping up. Propping up. And buoyancy. Propping up. And buoyancy of the groupthink. The groupthink is telling him he's good. Okay? How do you develop frame without the groupthink? Not need to be good looking, not need to be rich.
Self-delusion.
Because here's what I'm getting at. The place that the looks and money people are correct is that if you have no frame, then you better be good looking and rich. So that you can self-identify as being allowed to have frame, allowed to have winner effect, allowed to think laterally, allowed to feel at ease in your own skin. To be allowed to. You have permission, right? Consumer culture steals our frame and our winner effect and peace and self-acceptance and sells it back to us. That's what they taught us in the movie Fight Club. They put images in front of your head. This is the shit. This effeminate-looking man who's ultra lean, which is not what a 30-year-old man's supposed to look like, but he's ultra lean. I'm gonna actually have to get that lean because I have a broken leg and I gotta take the weight off it. It's gonna be so annoying when people are like, but you went ultra lean. I'm like, it's for my leg. But, okay, but you see where I'm getting at here? Is that really a good look for a man being ultra, ultra, ultra lean like a woman? Whatever happened to our society that men started looking at looks the way that, you know, for example, like a woman would? Are you beautiful? Have you guys seen some of the gurus online? They're like, you can look pretty. You can do your eyebrows like this. Be a real man. I'm like, what planet is this? I had a video this week about looks and money. I don't even put out a ton of them, but I do here and there. I'm making this one about it a bit, among other topics. And all underneath it, there's guys like analyzing my looks. Like, well, Owen's actually a 5. Owen's a 7. Like, well, he could like really looks max. It's like, dude, if you're a firework, then let yourself shine, baby. You know what I'm saying? You want some dick, just admit it. Like, it's 2025, bro. Just admit it that you're into guys and go shine, bro. I'll teach you, I'll take you out. I love gay people, okay? I fucking love gay dudes. Just admit it. Like, don't be like, yeah, like, you can get lean and like, your pecs will show and your eyebrows, like, looks maxing for girls. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. You know you want dick, and that's fine. Bro, like, people are so self-ashamed of the fact they want a bit of dick. Like, dude, if you're gay, own the fact that you're gay. Be yourself. Okay, it's 2025. No one's gonna hate on you, bro. Right? Be proud. You know what I'm saying? Be proud. But normal straight guys are not like, yeah, like that's not a fucking gay. Like, I'm born in the 70s, y'all. I'm born in the 70s. That's some weird shit in the 80s, the 90s. That was not a thing. It's just about being a confident fucking dude, about being a man. So, but guys forget this shit. They get hung up on it. Like, who's the prettiest of them all? Like, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the most beautiful of them all? Like, what happened to the damn community? Like, when I can't post real life interaction anymore, this is what it turns into. Like, yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, I can't, this is what, like, when the cat is away, the mice will play, right? Like, I can't post real life interaction anymore, and all of a sudden, our whole community is like, yeah, like, what the fuck, dude? This is what happens? Man, they're really getting us. These motherfuckers know how to bring us to our knees, bro. They're like, we're gonna turn them like, yeah, like, we'll just pull away this guy and we'll turn him into that. Look at what they've done. Look at what they've actually done. Look at what they've actually done. Look at what they've actually done to you. Look at what these fuckers of the hack job, the machete job they've done to your brain to steal your confidence. Okay? They're out to get you. Do you understand? I'm just kidding. They're your friends. They're your friends. They're your little friends. They care about you. They care about you. They want you to win. You can trust them. You can trust them. Don't think for yourself. Just lock down and sit in your house and be a big fucking bitch. Ta-da! My new hit. Thank you. That's my new hit. That's my new hit. Okay? We're going to the top, okay? Jay Bieber, I'm standing on business. This is clocking to you. Do you understand? It's called the suck that groupthink dick. Suck that dick. All I'm doing right now is giving you a window into how I think in my brain when I'm alone. This is literally like, this is just called, it's not even a speech. It's just like a window. Like, it's like, I'm just like that. Like, this is what's in my brain. Like, this is how I see the world. Authentically, this is how I see the world. I'm just sharing. You guys clap for me at the start. You gave me permission. This is what you got. Okay? So, so anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
If you want to know how fucked up and how fucking warped in the brain I am, I see a guy that's not bald, I view it like he's not a silverback gorilla. Like if he was actually older, he would have that silverback streak of being bald. And I see a guy who's not a bit chubby, and I view it like he can't afford to go to 5-star dinner. That's how I see it in my brain. That's literally how my brain sees it. But again, now that may be delusional, maybe, maybe not, but that's frame. So if I see some pretty boy, I'm not intimidated. I see a guy that's rich, I view it as a guy that's trying too hard at a mark. Now, let's go back to our little chart. You guys want the chart?
Yeah.
Let's do the chart, okay? So, so we have like the Johari square. Unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, unconscious competence, okay? We'll make the Owen Cook chart. It's like ugly, broke, and in the group think. Then you have rich, like how some guys are drawing the charts. Yes. Okay, so broke, ugly, and in the group think. Then you have good looking and rich and in the group think. Which one's better? Good looking and rich, right? Then you have broke and ugly, but not in the group think. It has frame. And then you have good looking, rich, and having frame. Now, what guys will do is they'll say, yeah, but wouldn't it be better if you're rich and good looking and you had frame too? You're gonna lose to the guy who's rich and good looking and has frame. But here's the thing, the rich good looking guy rarely has frame. Why?
Because he's rich and good looking.
He leans on it.
Because he's leaned on it his whole life. Eckhart Tolle says you can be enlightened in a jail cell or enlightened in a private plane, but you're actually more likely to be enlightened in a jail cell. Because in a private plane, you're not gonna be like, I am one with the source, I will breathe, I will meditate. You're like, I'm in a fucking private plane, I'm gonna fuck some hoes, I'm gonna like smoke some weed, I'm gonna right? But in a jail, you're gonna be forced to meditate. A guy who's not that good looking and not rich is likely to be forced to build frame if he even knows that that's a thing. So what happens is this, you see that rich guy or good looking guy at the club and he brought his sand to the beach. You walk up, you start chatting. Your frame is stronger. Because your frame is stronger, then what winds up happening is you start getting the attention because people gravitate to whoever has the strongest frame. And also who's funnier, who's wittier, who's able to pump state more, who the buyer-seller dynamic, it's clear that they're so self-satisfied they don't need anything, so they become a source of validation. So then what happens is that rich good-looking guy, he tries to joke with you, and you're like, yeah, bro, amazing, you're super cool. And then you go back to chatting the people that he came with, and his state sinks. And his state sinks because he has been taking in emotional nourishment, buoyancy, and leverage from the group think. He has never had to strengthen his frame. He never had to. His frame was given to him. You walk in, you know the magician's trick that you don't have to buy in. You can choose not to buy in. His frame gets cooked in 2 seconds. Boom! You're like, it's like Mars Attacks. You're like a little alien going, beep, 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 and people are just vanishing. They're running away. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. There are some rich dudes in LA, good-looking rich guys, like dudes that have done hair like I know one guy, he's worth 300 to 400 mil. He's 6'2", classically good-looking, hair transplant, on steroids, good-looking guy. He's always out at tables, okay? I'm a bit of a dick. I'm not trying to tell you to do this. This is bad, so don't do this. But I honestly think that out of some weird bit, and I regret that I did this, and I'll tell you because it's kind of sad. I regret that I did this. But because these dumb fucks on the internet are always talking all this shit about looks and money, I think that weirdly I kept ganking him because I would do it as a weird unconscious like get back at all the people online. But that's really not his fault, so actually I'm taking that out on him. But he would always come with all these people, and I'd wind up just like leaving with them again and again and again and again. And I would do it every time I saw him for like a year, okay? And there was a couple other guys I did that with too. I remember one dude, I was out at a conference. It was a business conference, and this guy was there, and I've done this to him at the club countless times. And he came in with somebody, and I looked at him, and I went, hi, like that. And I have this thing that I call go in, show it, and then explode, where you go in, and you're like, you go in like very beta, you're like, hi, like that, you're like, how are you guys doing? Like very innocent, like a little baby. And then bam, right? And then you explode, you go full fucking G mode, okay? So I see him and I go, hi, like that, right? And he's like, oh shit. He actually grabbed the person he's with, threw them over his shoulder, and ran out the restaurant. Okay? But anyway, but the other guy that happened with too, this guy, I remember I kept going to his tables. This guy will buy tables. And I kept going, and it was just like real bad. And finally one time I saw him twitching. I was taking all the attention away from him, and he was twitching and twitching. And I started to feel bad for him. But of course I still, proceeded. And anyway, but I saw him at Runyon Canyon in LA hiking. And he actually walked up to me, and it's like this big, huge, jack, good-looking guy, rich as hell, but got about 300-400 mil. And he comes up to me, like I never met him, right? So I viewed him as like the embodiment of all these fucking morons that are stuck on looks and money thing. And I see him, and he walked up, he said, hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? I said, yeah. He said, hey, I see you're trying to get back in shape. Actually, I'm coming off my broken leg, and he saw that. He's like, hey man, I see your, or it was some injury I had. It might have been broken leg, it might have been my ACL. But anyway, I see him, and he says, hey man, would you ever like me to help you train? So he doesn't know what frame is. He doesn't know about frame. He doesn't know about social skills. So he actually thought it was looks and money. So he made all this money. He took steroids, all this stuff. He said, hey man, if you ever want to train, I'd love for you to come up to my crib. I got a big fat crib. You can come train sometime, because like, I don't know all that and so he goes, I don't have all that like personality stuff like you have. So he doesn't know what frame is. So he calls it personality, which is what it is. I don't know all that personality stuff. So like, that's like kind of how I try to do it. Like I try to just, I just try to be in good shape, and maybe you could help me with like some of the personality stuff. I could help you to train, right? And I was like, I'm really sorry, man. I gave him a hug. I'm like, I shouldn't have done that, man. He's like, it's okay. Right? It was like a moment, like I felt bad for him. And all because these jackasses on the internet got me all hyped. I'm not trying to blame people, it's my fault. But like all these people that I had to listen, so I will always go in and smoke these dudes just again and again and again and again and again and again and again, like pretty much every night. And I realized at that point I should stop doing that, because I realized that actually these rich, good-looking guys are kind of pathetic. They're like little babies. Like they're literally little babies who they didn't have confidence, they didn't have frame, so they thought that if they got rich or they got super jacked that they could finally be confident, they could finally be attractive. And a guy with frame is about 100x their strength. And as a result of that, like I actually should have seen them for what they were, which is kind of just like grown little kids. So I stopped doing that for the most part. I still do it sometimes, but I mostly stopped doing that. So, but that's the level that you're like, you got to understand, like I'll be sitting in a banya, pot belly out, back hair, bald, and I'll see some super jacked guy with washboard abs, and he came with someone. I just start chatting, and you know that because I have frame, I'm going to get the attention about 8-9 times out of 10. On occasion, that guy actually is not in the group think. Some of those dudes are not in group think. Some of those big stud guys that are loaded are not in group think. It's like maybe 1 in 10 or so that are not in it, and they're gonna dummy you, they're gonna body you, they'll body you like that. Like they'll kind of like come back at you. They got frame too, and so they just start talking back. You're like, you got me, bro. Right? You got it. But I like that. I'm like, you got it, man. Good shit. Like good for you. You got the money, you got the looks, and you got frame. But it's so rare, and even then, guys always want to look at it like, because here's what guys do. They'll hear that, and then rather than going and saying hi to people and learning social skills, rather than building their frame, they'll just keep like a little worker bee, go in the gym, building money, and saying, someday I'll go say hi to people. Someday I'll go say hi to people. Well, I want to be at a point where when I start saying hi, I've also got looks to the money. So I want to be there, and then when I start, I'll be at that point. Guys, if you want to do that and you're that motivated, hell yeah, go make meals. Hell yeah, go get in shape. But build social skills while you're doing it. Here's the other side of it. Where's the easiest place to make money in today's day and age? Where?
Social media, internet.
Especially with AI coming, it's going to be all AI building and personal brand. Everything else can be taken over by fucking robots and AI. But people will still want to meet up with real people. That's why you're here right now. You can just watch my videos. You came here. You can monetize your social skills. So people will say, wait until you have money to go learning social skills. Wait a minute. Right now, if I want to not do my weird esoteric social training that I do, and I want to shift into something else, can I do it?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you ran a business, what would you pay me to come do sales for you?
A lot.
What would you pay me to come give visionary ideas that are outside the box? So you're telling me wait until you're rich to build social skills, when in building that, not from the way that and again, the OG, love the guy, but not from the way that Mystery was doing it, where, and again, learned a million, I have all other videos where I learned from him. Whole other videos where I learned from him. The OG, okay? For real, not kidding. But in that up and down spiky way, chasing validation, but from a standpoint of stabilizing the brew. You gotta stabilize the brew. So what you do is you build frame on a stable foundation. Wow. I've done over 100 million in sales out of my little old mouth. Okay? Titties go in, money shooting out. So, and people are like, so people come to me, they're like, it's all about looks and money. I'm like, you don't know shit. Or be like, well, you should wait until you have money to learn social skills. I'm like, but I didn't do that, and I did 100 million plus in sales. And I didn't even try. I mostly just go camping and party, and I did 100 million in sales. I did that like as an afterthought, not even really trying during most of it, except during spurts where actually my social skills went down. So you're telling me this, why? Okay, option A, build frame, build speaking skills, build confidence, build lateral thinking skills, come into your own, and then go be a visionary for a business and be an ambassador for your personal brand and do the sales yourself. Option B, write code or some shit for 10 years. Look, both can work. Elon got rich. Don't get me wrong, he also had the best trainers. But you know the point that I'm getting at here. You can get rich learning this stuff too. It's not either or. I didn't tell you just be out at the bar, smoking. Like when people say don't go out because you should build your business first, they're coming from a frame of how a beta male does it, where they need drugs and alcohol to build frame. They're doing it from a different space. Do I need to get high? Would this speech be better high? Maybe.
I doubt it.
Would this speech be better drunk?
No.
Do I need to get drunk to tell a joke? Do I need to get drunk to hold frame? Guys poison their own brain with alcohol to shut down the networks in their brain that stifle them so they can finally have winner effect. Do you realize that? That's why guys need booze. That's how stifling the modern society is, that you need booze. Fucked up. Would you like to know how to build frame?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a big yes?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Gotta clap for me. I don't know, I'm shy. Nah, I'd probably chase you out the door trying to tell you. I'm like, you gotta ask me, but if you guys ran, I'd be like, wait, come back, I wanna tell you frame. Okay, because I love this shit, I truly love it. Okay, so frame works like this, okay? You guys locked in? Okay, so frame works like this, and I'll probably get this slightly wrong. It's a complex issue. Okay, so let me explain. All right, who here has ever watched a magician take a pen and make it go puff and disappear? Okay, is that kind of weird when you see that?
Sure. Yeah.
You ever wonder how that happens?
Sleight of hand.
So it's sleight of hand, okay? They basically do a maneuver where they move it really quick. But let me explain to you. So do you remember I told you I explained how magic works? Back to the mystery thing?
Yeah.
Mystery does magic and you try to do it, it doesn't work? We're getting that now, as promised. Promise given, promise delivered. Get ready, okay? So mystery back in the day would do magic, right? Now I'm this little chumpy guy, and I'm watching my mentor, I'm watching the OG, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, how the fuck did this motherfucker make a fucking straw disappear? Or he levitate it too, he'd make it fucking float. The guy make the fucking straw float, okay? Turn the frogs gay. So he's doing this shit, and how the fuck is he making float? So Mystery told me, he said, Owen, he said, here's what you don't want. You don't want, if you do a magic trick, which is really called an illusion, you don't want the illusion to be where they clap for you, and you don't want the illusion to be, what's the trick? So Mystery would dress the part, and he would build it up. It's all in the setup. So he has a very strong frame, especially when he has validation. Can lose it sometimes if he doesn't have the validation. But the OG. So what happens is he is he's using his frame to tell you it's going to disappear. Enjoying that vape? Okay. Beta male winner effect in a can. Dig it. Maybe I should smoke it, right? Maybe my son should smoke it, right? Okay, so maybe your son should smoke it. You don't want your son to smoke a vape, right? Why don't you love yourself not enough to put that vape down?
I don't have a son.
Why do you quit right now?
I actually don't vape that often. It's just more of like a every once in a while. If one just,
Okay.
Oh, Rob.
And keep up your beta male in a can winner effect. Now, only because I love you. Okay, now, by the end of this fucking Sunday, this guy's gonna throw down that vape and he's gonna stop forever. You guys excited for stop forever? Yeah. Okay. Peer pressure. The Colts. Okay, so okay, so check it out. So guys, all right, let's lock in. We'll get him. So let's lock in. He's gonna stop that one way or the other, boys. Okay, so so what happens is sometimes it's good to be frame control, bro. That's why you pay mentors sometimes. Sometimes they can help you. So the point is, you have
His frame is telling
yeah, his frame is telling you. Thank you, Eric. His frame is telling you this fucking thing's gonna disappear, but he's communicating with frame. Because he's using frame control, repeat this after me. You don't believe what you see. You see what you believe. So for example, you ever see people maybe under the comments of my videos, and they're like, this video sucks. And sometimes they'll even give a little essay about why the video sucks. And even I'll read the comment, I'm like, maybe the video does suck. Like, some of this stuff is true. I'm like, but wait a minute. I'm like, I paid my own money to fly out, do a free event. I studied this shit for over 2 decades. I gave it the best effort I have. Couldn't suck that bad. But the guy watching it who's making the comment is convinced it sucks. And what he's nitpicking in it, some of it's probably fake, but some of it's real. He believes it. He's coming in thinking this guy sucks. Look, did any of you guys initially think my shit sucks and then later maybe come around at a different like waypoint, but initially you're like, this guy sucks? But you can tell me.
Yeah, when I read the game, they painted you in a bad light, but then when I watch your content, I'm like, this is completely not what is.
Yeah, so you're in Neil's frame. Neil wrote that before he knew that YouTube would ever come out. He wouldn't have written like that if he knew YouTube was coming. That's a funny one. He thought I'd never have a platform. But I love Neil. Now, look, the point is this, okay? So, I actually do. I love the guy. But it's just, damn, bro. Shit, man. I never knew a man could have PMS. So, anyway, I'm just kidding. So look, the point, I actually have love for Neil, but I'm just making the point, like, it's quite, I mean, geez, right? But what I get at is this. So, if any of you guys ever see my videos and initially be like, it sucks, and maybe only later you came around a bit, anyone here ever had that experience? Okay, all right, okay, get him. And the vape guy. Okay, so. That's fucking funny. Okay, so anyway, so what I'm saying, he actually looks a bit scary. He's like, fuck, right? Okay, no, but thank you for coming around. What I'm getting at is this, okay? So, if someone comes in thinking this shit sucks, their mind is finding evidence of it. Mystery is a master at his craft because not just the skill set of the sleight of hand, but his frame and his image and the way he presents himself, okay? So in the same way, if you want to get better with attraction, it's about image, like the way that you carry yourself and your frame, that you're a little bit of a Don Juan or a fun guy or an F-boy or, whatever, right? You're a social guy, but you have that kind of dialed in, like Roman Royale, right? He has it dialed in. Roman's a master of this too. But again, a lot of guys that are kind of chumpish, they're wearing New Balance shoes, a button-down shirt. Not that you couldn't wear that, and they're like, hi there. They've done nothing with image, nothing with frame. They're in the groupthink. They're not that funny, and I'll dig into this as we go along, okay? And then they wonder why it doesn't work. They blame their looks. They blame their money because it's the easiest thing to blame, and it's also the less abstract thing to fix. Do you guys follow that? What I just said? Yeah. The looks and money thing. It seems like an easier direction than all of these subtle social nuances to work on. But as weird as what I'm saying sounds, go out and you'll see how quickly what I'm saying adds up. Have any of you guys ever heard a lot of this weird stuff and you go and you try to like, whoa! Who here's had that experience? Okay, hands way up if you had that experience, right? Like, you hear what I'm saying, you're like, that couldn't really work. Then you go, you're like, hot damn. You're like, what the fuck, right? So it makes more sense when you go out. Look, even the giant beard in the middle of the day is a little weird. when we're all out partying later tonight, you'll see how quickly this starts to make sense. Because you're in a different state, okay? I'm kind of vanilla when it comes to sex. I'm not that kinky. But you know how some people be like spitting in each other's mouths and like slapping each other and stuff, right? I'm kind of vanilla. I'm not into that. But for the people who like that, which most people do, that kind of behavior doesn't make sense from a sober-minded 12 p.m. on a Tuesday standpoint. But when there's been a ramp up, it starts making more sense, right? Because they're in a different state of mind. The beard is weird, right? When I'm just sitting here, as MGK would say, the beard is weird on Tuesday at 1 p.m. at the grocery store. Like, guy's got a little bit of a beard, right? When we're out fucking partying, and I'm with a bunch of girls, and I'm the guy who's just partying harder than everybody with the big beard, they're like, we love the beard, ah! You know, they go crazy, right? Peacocking is like that too. Mystery's outfit looks so dumb when you see it at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. You put him out in a crazy party in Vegas, that guy lords the venue. And a lot of people will try to make fun of Mystery for that. They go, look how he's dressed. Yeah, bro, on Tuesday at 2 p.m., the top hat looks kind of dumb. Come out to a club where you can't even open a conversation beside him, and we'll see what you think of the fucking top hat and the PVC pants. Okay? That shit makes a lot more sense at 3 a.m. in Vegas than it does on Tuesday. So what people will do to diss Mystery is they'll go, well, look at how he dresses, the peacocking, it's dumb. And people believe it because they don't have the balls to copy what he did. Or not copy, but they don't have the balls to try what he did. See how that works? Funny, right? Yeah. A lot of the weird stuff that I teach, like strong frame or vocal projection, sounds dumb at 11 a.m. on Thursday. Vocal projection on Friday night at 1 a.m. on the street, you need that because of competing stimulus. My entire personality that I show in these seminars is showing you how to get over the volume and the competing stimulus. Say the word get over, competing volume, of the music, and the crowd, getting over, competing stimulus, of competition guys. That's what I'm actually showing you. That's why I do my speeches without speakers when I can. Sometimes it's so big a room I can't. Sometimes I have too many events in a row and I can't because I've just got event back to back. But if it's like, even if it's just once a week and not too big of a room, I could easily do it. Even a real big room. Now, so I'm showing you things that don't really make sense from a more logical state, but at a party where there's a bunch of smoke shows, it starts to make sense, okay? It just is a little weird and out of context. That's why a lot of people find my stuff inaccessible, because it's like, what the fuck is this guy saying? But they're not understanding the environments that I'm helping them with. But also, then they go, well, that would never work in the day, but it also works in the day too. That's kind of funny. But we'll get to that. Anyway, so here's what I'm saying. You don't need it as much in the day, but it will still work. Now, Mystery does the illusion, right? He tells you this is going to disappear. Then when he just does a sleight of hand, puff, the brain fills it in because of what's called RAS. Say the word RAS. RAS. Reticular activation system equals your selective focus, what you screen out, what you focus on. So in other words, if you believe that the fucking pen's gonna disappear or gonna levitate, and you believe that, and you're primed to believe that by the person's persona and frame, then they go, they kind of just go blah like that. I don't wanna like reveal the way of doing it, but they go blah, and it just goes away. It's fucking weird, man, when you see it. It's fucking weird. Now, once you know what it is, it doesn't fool you anymore. But it's fucking weird. So seeing that illusionism can exist, will you guys concede that perception is very flexible? Yes. Okay? Let's go deeper. Hypnosis. My boy Marcel can tell you, you're not a man anymore. You're a woman. You're a stripper. Give a lap dance to Owen. You will strip your clothes off. He'll have to tell you to leave your underwear on. And you'll start grinding on me. You know how I know? Because he pranks me with this shit every time we do a fucking seminar together. He'll be like, he'll prime them. I'll walk in, and the next thing you know, a bunch of dudes fucking strip down and start grinding on me. And I get a tingle, and I wonder, so what I'm saying is that I come and I go, why? Okay, so he'll do this, right? He'll fuck with me. Then he'll prime them and he'll tell them that to believe they're me. And then guys start jumping up on the stage and you can actually see what someone perceives me as. And they'll literally go up there like, hi guys, I'm Owen, right? Like, you think looks at money matter? You're a bitch. And I'm like, and Marcel like whispers, he's like, that's what they think of you. This is what they think you look like. He'll get a leftist gay guy to become a pro-Trump right-winger. You can see this in Darren Brown. Who here's watched Darren Brown? He'll get an atheist to believe they're religious. He'll get a religious person to believe they're an atheist. Watch Darren Brown. Here's a question I have for y'all. You've seen that magic exists. You've seen that hypnosis exists and that someone can believe they're a different person. But you're never curious why? You never like did a little Google search? Like, hey Google, what the fuck? Why does shit just disappear? Why does a guy think he's someone else? Is MK Ultra type things real? Doesn't mean MK Ultra's real, I don't know. But type things real. Is it possible that some of these mass incidents that you see, that someone was brainwashed to do it? And it gets a little scary. Like, other people watch Marcel, and they go, oh, cool trick, bro. I watch Marcel, I can't sleep. I don't like it when he does that shit. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I mean, I like it in the sense it's amazing, and he's amazing, but it's like scary. I mean, it says a lot about the world, about the mass programming people are in, the consumer culture, the lockdowns, the fear, the division, political polarization. It says a lot about a lot of things, right? Your brain goes, oh shit, we're on a fucking group psychosis here. Crazy. So if that can be true, if something can vanish using strength of frame, if you can believe you're someone else using strength of frame, if all y'all can be here by the strength of my frame as guys, you couldn't just meet someone you're attracted to and have a strong frame? One person? But no, you should just take your Honda Civic, drive to GNC, get protein powder and creatine, go to 24-hour fitness, pound away, and then ask your boss for a raise. And eventually when you get from 60K a year to 80K a year, and you can bench press 30 more pounds, then someone will love you. Because by the way, if we could all have a Bugatti, if we could all have a Bugatti and 300 mil, like that'd be dope, right? But if that's not likely to be your situation anytime soon, wouldn't it be better to maybe just learn to believe in yourself? Yeah. Wouldn't that be a bit of a faster way? And then from that point, go make the mills? You see where I'm getting at here? Yeah. Here's another point I'd like to make. I live in LA in a fat crib, right? I live in a fat mansion in Hollywood Hills. I have been doing this since living in closets, both in mansions and not in mansion closets. If you know, you know, right? But what I'm saying is, I've done this from the jump. I do this when I'm staying at an Airbnb. I do it when I'm staying at a mansion. But even the mansion that I have, I want to explain this to you. Our friend Carolina, who's outside, she's been to, I'll bring her in later to make the point, right? But she's been to endless mansion parties. And if I ask her, like, is my mansion impressive? She'd be like, yeah, I love your mansion. But she's been to way better mansions. If I put her on it, like, if I spend 30 grand on a yacht and rent it and take it out, I'm like, are you impressed by my yacht? She'd be like, it's very nice. She's been on a $300 million yacht. I could go to the gym and hammer the gym, but she'll be with better looking guys. You're not, the average guy, unless you're genetically gifted, even if you train for 7 or 8 years straight, are never gonna be the Bugatti equivalent of looks. You're gonna be the Lexus. You're gonna go from a Honda to a Lexus. I might go from a Gremlin to a Lexus. But you're still never the Bugatti. Is there anybody in here who's trained for maybe like, a decade plus? Who here is trained for a decade plus? So if I get you to stand up, just stand up for us, right? I mean, look, use your camera. Use the camera, okay? The camera. So he's trained. Would you guys say he looks way better than my shape?
No.
No, he does. Actually, sadly, with enough layering, he might not even. But the point is, like, you look great, bro. You earned it. You built it. You probably didn't even take juice, right?
I did at one point.
He even did a little juice. But he did a year of steroids, okay? But
taking it.
Okay, so bro, you look great. I love it. It's good for you. It's good for, well, maybe not the juice, but overall good for y'all to be in shape. And a little juice probably wouldn't kill you, but the point is this, right? Yeah, not gonna kill you, but the point is this. Is that gonna be enough? Like, if you take him, so here, walk up here for a second, I wanna make the point, okay? Okay, so I wanna point out this to you so you can understand it, okay? So, stand right here, I gotta kind of squish in. But like, say hi to the audience.
What's up?
Okay, so what's his volume like compared to mine?
It's really loud.
Ask them, say, how are you guys doing?
How you guys doing?
Okay, so do you guys see what a woman is seeing? So if she's looking, she might, well, he has bigger arms, but I have bigger frame. So where's the attention going right now? Now that's a decade of training.
Yeah, no.
Give me a hand, guys, give me a hand, okay? Now, has anybody here had like some really good professional progress? Like you've done great at work. You're making more money than you used to. Here, put your. So come up here. You know this is going. Okay. Say hi to the audience.
Yo,
Ask them how they're doing.
how you doing?
Good.
Okay. So do you guys think that professional progress helped him in the slightest? No. I'm sorry, it didn't at all. Okay, have a seat. I'm gonna help you. Daddy will provide. Okay. Daddy will take you home. Okay. So I'm gonna help you. Okay. I'll show you. Guys. When people see me bagging on the looks and money thing, it's not that guys will say, this is kind of the conspiracy. Owen says this because he sells social skills training. Well, guess what? I sell social skills training, it's true. But at the same time, guys, if I wanted to, I could sell a wealth building training. And I could tell you, well, hey, you've made great progress in your career, but you need even more money. That's why you're lonely. I'm not even saying that you're lonely, but just in theory. That's why you're lonely. Your career, and you'll believe it. I'll say to you, yeah, you might have got big, but you could still lose some body fat, right? You could be leaner. Hey, bro, it's really when you cut in those single-digit body fats, that's when the results are coming. And you'll believe, you know why? It's more mainstream approved, it's more common knowledge, and it's easier to understand, and the key here being less abstract than my weird shit, right?
Yes.
Looks and money are easier to understand, more widely agreed upon, and less abstract than my weird multi-hour word salad, which I have laid out. Like, I try to make these speeches more artistic and show you a bit of frame and a bit of swag within the speech. I have things like Blueprint Decoded where I laid out academically, by the way. Or you can read books on NLP, hypnosis, illusions. You can read books on psychology. You can learn this stuff. Or you can watch it. Or you can come out with me, the best way. So, but what I'm trying to show you here is that it's not that I want you to make more cash. I want you to get rich. My video this week was about how to get rich. I want you to get in better shape. I want to be in better shape as I get older so I can live longer. But the truth is, like, even if you're in like 200K a year now, bro, with where you're at with your frame, it's not going to get you over the hump. And you're in great shape, but even if you get down to single-digit body fat or a bit more muscle, it's not likely to get over the hump. It's good stuff to have, but it's not going to get you over the hump.
So, I don't want to cut in, but I go to the gym and I see it all the time. I can feel the insecurity.
Here, come and share it. I love what you're saying. Come and share it.
So
So I'm trying to show someone at home who doesn't agree with me and thinks I'm bullshitting how I'm seeing it. So share that a little bit. I'm just showing you what I'm seeing from all of my field experience and training people in real life every weekend.
No, I agree with Owen because when I'm in the gym, I see people trying to compensate. They're in the gym, but I can feel their insecurity. They're not congruent, and I can tell that they're just trying to compensate. And so I agree with everything Owen's saying.
Thank you. Give me a hand for that. He agreed with me. Clap for him for being in my groupthink pockets. Clap for him for drinking the Kool-Aid. So what I'm getting at is, hell yeah, like, going to the gym will extend your life. Going to the gym could help you with focus. Going to the gym can help you with a lot of things. Going to the gym make you more attractive. Going to the gym make you feel good. It's all great. Making money means that you can afford to take my training. So make money and spend it with me, y'all. Okay? Make your money. Give it to me. Make your money. Take a vacation. Give it to your kids. Make money. It's important. But what I'm saying is we get out to the club. We go out tonight. And with where you're at in your frame, you'll think the money's going to get you over the hump. And it's probably not. It's probably not. Not only that, but when they see you as a provider, and I'm going to go deeper on this in a second. This is really potent stuff. When they see you as a provider, that shit will also make it even worse. And I'll explain why in a minute, okay? And if I forget, remind me, because this is really important. What it says about you, it says something specific about you if you drank the Kool-Aid that looks the money thing, okay? So let me try to, and the provider thing. So let me try to show you this, okay? This is very, very key. Remind me if I forget, okay? It's called the one-of-one concept, super key. Okay, so basically what frame is, okay, so try to follow here, okay? So we're building the sandcastle here together, okay? We're building the sandcastle here together, guys. We're building a framework. We're building an understanding, okay? So what happens is, what we have is this kind of dolphin-like sonar. It's called social pinging. Say dolphin-like sonar.
Dolphin-like sonar.
Say social pinging.
Social pinging.
Make some weird thing and just indulge my childlike humor and go ding ding. Or go meh meh. Okay, thank you. So what happens is, when you say something, we gather, let me actually circle back. We gather information either through first-hand experience, say first-hand experience, or second of all, groupthink.
Groupthink.
So basically, what we tend to do is if I run at that window right now, okay, and I'm like, fuck it, fuck that elevator, I'm gonna bash my head through the window like a Power Ranger, jump through the window, and I'm gonna fly out the window and land because I don't want to have to take the stairs. And I start to do that. What will you guys look like if I just start to make a run at the window? You'll go, like that, right? You'll make a video. That dolphin, you're like, record this shit. That dolphin-like sonar, if I'm in the group think, will go, wait a minute, as I run there, they're freaking out. That means I am wrong. So this is what allows us to benefit from collective knowledge. Say benefit from collective knowledge.
Benefit from collective knowledge.
Some groupthink is good. Okay? Right? If I just pull down my pants and start taking a shit, what will the look be like in the room? Clapping, right? Now, then, if I pick it up and I go to eat it, I'm like, chocolate. I love me some chocolate. What will the room look like? Well, aside from the smell, which we have biologically, and you know, a fear of heights we have biologically, so it's not just the frame. Some of it's biological. I'll know, wait a minute, they're looking at me weird, I shouldn't do this. Okay? So that's the group think. Now, do any of you guys remember this 4 or 5 hour video, I think it's 4 hours, 40-minute video, where I was bagging on everybody for not clapping for Ibrahim? You guys remember that? So Ibrahim had been up on stage for like, I don't know, 5 hours. Kind of like Zach was up earlier, right? Doing the exercise with you guys? You guys have fun with the exercises? Yeah, I like to kind of combine like the exercise and then the seminar, okay? So I got to come to the seminar, do the exercises. So what happens is, he's up there. Now I walk in and everyone's like kind of in the halo effect, like Owen came, our ginger daddy came here, right? Which for me is like so funny. Now, that happens, and then they all got locked in on me, and then Ibrahim just kind of slinked off. He'd killed it. And I'm like, guys, you're here to learn how to not be in groupthink. What's the reason everybody didn't clap? Because here's what happens. The sonar goes off. You think to clap. You look around. Nobody else is clapping. And so because nobody else is clapping, you're in the groupthink. The sonar, the little pinging, the social pinging radar is telling you, no one's clapping, don't do it. So we look at atrocities like the Holocaust, and we wonder how it happened. Well, I don't have a definitive understanding of it, but I would say that one thing we can say is something called groupthink. It's when groupthink goes fucking wrong. Badly, maybe worse ever. And so what you see is everybody just says it's okay to do it, and that becomes the groupthink. Now, after the Holocaust happened, and I'll keep this quick because I mentioned in other videos, they were wondering how that ever could have happened. German people are some of the coolest people. So how the fuck did they buy into that bullshit? So they did something called the Milgram experiment. In the Milgram experiment, they pull people off the street, and a guy in a lab coat would say, hey, look, you're going to turn up electricity, and this guy behind a glass wall, you're going to see how much you can electrocute him. Don't worry if he's screaming, he's fine. And as long as the guy in the white lab coat would tell the person to turn it up, almost everybody would go to the point where the guy's screaming and writhing in agony, and they'd go, I don't think I should do this. And the guy's like, just do it. And basically everybody would do it. Now you hear that and you go, I wouldn't do it. I promise you, there's maybe one person max in here that wouldn't do it. And I'm saying that because I know that none of you can handle that you would, so I'm letting you think you're the one person. But you're actually not. No, of course you are, baby. You wouldn't fall for the Milgram experiment. Yeah. Now, there's another one I believe is called the Osh experiment, where you're in a doctor's office, and they have like a yellow, or they have a red card or yellow card, whatever it is, right? There's 10 people, and 9 of the people in the room are actors. So what they do is, so I'm going to imitate it. So everyone say, I'm going to imitate the experiment, right? So this is white, but just say that it's black. I want you to show what it looks like. So let's say that you're the person in the experiment, okay, you. So just say the word black. So what color is this?
Black.
What color is it?
Black.
What color?
Black.
What color is this?
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 Black.
What color is this? Oh, he got it. But in the experiment, the person will just go black. I think it was with red and yellow.
Yeah.
So what's happening is it's that same thing where you look for the clapping. That's why guys need looks and money, because they need to be told by the 9 other people, you're rich, you're good looking, you're allowed to be cool, you're allowed to be confident, you're allowed to have frame. Now, we can understand that this mechanism is fucking silly. Why doesn't the mainstream education system try to rid us of this in school?
Easier to control people.
Because it's created by, was it Rockefeller, whoever it was, right? Try to get you in little rows, get ready for factory work. So they're not going to be like, let's deprogram the fucking group thing. But then what happens is, they also have things like, they'll fight back against, they'll say that we have to remove the First Amendment, we have to remove the Second Amendment, because if people hear bad information, they might go harm someone. If you're worried that people will hear bad information and go harm someone, that doesn't mean that you go to tyrannical government-style removal of the First Amendment. That means that you go fix the stupidity that is allowed to prosper in the public education system. You teach people not to be blinded by hateful information. Look, someone like me, if I heard a misinformation, guys who try to go to the gym are losers and you should beat them up, and I heard a bunch of people that believe that, am I going to go try to fight him? Well, first of all, he'd probably beat me up. But the point is, am I dumb enough to believe in that?
No.
People that are not in the group think are never racist, never sexist, never homophobic, never hateful. They're unlikely to be violent. Why? Because if you're not in the group think, you love people because you realize how beautiful people are, because people are objectively beautiful. Only a fucking moron in group think would be a racist, because you're like, wait, different skin tone. In reality, we don't divide people by height. We don't divide people by just eye color. We don't divide people by if you have curly hair or straight hair. We don't divide people by broad shoulder, thin shoulder. We don't divide people by ectomorph, endomorph, mesomorph. Why would people divide people by a skin tone? Because some fucking morons back in the day got that in the group think. How do you defeat racism? You defeat the group think. If back in the day they'd said the curly-haired people are bad, the straight-haired people are good, or the deep-voiced people are good, the high-pitched voice people are bad, and that had been the group think, we would have had dividing lines against that. The way you defeat racism is not by removing the ability to talk, like in a tyranny, in every communist government ever. You get rid of the group think. I care a lot about the issue of racism. I care a lot about the issue of sexism. I like trans people, by the way. I don't necessarily want them hanging out with my son Tristan and telling him to become trans, but I love trans people. I love gay people. A lot of my gay friends hate the fact that their community has been weaponized by a bunch of elites. They fucking hate it. Some of my trans friends fucking hate it that their community has been weaponized by some sick-ass elites. They don't want to be a fucking football in their sick game. A lot of very cool trans people, gay people, people of all colors, backgrounds, genders. I got a lot of great female friends. Guys, sexism doesn't exist when you're not in the group think. You can recognize some differences. That's not sexism. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So you get rid of it. So when I believe in free speech, well, what if someone is pro-racism? I believe in getting rid of the group think. I believe in solutions. Why don't we get rid of it at the root, not at the symptom? If you have acne and you go, I gotta keep scratching the zits off with a knife, just stop eating fucking McDonald's, bro. No, you love zits. You don't want to scratch the zits off with a knife. You love zits. No, I just want to get to the cause. Okay? So you want world peace? We think that the false cohesion of groupthink pockets is the answer, when that's not true. The answer is to wake people up. We need a human awakening project. It's so crazy. If you allow groupthink to exist, you get another World War II. The greatest threat to humanity is potentially groupthink. It's a strength within the context that we can learn from each other, not to eat our own shit, not jump out the window, and learning from each other. But why don't they get rid of it?
Easy to control people.
Better control, division. Look, if you're up in the castle, you don't want a bunch of people in the castle walls trying to get in to fight with each other. When you look at a prison, the inmates are all getting in these weird little groups, right? Fighting each other, these little gangs. They got the regular population doing that. Heavy stuff, right? Not wild? Just my opinion. I don't know everything. Maybe I'm wrong. So, let's keep going down the rabbit hole. Okay? It's intense, isn't it? You're seeing now what's happening. You're seeing what's happening. You're seeing it. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Make the blind man see. Okay? Make the blind man see. Okay? Now, let's keep going, okay? So, we're under hypnosis, right? We're under a fucking hypnosis. You can hypnotize the mass population like a hypnotist does to an individual. Okay? Okay, so circle back from these heavy issues. In any of my speeches, I like to be a little bit funny, like to be a little bit serious, like to be a little bit practical. Let's go practical. You guys ready for some practical? Yeah. I know I sucked the energy out of the room with that heavy stuff, right? You're like, I now see what the fuck is happening. Okay? But let's go back practical, okay? Because if you want to make change in the world, you can see these bigger issues, but if you can't take control of your personal power, pull your power back to you and own your power, you can't make change. So if you can't even go say hi to a girl, you're probably not going to change the whole world, right? So let's see where we might want to make great change as we get older, but let's look at some practical things that you can do for your life now because you can make yourself strong, okay? So let's go back to your confidence. Your confidence. So that little sonar is going off. You go, maybe if I looked better, maybe if I had more money, then I could be, and by the way, that shit makes me sad too, guys, okay? It burns me the fuck up, okay? I'm like a man on a mission for this shit. I fucking hate it, okay? We need a human awakening project, but let's just keep going. So, okay, it makes me emotional, to be honest with you. So the point is like this, okay? Because I just see the chaos and the wasted time. Just waste of fucking time, okay? We're so much better than this, okay? All right, so basically what you have is that little sonar is going off, okay? Humanity is just so much fucking better than this, okay? We have so much more potential. So basically, you have, and we have a great destiny. So basically what you have is like the groupthink, and you have this little fucking sonar going off, okay? And what happens is, we think that we have to be in this kind of slavish mindset where we're always in the groupthink. We get obsessed with celebrities. If you go to Erewhon in Los Angeles, it's like a niche-based grocery store. They got Hailey Bieber to endorse a strawberry smoothie they charged $22 for. And there's now a line about the door. Why do the women care more that a girl who, and I'm not trying to be mean, but a girl of average accomplishment, maybe a little more. Well, to be fair, she's not average accomplishment. She married fucking lockdown with Bieber. But, you know, aside from locking in the Biebs, this girl locked in the Biebs. To be fair, perhaps that's the greatest form of human endeavor. But locked in the Biebs, okay, and then bam, locked in the Biebs, and now they're lining up out the door to drink the smoothie. Celebrity culture is massive. Dan Kennedy, who's the top marketer in the world probably, depending on your opinion, although I have other marketers I like more, but he's kind of the OG, the genius. made me millions. Ty Lopez, my favorite contemporary marketer. Dan Kennedy is the OG. My OGs are Dan Kennedy, John Carlton. My contemporary is Ty Lopez, who's such a G. You guys have no idea. I could make a whole seminar about everything I learned from him. And Alex Hormozi, okay? Dan Kennedy says the best thing that you could do to make millions is have a celebrity endorsement. You have a celebrity endorsement, you just make millions. That's why they charge for their endorsement. That said, though, what Dan Kennedy would teach you is if you can't afford, which none of us can, right? If you can't afford to hire a celebrity, what's the second best thing to do? Become one. Become one. Another little side quest. If you have frame like what I'm teaching here, and if you have communication like what we're teaching here, can you become a celebrity?
Yes.
Have people that have taken my trainings become celebrities?
Yes.
Many of them. There's been people in this room, you know, I'll like look out in the room like this, and then I'll find some guy with a couple million followers on YouTube. I'm like, damn, that little guy is taking over, you know, right? You're like, holy shit. Top 2 in business, top couple in spiritual growth, top in dance, top in conspiracy, top in computer programming, top in ASMR, a bunch of them all came through my trainings. Crazy stuff. Big business owners, famous musicians. I mean, all sorts came through this shit. It's crazy stuff. Well, what happens is, and a lot of guys that aren't uber famous, but just a bunch that are just making some good coin. So then what you have is, when you have frame like this, you can become a celebrity, right? The point I'm trying to make, though, to bring it back, is people are obsessed with celebrity culture. They're obsessed with status. They're obsessed with hierarchy. It's insane. Why? They just want to be bigger in the groupthink. So what happens is, we want to become a 10 in the groupthink. We want the groupthink to tell us that we're a 10. Why do we want the groupthink to tell us that we're a 10? So that we can have winner effect. We want the groupthink to tell us that we're a 10 to do the following things. Repeat after me. To release our voice. To get rid of rigid thinking. To get out of the default mode network. To think laterally. To believe in ourselves. To have the courage to go say hi. To believe in our joke. To believe in our story. To believe in our message. To choose ourselves. To be our own point of orientation. Okay, so do you guys see the way I talk is very certain? I speak with projection. I believe in my own jokes. I think my jokes are funny. See that? Even if I just say I believe my jokes are funny and I kind of laugh, some of you guys laugh at the same amount I laugh. People are like, how do I learn the right joke? Just say what you think is funny and believe in it. How do I learn the right story? Say a story that you believe in, and if your frame is strong, they believe in it. How do I get people to be attracted to me? Believe that you're attractive, and some of them will believe it. They come into your frame. Okay, so then how do you get frame? Frame is basically that sonar that goes off, you cut it off. Snippity snip. Snippity, 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 snip. Snippity snip. I hereby, say it.
I hereby
will no longer use my pinging sonar to believe in myself. I will be aware of people's perceptions. But I will not react to them compulsively. I will consider them through my own perception, but I will not compulsively react. Their perceptions will not control me. I will just consider them. That's all it is. Good. Now, the problem is, if you have, so what some narcissistic psychos do is they realize the gimmick that if you just totally shut down external feedback and you're totally in your own frame, everybody just fucking, or huge amounts of people just believe in you, right? That's like evil motherfuckers, like, right? Like Mr. Mustache Man, stuff like that, right? They just go up like, Hi-ya! Like, have you guys seen how this guy does a speech? You see that?
Mr. Mustache Man.
The problem is so what I do is I dodge around shit because people cut you selectively. They're like it'll be like they'll take that word and then they'll take another like is, they'll cut the word is and then cut the word like an awesome guy and they'll like string it together. It's like this guy is an awesome guy and they're like, look what he said. Okay, so I'm good. Okay, so that's why I dodge. You got when you listen to my speeches, you got to kind of listen. Okay, so the man who forgot to shave the top part. Okay, and he's like, ha-ba, da-ba-ba, and then everyone's like, ha, 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 okay? What does it look like? Look at a rock concert. Guys, listen to this. Look at a rock concert. What's Travis Scott doing? What's he doing? What's the song sound like? Da, 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 da. What's the song? How's the song go? What's the song? They better every time. What do we know the song? Anyone know lyrics? I get those goosebumps every time. Okay, right? I don't resonate with this. I can't do it. But anyway, so the point being, right? But it's like, bah, 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 right? And then what's the audience start doing? What do they start doing?
Nodding their heads.
Right? Try doing it with me as I'm doing it, right? And watch how you feel just going in the group. It's a weird feeling. Look, I know you don't want to do it because I'm telling you not to be in groupthink, but I want to show you how good it feels just to be in groupthink and why it's seductive. Just do it with me, right? Watch as the whole group just does it. Do you guys see why it's kind of seductive to be in a fucking pocket? You see that? And then be like, do it. Yeah. It's like, oh my fucking God. Okay. Do you see how it happened now? It's pretty fucked, right? Do you guys see how that shit could happen? Do you guys know what the blitzkrieg was? It's horrible. It's the worst thing that ever happened. Satan came to there. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck, I hope he burns in hell forever. Do you guys know what a blitzkrieg is?
Yeah, it's just like going straight.
Yo. Do you guys know the word the blitzkrieg, where it's from?
No.
Y'all seen the movie Dunkirk? Okay, have you seen the movie Dunkirk?
No.
Okay, the movie Dunkirk, it's a Chris Nolan movie. It shows the British and the Allies, they're on the beach, right? They've been pushed back to the beach. And all these people from Britain are trying to come over in fishermen's boat, trying to save them, okay? Why did they have to save all these British off the beach? Does anyone know? In World War II, I believe it was Germany. I'm kind of in the zone right now, so my logical brain's turned off. I normally know this. Germany versus England and the Allies fought over France for like years, right? It was something like, I don't know if it was a week or 4 days. How long was the blitzkrieg? Anyone know? I mean, it was crazy, right? Who has ChatGPT? I want to show you something with a good phone, with good audio. I'll try to use my hand and I'll try to show you, okay? I'm trying to show you mass fucking psychosis and how stupid people get when they're in frame. Okay, go for it. What is blitzkrieg from World War II and how did it happen and how long was the blitzkrieg?
Blitzkrieg, which means lightning war in German, was a military strategy used by Nazi Germany during World War II. It focused on fast, surprise attacks, using a combination of tanks, aircraft and infantry to quickly break through enemy lines and cause chaos. It first showed up in full force during the invasion of Poland in September of 1939, which marked the start of World War II. Germany used this method to overrun Poland in just a few weeks. The idea was to strike hard and fast before the enemy could react or organize a strong defense. Blitzkrieg wasn't a single battle or a set time period. It was a style of warfare used mostly from 1939.
One second. Put it on again. I want to show you guys a couple other things, okay? What drug were the Germans taking when they did the blitzkrieg?
Good question. The German military widely used a drug called pervitin, which is basically methamphetamine. It was handed out to soldiers to keep them awake, alert, and energized during long, intense operations like blitzkrieg attacks. Troops sometimes went for days without sleep, especially tank crews and pilots, and pervitin made that possible, at least in the short term. It gave them a sense of invincibility and focus, but it also came with serious downsides, like addiction, hallucinations, and crashes once the effects wore off. Want to hear more about how that...
I mean, it's probably gotta be a hell of a fucking weird satanic shit. Imagine you're in, fuck these fuckers, but imagine being on the receiving end of this, of these guys that are all hyped up. This guy's like that, hands you out a bunch of meth, and he's like, go! And you're trying to defend against this shit. So what took years of fighting in World War I, they took it over in a couple days. And then they pushed the whole force back to this one beach in Dunkirk. And Winston Churchill and Britain and the Allies, they were going to lose their whole fucking force in a couple days. Germany would have won in a couple days. And only because Winston Churchill, who also had a strong frame, convinced the people in Britain to take their fisher boats over and things like that and go grab everybody, they were able to rescue most of them. That's what the movie Dunkirk's about. By the way, fuck Hitler, fuck those people, may they burn in hell. I'm not saying that's cool or anything, okay? Fuck those people. I'm trying to show you the bad things that can happen with groupthink and why groupthink is so dangerous. So what was happening was he goes blah, 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 like that, and everybody goes all crazy. It's the same, not the same thing or the same ethics, but it's the same idea at a rock concert. What do you think's happening at a rock concert? Some freaking random chode like Drake comes up to the front and he goes, I don't know, what's a Drake song? Highlight bling, highlight bling. He does this, right? And then everyone's like, like that, right? And everybody copies it. What do the women do when they see the guy at the front running the crowd and everyone's in his frame? He is not paying off them to decide what to do because he owns the frame and they're all paying off him. What do the women do? Come on, guys. If Drake says after party, what happens? Like, when would the last time Drake had one-on-one sex be? Like 2002? Okay? So the women see this guy has control of the frame. It could be a little short dude like Lil Wayne. Oh, height matters. It's all height. Can Lil Wayne meet a girl? How many kids does Lil Wayne have from different women? Could Eazy-E meet a girl? You guys know Eazy-E, y'all? Okay. How about Bieber? And I love the dude. He's actually real nice to me. I meet him in LA sometimes. Is he like a big jacked guy? Is he taking the juice? Does the Biebs take the juice? He stands on business. Am I clocking? Okay? So the Biebs doesn't need it because the Biebs goes up to the front. But here's the difference. Remember our little quadrant? The Biebs probably has frame buoyant by what? By the crowd. So, do you remember I said 0 to 1? Remember that, 0 to 1? Let's bring that back. The weave. We're going to weave. Is it easy for me to have frame here?
Yes.
Because I'm in my little groupthink pocket. You guys, I watch this. Is it easy for me to have frame here?
Yes.
Is my speech awesome?
Yes.
Am I awesome?
Yes.
Should I keep speaking?
Yes.
Do you like the speech?
Yes.
Am I super cool?
Yes.
Am I the man?
Yes.
Okay, so is it easy for you to have frame?
Yes.
Right? When I go out tonight and no one knows me there, and you came from where?
Ottawa.
You drove from fucking Ottawa, man. And I've grown up there, so I know what you're dealing with over there, okay? I know those cold winter nights, okay? And you're like, come on, Santa, don't kill Santa for me, right? I don't have frame in that moment, right? I go out. Here, I'm going from 1 to 2 or 1 to 10, whatever. When I go out, I gotta go 0 to 1. Guys, I throw some of the best parties in all of LA. You invite me to a party in LA, I'm swarmed with the most amazing people you've ever seen. Your mind would melt if you saw it. Because I just do, guys, it's not as cool as it sounds. Do parties for like 6 months, you'll be doing the same thing. It's not as cool. I'm like, I will be swarmed. It's like, wow, it's like any moron could do parties. Like, it's not hard, guys. It sounds hard, it's really not. But why do I still go out and like to meet people randomly? Because I want to hold frame while being rejected. I fucking love those rejections. You know why? Because it dissolves whatever little tentacles that I had where, you remember I said the good-looking rich guy gets lulled into the group think? Remember I said that? Because he's good-looking, because he's rich, he gets the approval. I also have the same vulnerability as a good-looking rich guy from running my group. I have that same vulnerability. So I go out to get rejected specifically because I want to, whatever little, it's almost like if you had a plant, right? And you put the plant in the soil, and the plant just looks for the water. If I come here and my little get self-esteem shit, my validate my frame shit, the little roots will just start growing. It's inevitable that I will begin to look to you guys for approval. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. Who wouldn't feel great in front of an audience with people clapping for him and giving him a hand? Who wouldn't? Well, you're like, oh no, I wouldn't. Shut the fuck up. Just to be real, right? Let's be real. But if I go out and I get rejection, it'll slice those little roots real quick. And then, like Dragon Ball Z, right? Build the nimbus, right? Right? And then Hadouken, right? So I had to self-generate it. And you can. Oh yes, you can self-generate it. That's the art form. That's why I still go out. Be like, what, you're 45, you still go? Fuck yeah. I don't want to be dependent on my group. I hate groupthink. I mean, I like it for certain reasons. But I like groupthink more like this. I'm learning from a mentor, not because he has a strong frame, and not because he has social proof. You see that? So it's not because my pinging sonar said I like that guy. I'm learning from the mentor because I cut off the pinging, the dolphin pinging. Speech gets weirder by the day. I looked at the mentor and I said, this guy has put in the time. This guy has put in the energy. This guy's put in the work. He may not be 100% right about everything, but he knows a lot of shit. I want to learn from him. So I'm always taking courses. I've taken more courses than anybody. You'd think I'm in every groupthink ever. I love to read. I like to learn from mentors. Man, you give me a good mentor, I back up the Brinks truck because I want to learn fast. I don't want to take 20 years what I could learn in a weekend. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not doing that because a bunch of people clap for him. I'm not doing, right? Because if you're dumb enough to believe in a mentor because a bunch of people clap for him, then if you're in Germany in World War II, you'd believe that fucking demon as well. So you shouldn't just look at that. But what the brain's doing is it's looking, try to follow me here. The brain is looking at the certainty of the person and at the people that are validating it to decide if it's real. You see this? In this room, it will feel like everything I'm saying is so real because you're in a pocket where everybody's believing it, and I'm very certain. You guys are feeding my frame, and we're actually in a codependent relationship right now. You're feeding my frame by clapping for me, and then I'm telling you what you want to hear. Maybe it is all looks and money. But you know what's weird? Here's what's weird. Much like the demonic blitzkrieg, which is evil, if I just tell you it's not your looks and money, and you believe that, and you go out, it becomes true. So in effect, a guru is a crutch. Me telling you it's now, you're panicking, you're like, wait, it's not looks and money. No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not looks and money, but what I'm showing you is this. Here, I'm telling you it's not looks and money. That is making you more confident because I'm giving you a direction going, wait a minute, if I had frame, I could crush it, so you're getting a direction. Now, Jed McKenna, who wrote a book called Spiritual Enlightenment is the Damnedest Thing, he said, if on your route to enlightenment, let's paraphrase, on your route to enlightenment, you see the Buddha, chop his fucking head off. Real enlightenment is not adhering to the Buddha. Real enlightenment is taking the fucking sword and chopping off his bloody head. Metaphorically, it's a metaphor. Don't actually chop off anybody's head, okay? Metaphor, it's a metaphor. But as a shocking metaphor to make a point, he says if on your journey to enlightenment, the Buddha comes in, you chop his head, you pick up, you go, here's his fucking head! His fucking head! What does that metaphor mean? They're like, enough of this Buddha chopping head, okay? So anyway, so what does it mean?
If you're gonna go find out for yourself,
It means don't use the Buddha for your enlightenment. The Buddha is a signpost. Eckhart Tolle is a signpost. I can help you here in a pocket to withdraw from groupthink. But what you're really doing, if we're being honest, as an initial stepping stone, is you're feeding initially off my frame as a crutch, just like when I broke the fuck out of my leg, I use a walker. I initially use a wheelchair, then I use the walker, then I walk a bit on my own, and now I walk mostly on my own. Well, you should need a crutch. That's kind of not true. Maybe you do need someone to tell you it's not about your looks and money. Maybe you kind of need someone to tell you that. Someone who can prove it. Someone who you can watch going out and doing it, and you go, wait a minute, this little balding ginger guy did it. He did it in a wheelchair. I bring out wheelchairs on my training sometimes. I go in it, and I get you to do it in the wheelchair. You take a crutch, and you go, it's possible. Holy shit. But what if you woke up one day and you'd been going out and getting results? It was working. Your life was going amazing. And then it turned out that everything I said was BS. What if the Buddha was full of shit? What if whatever other spiritual leader? I love the Bible. I would never say Jesus is full of shit. But what if you woke up and it turned out that he was? What if? He's not, but what if? Does that mean stop being a good person? So we initially have a crutch, right? But later we have to withdraw all of it. We withdraw all of it. Say, we withdraw all of it. We chop off the Buddha's head. R.C. Tyler, he's got to go. Okay? Because I eventually got to go too. Okay? So, eventually you come back to me as a peer. Not now. You're not there yet, if I'm being honest with you. I promise you, I'll take you out. I'll show you you're not. I'll show you you're not. You get smoked, but I'll help you. But what I'm showing you is that eventually you've got to get there too. Now, sometimes I'll see guys who say, they meet me on the street. Some guys are mega fanboys. But some guys are like, no, I got the lesson. I don't watch anymore. And I say, you're still not there yet. And this will sound totally selfish, but it's what I believe. It'll sound totally like a weird agenda. You're like, what's with this guy with his agendas? But I mean it when I say it. They say, no, I don't watch anymore because I'm crushing it now. I got the message. I say, no, you got the message when you come back. And I'll tell you why. I've never seen any personal growth teacher taking it to this level. I never have. I still teach things that even an already successful rich person could learn from. There's probably nothing more productive you could watch on fucking YouTube. So if you have to not watch, what does that still mean? Because, guys, if you were to watch this speech now, okay, as a newbie, you'd be taking it at one level. At an intermediate, you'd take it at another level. A bit more advanced than that, you'd say, you know what, I got the message, I don't need that anymore. At an advanced level, would you say that you'd probably take something out of it? Guys, I've got billionaires taking my trainings. I've got people at ultra high levels coming and still learning. I'm one of the only people you can learn from at a high level. By the way, not because there's not a lot of other advanced teachers. It's actually because there's not a lot of money in the advanced teaching because the most advanced people won't take a course. I happen to like giving advanced knowledge because I do this a little bit more for legacy. I'm a bit more legacy driven. Weird side note, I always did a flat salary out of this. I have other things that I do outside of this for money. I always gave myself a pretty small flat salary from all this. Why do you think I gave myself a flat salary from all this?
But it's not connected to your money.
I did it so that when I did speeches, I'd give my honest opinion. Because what I found was, you ever seen the movie Gattaca, where Vincent is able to outswim his brother who's genetically engineered? And his brother says, Vincent, how are you doing this? How are you outswimming me? And he says, you want to know how I did it? You want to know how I did it? I never made a plan for the way back. I never made a way back to the shore. To take your hardest punch, you got to marshal every fucking resource. So I even knew that if I had any kind of up or down salary from this, I knew that what would happen is I'd make all my speeches the way all these other fucking gurus do. And I like a lot of them, they teach good stuff, but I find they're always stuck at the broad audience, at the newbie level. Can you imagine what Tony Robbins' content could look like if he did what I'm talking about? And he's the OG. But have you ever really watched, like if you're into personal growth, when's the last time you watched something from Tony Robbins that you feel was really at Tony's potential?
10 years ago.
If Tony took my approach to the way that I make content, his content would be 50 times better than mine. That guy's older, more experienced, he's seen more stuff, he's the OG, but because his content is tied to money, he can never fully get there. Money motivates, but here's the thing, right? We think, oh, money's the motivator, but wait. If money's the motivator, you create McDonald's. If love is the motivator, you create like fucking Tender Greens or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So I can make money doing so many other things. So I don't need my seminar company to make cash. I make a little cash from, but nothing crazy. But what I do is I use this as my art. Can you guys tell what I'm getting out of this? Who's having like the most fun you've ever seen? Imagine being me right now. Can you guys imagine being me? What can I buy more fun than this? Oh, wow. Look, oh, gold watch. Wow, man. It's cool to have. But is that like this shit? This is a fucking rush. Doing what you fucking love. So I make my content as a message to my sons. I make my content as a message to humanity for when I'm dead. Okay? That's what I'm up here doing. My sons are gonna need this shit. So I'm like, it's like I'm talking to Vincent, Dylan, Tristan. I'm talking to my future kids. I'm talking to future people because we're all related, by the way. So anyway, the point being is most advanced teachers, most really advanced teachers won't take it there. They won't. I don't know why. I mean, I know why. It's money. So if somebody really is advanced, they would eventually come back to my content because I'm one of the few people operating at that level. But why don't most of them? Because they haven't defeated the frame yet. They're afraid of going back into my frame. But you could learn from me while not in my frame. Do you see that? My frame is strong. So my ability to mold your beliefs is potent. Why is my ability to mold your beliefs potent? Because I shut off the pinging. If I shut off the pinging, you assume I'm correct. I can mold you rapidly by simply shutting off the pinging. Do you guys see that? Like if I walk up to you, okay, and I'm saying hi to you, you're gonna feel a bit nervous when I say hi to you. Because the pinging is not on, it freaks you out. You see what's happening? All right, do you see what's going on? What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Do you see what it feels like to have me come up to you?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, right?
Feels nice, man.
Okay? Does it feel a bit weird when I come up to you?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay, the effect that you're feeling when you have a strong frame and you have social proof, what you're feeling now is like what the women are feeling. That you're not feeling it as attraction, but they experience that as attraction. It may not even be sexual arousal, but they experience it as that you're the leader, and then what their mind does is their mind sees that you're not pinging, okay, you're not doing the socially pinging, other people are pinging you, and then they begin to look to align with you. How do I get his approval? How do I get near him? Say the word proximity is power. Proximity. So they feel that. They feel that proximity is power. How do I get near him? How do I get his approval? How do I get around him? How do I get him to like me? How do I get him to want to spend time with me? How do I get access to his resources? How do I get access to his status within the tribe? If I'm near him, I get protection, is what's happening, okay? So you can be kind of funny looking, you can even be broke, but what happens is they seek protection from you and they seek to be near you. Then, if you're someone who's kind of fun, you know, you're always kind of hooking up, having a little bit of fun, like a guy like Drake, a guy like Travis Scott, where, you know, Drake is just kind of known as a fuckboy. That's kind of just what you do with Drake. Well, that's just kind of what you do. Drake's the guy at the front of the room. He's going, no, that's Travis. What's his one? Hotline Bling. You know, he's going, okay, I can't do Drake. But anyway, okay, it's like, right? Like, if you look at, say, DMX, he goes, yeah, what? Yeah. Or that's Little John, right? DMX, Little John. Rough, okay? This is very key what I'm going to show you here. Most guys, this is crazy what I'm going to show you. Most guys in a conversation, they have a bunch of logic, and then here or there, they have a strong frame. the strong frame is actually what's generating attraction, but they don't know that. What a rapper does, follow this, this is really key. This is so crazy if you can listen. It's so high paradigm, your brain might block this out because your life will change this much. What a rapper does is, you know how like when you're eating a fruit, the part that tastes good is the sugar, per se. Let's just go with that. That's not totally true, but you know my point, right? And then what these big companies do is they pull out the sugar and they just feed you a sugar drink. You're like, ah, the sugar, right? What rappers are doing is the same hyperpalatability. Say hyperpalatability. Hyperpalatability. So in an orange, there's fiber in it. There's vitamins in it. That's not really what tastes good, right? It's the sugar. Let's just say that, even if it's not totally true, right? So then a company makes the sugar. What a rapper does is they go, what? Ruff, 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 yeah, yeah, what, And then they do this. And then watch, here, do it with me. Go, yeah, 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 what, okay. So do you see what's going on, right?
Blitzkrieg!
Yeah. So okay, he's in the army, by the way, on our side, to be fair. Eric's in the army on our side. So the point is, okay, so it's a joke, okay? So what he's getting at here is this, okay, is people cut the most crazy shit, man, out of context. So the point is this, right? So what happens is the rapper, rather than them, okay, well, look at the difference. Go become a doctor. Go to school. Get a degree. You can be a provider now. It's all trying to live up to society's frame. Now go to the gym. Live up to society's frame. It's always you trying to make it within the group think all the time. You're always trying to make it within the group think. So even if you become a doctor, it's like, I'm here. And then some fucking moron, like, I mean, I love the guy, but like DMX comes along, he's a genius in his own way. But he's like, I said, what? Yeah. And then the group starts doing this, and now everyone's scrambling to come to his after party. That guy offers way less value to society, but he just created a pocket of groupthink. But see, rather than having some complex college-level academic thesis that people logically analyze and critique, he goes, what? Yeah. What? Yeah. Maybe you make a little dance, Gangnam style, right? Macarena, right? What happens? And then everyone starts doing this. Who's up at the front? The leader. When you go out, do that. That's how you socially interact. Have total belief in yourself, total frame. Don't doubt yourself. Be aware if you're bothering someone. Be aware if it's not appropriate. Don't be rude. You don't need to be a dick. But don't chase validation. And what happens is people gradually slip in your frame, is what's going on, right? Now, from there, let me show you another couple things, okay? Couple pieces. Have you guys ever heard me talk about 1 of 1? Yeah. So, when you have a strong frame, if you ask someone, what do you rate him out of 10? Let's say that objectively you're like a 4 in looks or a 5 in looks or a 6 in looks, right? They'll look at you and they'll say, well, I don't know. I mean, like say it's me. If you ask someone, maybe I'm dating, right? They'll say, well, I don't know. It's like Owen. It's Owen. What do you rate him? He's so unique. He's so different. Or they'll say, that's just how he is. So they can't really rate you. Like when you guys look at me, it's hard to just plunk me into a rating of like 1 to 10 because I'm like, I got a beard, I'm kind of quirky, I'm doing my thing. It's like, what do you rate him? Like a 5. Like if you put me beside an actual normal 5 who looks around what I look like, maybe 4, maybe a 6 on a good day, maybe a 7 on a great day, who knows, right? If I did my paleo, right? But you see what I'm getting at here, right? I could be Lexus. It's like me beside someone who looks like me, it's not quite the same thing. So what you're going for is not necessarily, look, if you can be the 10, if you've got as much money as a Rothschild, and I know the Rothschild kids, by the way, from Summit Series. If you've got as much good looks as a famous male model, bro, I ain't hating on it. Great, that's cool. Just try not to go into groupthink over it. But if that's not going to be you, then remember the old advice, be yourself? Maybe you want to think about that a little bit. And what that basically means is this. It means you become one-on-one. So in other words, what has to happen is this. You're talking to some rich dude. Imagine me talking to a rich dude. Why am I able to get rich guys to want to network with me? Because I can't want to network with them. If I want to network with them, what happens? Hey, I'm a coach. I ran the free tour in Detroit. People liked it. Hey, Mr. Billionaire, I want to meet you. What happens? Cooked. Not like Owen Cook. By the way, how crazy is that the expression let him cook came out and my last name is Cook? You guys see that shit?
You should use
That's
that.
gangster, man.
Use that.
Let me cook, y'all. So think about this, okay? So if I want to network with some billionaire dude, what do I have to do? I can't pick him because everyone picks him. You can probably see where I'm going to put this with attractive women next, right? So what do I do instead? How do I get it to where he wants to network with me? What is the frame? Okay, well, think of it this way. My life is a combination, you're on the right track. My life is a combination of how many people do you know that goes to spends more time in nature than me?
No.
I drove here from LA. We're in Detroit. I went up the coast. I went all up the coast, Oregon, Washington. I drove across from Seattle, all through North Washington, through the Cascades. I went into Montana. I was in Glacier, Whitefish, Montana. We went into the Dakotas, the fucking George Custer Park. We did the fucking Badlands. Came through Omaha, Chicago, and then up here, even through Indiana, sand dunes. Okay? I'll be driving back through Colorado, doing Denver next week, and I'll drive through the Rockies. So when that billionaire guy comes to me, and I'm there with my children, my beautiful sons. Now, I'm not doing this as frame control. I'm doing it because I believe in it. But what is it going to look like? Say you're a billionaire, right? You've been fucking miserable your whole damn life, thinking if you made money it would work. And then you meet some dude who's out in nature, spending time with his sons, meeting girls, doing parties, has a fan base, laughing all the time, winner effect activated, strong frame, enjoying his life, invited to all the parties. You see him at some party that you got let into and you had to pay your way in, but he didn't pay his way in. He gets the party, he knows the girls. You walk up to him, hey man, I'd love to meet up with you, pick your brain a bit. Oh bro, I'm gonna be in Montana with my kids this week. But it's really good to meet you. Yeah, I heard it, yeah. I've seen the company runs. Bro, you're doing great things. See that? I'm not for mystery. Mystery does a back turn, by the way. That was one of the first things I noticed from mystery, aside from magic. He does a back turn. He'll talk, he'll go, interesting. He just turns his back, and then they pull him back. Okay? So when you're networking with rich people, let's say you all sit down for dinner, there's like maybe 15 of you, everybody's always trying to get near a seat near the big rich guy. Don't do it. Don't give in. Sometimes maybe, but usually not, most cases. What do you do instead? Where do you deliberately go?
As far as what?
Yeah, and why?
You don't want his attention.
Because the party is where?
With you.
Always with you. You're DMX. You're Sway Lee. You're Drake. You're Travis Scott. Okay? Not their ethics or an art form, but that kind of thing. If you use silver, colloidal silver, you'll get rid of that, by the way, in your eyes.
No, my eyes, it's
Always like that?
no, it's fucked. It's
Okay, I've had that before. I've actually had that. I put colloidal silver and it went away, but for you it's different. I don't want to give medical advice.
accident, yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. You ever tried colloidal silver?
Like I can't see out of my left eye.
Well, now I feel bad. Okay.
I wish I could.
Sometimes the strong frame is wrong. I'm like, colloidal silver, right? He's like, yeah. Owen.
It's not pink eye, bro.
So let me tell you something. You need a strong frame then, right? You go up. And that thing's there, right?
Yeah.
No amount of looks maxing is going to fix the fact you got a crazy ass pink eye, right?
Yeah.
Just like the wheelchair, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take the pink eye over the wheelchair. So that's my point. So a guy like you needs a strong frame, bro.
I'll pop my prosthetic eye and make it look like my eye fucking popped off. And then like 3 people owned it.
Damn, bro. Well, you better have a strong frame. Okay, you better have a strong. But guys, here, look at the audience. Just show what we're talking about, okay?
Yeah.
But stand up. But what I'm talking about is like, I'm so sick of these fucking morons telling a guy like yourself, yeah, just looks max, bro. You know, so, and he'll go do that and he's still stuck. Okay, have a seat. But I've been, okay? Daddy's got you, okay? Daddy's got you. Do you understand? I got you. See how he tried to clap and then no one clapped and then he lost confidence to clap? Was that you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the same clap shit I'm talking about, okay? So anyway, so look. So, there you go.
Yeah!
So, yeah, but for real, you've got to have a strong enough frame that you're 1-on-1. If you try to become a 10, you're not going to get there with the pink eye. If I try to become a 10, I'm not going to get there in the wheelchair and the back hair and the balding and being a leprechaun. But I can get there as 1-on-1. So what you do is, it's like you're talking to a beautiful woman, right? So she says, I'm a 10 for my looks. So repeat this after me. My vibe, my energy, my perspective, my swagger, my lifestyle, my perspective, my way of being, my lens through which I see the world is more valuable than their looks. That has to be the frame. Anyone who I've ever dated had every single one. Let me be clear about this. And when this didn't happen, I didn't date them. Every single one believed that their looks were not enough because they would watch Instagram stories or see me out, and they'd see me with my kids, they'd see me public speaking, they'd see me joking with my friends, they'd see me doing parties, and they'd say, he's too busy to hang out with me. He's got too much going on, and he's a what? It starts with a CH. What is he? Come on, guys, what is he?
Chad.
A Chad, yeah. A Chad, I should have thought. I'm like, well, CHA is still Chad. CHAL. What is CHAL? What is it? What is it? What do they see it as? You ever seen a cat chasing a laser pointer? How frantic is the cat chase laser pointer? Out of 10, how frantic is the cat chase laser pointer? What happens as soon as the laser pointer stops? So you think, by the way, you think in your mind that you're doing a favor to the cat by stopping the laser pointer moving, right? Right? Because you're like, well, I love my little kitty cat. The kitty cat wants the laser. If I love my kitty cat, I should stop moving the laser. And if you were to ask the cat, hey cat, do you want the laser to move? It'd be like, meow, fuck yes, motherfucker, stop moving this fucking thing. And how frantically out of 10 is it chasing it?
10 out of 10.
What does it go to out of 10 as soon as you stop moving it?
0.
That's what it's like. You remember David Data tells you a man has to be on his purpose? That keeps you in the moving laser mode. As soon as you go, yes, I validate you, what happens? The cat walks off, right? Because you're not in that 1-of-1 frame. You're trying to get into their frame. You see that? You're trying to get in their frame. So you've got to become 1-of-1. Even good-looking guys, rich guys, they don't get this down. Honestly, this is why the 1-of-1 guy, they bring their sand to the beach, you wind up leaving with the sand. They wind up losing people. They get cheated on like crazy. They thought their looks, their money protected them. It doesn't, because they didn't learn these dynamics. You've got to get strong in your own frame. Masculine polarity, but women can use this too. Masculine polarity means you're grounded within your own frame. You're at ease in your own reality. You're at ease in your own skin. And here's the way that this builds, okay? So here's how all of this builds to become 1-of-1. Here's what it is, okay? It's 2 different modes that you're in, and I'm showing you how to shift modes, okay? So initially what happens is you're living your life, always say the word hypervigilant, in your head, micromanaging perception. So you're always like, the sonar's going all the time. Did they clap? Is this cool? Is that cool? How do I fit in? Those people said the card is yellow. I got to do it. Oh, look, the blitzkrieg. Like all this dumb, evil shit, okay? Oh, lockdown. So, you know, they put a video from China with like guys in a hazmat suit and people are just dying of COVID, just keeling over and dying on the spot. And everyone's like, okay. It's easier to create mass panic. You want to know something about the media, by the way? So I have this, there's this new feature, not me. YouTube has this feature where you get to test 3 different thumbnails, okay? 3 different thumbnails. So they didn't used to have that, they have it now. So whenever I post a video, in not all cases, but most, I'll do 3 different thumbnails. And I'll always put one that implies it's the end of the world. And it picks the one that gets the most views, right? Every single time that I just put an end of the world one, that tests the highest. Then I'll take 2 more and test it against that one, and YouTube does this, and I put even more end of the world, and it clicks higher. So as much as we all get mad at the media for always saying it's the end of the world, like during lockdown, you wonder why that happened? They're like, yeah, it's probably bad. Views go down. They're like, end of the world. Everyone's like, ah, they all watch. They're like, put a death counter at the bottom that spins, and people are just watching it. They're trying to get ratings. I mean, yeah, we're mad at them, but like, we kind of are the enablers, right? My highest video this year, this year is like, the world has already ended for the average man. He just doesn't know. And then the thumbnail's like, it's over, or something like that. And it's like, click, 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 click. I'm just like, come on, guys. Like, this is like, come on. Could I just put a normal thing, please? And then I get accused of being the clickbaiter. It's like, you're the one clicking it, motherfucker. Right? That's like girls being like, why are you learning about attraction? It's like, you're the one, like, I didn't need to be at the seminar. I just want to get married. Right? Like, as if you're the one, like I just wanted a traditional relationship. Like I tried that. And now I'm in this room with this weird guy. Don't put that on me. It's on you. So, I mean, I feel the same way. Like, I'm like running around here doing these seminars. I'm like, I didn't want to do this. I want to be a lawyer. I went to Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. I just want to be a lawyer. I didn't want to have like a giant beard running around screaming. I mean, now I'm doing it. I'm in momentum. It's kind of fun. But, so might as well enjoy it, right? But the point I'm getting at is this, okay? So, like, who wanted this? Like, we all just wanted to like get a wife, like picket fences. Like, we got to learn about like frame and mass hypnosis. Well, why, by the way? Because society held frame for us in the past. Society did the job. Society held frame. So the way that, look, back in the 50s, and I'll circle back to 101 in a second. Back in the 50s, if a woman slept with you, what might happen? What is likely to happen if she slept with you before condoms and contraceptives? That's more like a couple thousand years ago, or some other societies now. What would happen if a woman had sex with a guy before condoms, birth control, IUDs? Pregnant, right? So if a girl wanted to have a hookup, she's like 20% chance pregnant, right? What would happen if you got an STD before all the antibiotics and all that were popular? Like, what would happen if you just got like chlamydia? What would happen? You can't get it. It's just stuck. You just have it forever, probably. Okay? So STD risk was crazy. Pregnancy risk was crazy. And then you'd have a kid from some guy you don't know. And as a result of that, you probably would never be able to get a husband, and your parents have to take care of you forever. And the baby and the STD. And you lose social value. So as bad as slut shaming is, there was a function behind it, right? Then we got birth control, antibiotics, society changed. Women also back in the day couldn't vote. They couldn't get a job. They couldn't get a credit card, a bank account, all this stuff, right? So if you're a guy, what was your version of attracting and courting back then? Protect and provide, right? Basically, you would treat a woman like she's 8.5 months pregnant, right? Here, honey, have a seat. Let me get your coat. Let me get the door. I am a gentleman. So you basically what attraction was act like she's 8.5 months pregnant to let her feel at ease that when she got pregnant, that you'd take care of the baby. You'd even get married to show her that you're going to stick around. Now what happened was society, to whatever extent, indoctrinated women on the frame that a good man gets the door, a good man gets, pays the bill, protects and provides, and is a gentleman. I miss that. Don't you guys miss that? Yeah. I miss that shit. Now, a lot of women, when they're nearing the end of fertility, go back to liking that. They also usually get really into self-development. They'll come to the Tony Robbins seminar. They'll try to heal, all that stuff. But you don't see a lot of smoke shows at age 22 trying to heal or trying to go to a personal growth seminar. And you definitely don't see them caring about protect and provide in 99% of cases, okay, except the odd group. So what happens is society, here's what happened, okay? this is really subtle. Try to pay attention. Society maintained frame for men. And it told women that average men, if they got the door and if they were nice, that was hot. That was sexy. That was attractive. They also told women that if you hook up with random guys, it's bad. You see that? So if their leg count increased, their body count increased, that was bad. And if the guy didn't get the door and they hooked up with him, that was bad, et cetera, right? The guy would have to commit. What that did was it created a society. Oh, here's the other thing too. It also taught women that, here's the big one. It taught the women that just because you had sex with a guy, that's not actually validating and you're being used. And that the only thing that's actually validating is if the man gave you a ring and committed. Because just because you hooked up with him, that doesn't mean that you're on his level, right? Like if I get you guys to, if I offer you $10 million to get the mail for me, did I attract high-level employees? I had to give away something so beautiful and precious to get the mail, right? So it's like if a girl had to hook up with that guy, not even knowing him, to get an hour of attention, that wasn't validating back then. What happened is society's frame broke down. Birth control. Look, this is largely a good thing, but sometimes we throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? So good things happened. Getting rid of the patriarchy, good, but forgetting some traditional values that actually did help, chaotic. So what were some of the good things when people paired up? Well, first of all, how many of you guys in here would die for your country right now? Only one guy who's in the actual army. 2. Why wouldn't you do it? Because what would you be defending? You know that other people wouldn't do it? Like, what are you doing? Defending, girls doing OnlyFans, going to Coachella, like, and not dating you? Why did men back in the day swarm to go join the army back in the day? Because their wife was at home, their children are at home, and god damn it, they're gonna defend their fucking country. That's called having a stake in the country, right? Guys don't have a stake in the country anymore. So what would happen if we got invaded now? Not a lot of guys would be rushing in there, right? Like, fuck it. I could be an incel under China's rule too. So, okay. In addition, what happens when kids are raised without their parents, both? Okay, women will say, I want to keep working. Look, that's fine. That's great. I want women to work if they want to work. But let's also look at this. Because the mother of my kids does not have a job, what did she spend we'll just get the last 2 days. What did she spend the last 2 days doing out here in Detroit? Because I bring her with me. What did she wind up doing? Well, 2 days ago, she took the kids to the Ford Museum, one of the best museums in the country, and sat there patiently reading every single exhibit for 12 hours a day. Today, she took them to it's called Greenwich Village, Greenfield Village, right? Incredible place. And she spent another 12 hours, okay? Now, a couple days ago, we were in Chicago, and she took them to the best museums, and she took them on tours. And then a couple days before that, we were in Omaha, and she took them on tours. A couple days before that, we were in Montana, and she took them whitewater rafting. Do you guys think it's an advantage to my children that their mother took them whitewater rafting? Yeah. Now, I take them on these things too, but I'm also working, right? You got to pay the bills for this. So we are a team, okay? So then that being the case, are my kids how much of an advantage do my kids have by me being around all the time and by her constantly making sure that they are read to, focus on, given attention, educated? What would your life have been like if you had been brought everywhere, educated, brought in front of crowds, constantly given education, constantly had your mother there showing you around? What would your life look like? What would this country look like if that arrangement had continued?
Incredible.
What if you knew that you had a wife and kids at home? Would you want to defend your country?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so what is the problem with the breakdowns of these systems? We're fucked. And both genders are fucked. Women are fucked too. And the problem, what also happens is that you better start investing money in fucking stocks and cats and shit and knitting circles, because what's going to happen is, while on one level, I think a lot of the old arrangement for women was bad, and I'm not trying to say it was good, I'm not trying to put it back to that, they will also realize that they have been sold a lie, most of them. Because right now they're invited to the Dan Bilzerian party, and that is going to end. They're going to get older, and when you have children, you're still the 10 to somebody. And it's the most rewarding thing you'll ever do. And so what happens is women these days are like, I don't want to be some fucking beta male's incubator, men are fucking bullshit and all that. And by the way, there does need to be a reckoning. If you watch, you know how for men there's that red pill thing? Women that have the pink pill. I would urge you to go watch that. All you have to do, click on the button of what your female friends like and watch what they're liking. It'll shock you. It's going to shock you to hell. And what you're going to see is, just like guys watch some very toxic stuff, women are watching what in my view is probably even more toxic stuff. Absolutely degrading, absolutely minimizing of any effort guys do. And they are, but here's the other thing about it, by the way. You know how like as bad as a lot of the stuff where guys complain about women is, there is some truth in it? The women have real complaints too. So you can actually look at some of those complaints and audit them and say, yeah, you know what? That is kind of bad. Would you, let me ask you a question. How many of you guys would trust another guy to run your life? Well, women don't, or to run your bank account, to impregnate you if somehow you could get pregnant, and then to not leave you. Would you feel okay in that arrangement? And if you legally were stuck there, how do you feel if you couldn't get a job? So there's real reasons why women have grievance, but what we've also done is turn out the baby with the bathwater. Now, what this is called is a Chesterton's fence. Have you guys ever heard of Chesterton's fence? G.K. Chesterton. So I've covered this in some other videos. I'm doing a short part of it now and then going to continue. So I'm going to jump over this quick. G.K. Chesterton said, let's say, for example, you bought a farm, and you're in the back of your farm somewhere back in the acreage, you find a fence. The fence was made 300 years ago. Oh, some old weird fogey put this here. We're going to kick down the fence. You don't know what the fence was for. So you go, we don't need the fence. I don't know, some moron 300 years ago put this up here. Fuck that guy. We're the new generation. You kick down the fence. You don't know what you kick down. You kick down the fence, next thing you know, your farm is flooding, wolves are coming to eat the livestock. You didn't know what that fence was for. There's a lot of old school social values that kept things at a civil, healthy level. There was bad parts of it, but it did have some function. And in our urgency to realize the bad parts, the horrible parts, the terrible parts, and to get rid of them and to reshape society, we're doing what people cluster B do, where it's called splitting, all bad and all good. Idealization, devaluation. You guys ever heard of borderline personality disorder? They do what's called splitting. They view the person as either all bad or all good. We're looking at the past, we're going, it's all bad. It's all bad. 100% bad. There was nothing there. Nothing. There was nothing. Bad. It was a mix, guys. There's a lot of bad stuff, terrible. I acknowledge it. I'm the first one to acknowledge it. I would never want to be a woman living under that. Fuck no. I support women in their struggle to get out of that bullshit. But at the same time, where are we now? Where are we now? So there has to be there's a period of reckoning, overcorrection, and we need to have synthesis at some point. And we need to find that synthesis. But that's probably not going to happen in our lifetime. You guys see that? Yeah. AI is coming, going to change a lot of things too. So, and that's if we're even alive. So, that being the case, if society is not holding frame, right? If society's not telling women, when he got the door, that's hot. Waiting for marriage is good. Just fucking him doesn't give you value. He just fucked you. Unless he committed, that's not value. If you show that you want to commit, what's it make you look like? Chump. You get the door, what's it make you look like? Chump. You pay the bill, what's it make you look like? Chump. They'll deny it, but let me explain something to you. Let's go into the next thing. First point I want to make is you have to hold frame much more strongly at an individual level because society's not holding it for you. That's a huge piece of this, okay? Say that with me. I must hold frame, at an individual level because society will not hold it for me. Okay, so that's gone. The Chesterton fence is gone. Say that. So you'll notice that in today's society, like back in the day you got a bit needy, maybe she'd even like it. What happens if you get needy and lose frame for a millisecond now? Pullback. Idealization, demonization, RES flip, you're out of there. You're rejected. You'll see it. It's the stories all the time. How many guys in here had like a girl so into you, you lost frame for a millisecond, and she fucking hated you after that? Put your hand way up. You want to know why that is? Because in order for her to come out of frame, she has to kind of demonize you a bit in order to say, fuck that guy. A couple years later, she'll be like, no, you're my friend. I loved you very much. But to get out of frame, they have to kind of shake it out. Okay? So you have to hold frame at an individual level. You have to know what holding frame means. That means you don't over-text, you don't over-communicate, you stay on your purpose, you're not looking to them for validation. You've got to learn all this stuff. That is another reason why looks and money won't get you over the hump. Because if you're in the mental habit of looking outside yourself for frame, what'll happen when you get a wife? Even if you look good, even if you're rich, if you're in the habit of depending on society and anything outside yourself to hold frame, what will happen? You get married, she'll pull your card. Women also do what's called pullbacks, okay? Whenever you're in a relationship, by the way, you get in a really good relationship, you guys are having fun together. A guy tells me, oh, we've been together for 2 weeks, we're in bliss. I go, okay, but she's not your girlfriend yet. You have to survive usually multiple pullbacks before the relationship's even there. She will be an angel to you, but she needs to see what will happen when she pulls back if you will overcorrect and panic to see if you have frame. She's gonna test your frame. It's biology, it has to happen, okay? So you have to be, so here's another thing guys don't get. Guys will say to me, I don't want to have to learn how to have abundance, I don't want to learn that. They say that. Here's what you're not getting. If you meet a bunch of people and you finally meet someone you'd like to have a family with and kids with, they are the best. You spent years trying to meet them and you found the best one because you love relationships and you don't want to just be out there, you know, dating everybody and playing the field. You want to meet someone special. So you met somebody special. You're not under, you don't have the Chesterton fence anymore. She's not going to be told because he loves you, because he's needy, that's good. So here's what happens, okay? She does a pullback and you say, you're in 1950s psychology. So you go, no, you got to show her you care. You come back and show her you care, but the Chesterton fence is not holding frame for you collectively anymore. And what does that chasing her and trying to show her you care look like to her? Looks like low value. In absence of the social conditioning, that Chesterton fence, anything that looks like she's the best you can get makes it look like there is a sexual market value asymmetry and that you're lower value than her. Kills attraction and gone. Raw hypergamy is the order of the day when the old values are gone. So in order to have a family, even have a relationship with one woman, not even a bunch, but one, you have to know how to have a bunch. To have one, you have to know how to have a bunch. So when a guy tells me she's the best I've met in 5 years, I go, she's gonna dump you, bro. But when a guy tells me I love being single, I'm dating the most amazing people, but you know what? Me and her seem to have some shared alignment. I'd be open to continuing it and seeing where it goes, maybe to build a family. But I kind of enjoy being single too, so I could kind of go either way. But I like her. I even love her. And I'll give her a shot, I guess. Yeah, I'll give her a shot. Okay, cool. Right, you do that. Then when she pulls back, what does your brain do? Does your brain go into a state of hypervigilance and panic and overanalysis and trying to get her back? What's your brain do? Your brain goes, you know what? I mean, I love her to death, but man, there's Susie, Jenny, Karen, right? Like Becky, right? Coming up with names like Becky and Karen, but for fun. But you see my point, right? So what's happening is your brain goes, I wouldn't mind being single. Okay, then maybe you send one little text to be nice, but you don't overcorrect. What happens when you don't overcorrect? And then next thing you know, she looks at your Instagram story, you're out having fun with your friends. You're like, hey, babe, I'm really sorry about the miscommunication. God, that's terrible. I feel terrible. Hope you're having a good day. Chat me when you want to. Chat me when you're open to chat. She goes on your Instagram story, you're out having fun with your friends. What happens? You're not being a dick about it. You don't have to be an asshole. You're being nice. You're being respectful. But you're being you. What happens? Traction spikes. Hypergamy is satisfied. You're good, right? So you can't, guys, you remember how when you guys were making a bit of noise, I said, hey, you got to stop? If you were my only clients that I had, and I had no other clients, could I say you need to stop? No. I'd be too scared to lose you. So I can't lead unless I have multiple clients. You as a man cannot lead a relationship unless you know that you can meet someone else like her if you had to. This is also why the structure of marriage is too dangerous for a man. I believe in marriage, but not this version. This isn't marriage. I believe in marriage, but not this version, when half your assets will get gobbled up. I've had it where I trusted a girl, believed in her so much, I really truly did. She told me all the right things. Owen, you can believe in me, we're all in it, we had great sex, everything's great. I bought her a bunch of jewelry. Later when she pulled back a bit, I kind of panicked. I'm like, man, I overspent on that girl. I panicked a bit. I lost frame. She left. Didn't matter I bought jewelry. If I hadn't bought the jewelry, what would have happened? I wouldn't have had any financial investment. I'd be thinking about the other women I'd want to date. I would have passed the pullback test, and as a result, she'd probably be at the seminar right now. Honestly, I mean that. But the thing is this, right? Imagine a marriage when she's got the kids, half your money, all your money, the lawyer fees. How much are you going to panic when the pullback happens? So the structure of marriage doesn't work currently. We could get back there. Look, now that women make more than men on average, more billionaire men and men in political leadership positions, but more women make more money than men on average. Women have more houses, mortgages, college degrees, everything. That's why men are kind of hilariously invisible right now. But the point is this, right? And by the way, you could not have those things and win, but because the most guys need the group thing to win, like to be confident, the women don't like it. Actually, most of the guys I know that get the most girls are these like random fuckboys that work as waiters and bartenders and DJs, right? But they're just confident as fuck. But the average guy doesn't have that, and he needs to like have an income to be confident. And because less guys have that now, women are not able to find a man. So that marriage law will probably change over time as women get fleeced the way guys did. But until that happens, if you make more money than her and you know half your money is gone, can you pass a pullback very easily? I don't know if I could. It's like it's like being a gambler. Like, you know how you gamble on a sports team and you're like, I'm gonna gamble $1 million on the Super Bowl? It's like you're gambling half your net worth that she won't pull back. Well, if you love her, you should give it to her. Dude, that's just stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. I love marriage. We gotta get marriage back. We don't have marriage right now. We have gambling right now. And we have something structurally that doesn't work. When could marriage have worked? Under what would we have needed for that arrangement to have worked? The Chesterton fence. Say the word, the Chesterton fence. Right, if racking up body count was bad. Women these days, they high-five each other when they rack up body count. So the goal now, when a girl's getting dressed up super good, she's not looking for some guy she has a connection with. She's looking for some dude that, even though he doesn't explicitly say it, probably has a freaking harem. He's dating a lot of girls, and she wants to be allowed into maybe getting his Wednesday night. She's not dressing up to get you to commit to marriage. She's dressing up to get a once-a-week appointment with a Giga Chat. Okay, do you get that? So without the Chesterton fence, we go back to raw, primal, cave person instinct. So if you don't know how to have winner effect, you don't know how to have frame, you don't know how to have abundance, you are dependent on the group think. You don't know how to handle a pullback. You're not in abundance. You think you're going to be safe having kids? I don't think you are. So unfortunately for you, but maybe fortunately too, and really it is fortunately if you learn it, we do have to understand social value, hierarchy, winner effect, frame, how to hold frame, et cetera, et cetera. We have to understand this. This will have to be taught in schools. It has to be taught in schools. There's no way out, because if we're not going to have the old social structure, there has to be something. If we say there's not a collective social structure to promote the sustaining of a relationship and that there's divorce parties, my friend Mel, who's a promoter in Vegas, has divorce parties. You go, girl, when there's a divorce. Most of the memes on Instagram are pro-divorce. If that's going to happen, then you have to have frame. Now let me give you the last piece, and this is the really dope piece. You ready for it? Yeah. I know it's been long. Are you guys ready for this last piece? Yeah. Okay, here it is. So in that Osh experiment, what you see is it's typically high testosterone men that see that the card is red and not yellow or whatever. The only way that you can actually see the world accurately for most people is you either feel safe because you feel high status and strong, or if you have a spiritual relationship with God and you feel that you will not die when the body dies because the spirit lives on. So it is only if you feel safe, say the word is only if you feel safe,
Only if you feel safe.
that you have the courage to not seek social harmony.
Do not seek social harmony.
That's what it is, right? Not to harmonize with the group. If you don't feel safe, you are constantly seeking to harmonize with the group. Why do women fall into frames a lot? How have women traditionally felt, sadly, due to the fucking patriarchy? How do women feel?
Unsafe.
Permanently unsafe. So that's why the harmonizing thing is so huge. They fall in frame a lot. People who don't feel safe or who don't have some kind of spiritual relationship to God, don't have a spiritual life, their brain is just constantly seeking alignment with the group. They're always in groupthink all the time. So, visually in front of your face, let me ask you a question. When you think this whole like protect, provide thing, like old school 50s style courtship, have you seen a single example of your friends where that worked? Have you seen right in front of your face idiots like Travis Scott, and he's an idiot, did a lot of bad stuff, getting Kylie Jenner?
Yes.
Do you remember I said, why do you look at hypnosis, why do you look at magic, and not ask yourself what's happening? Remember I said that?
Yes.
You watch that an illusion could take place, but you never question what that means. Like, how could I, via my certainty, bend reality, rather than try to adhere to other people's reality? How come, remember hypnosis, you can make someone believe there's someone they're not? How come if a hypnotist, via the strength of their frame, can make someone believe there's someone else, I can't get someone to believe in me via the power of my confidence? Because guys, what a magician is, or what a hypnotist is, it's not just this, there are other mechanisms, but it's basically just someone who's ultra confident. And they're like, you will fall asleep. And like, literally, they're just like, sleep, like that, and you just fall asleep. Like my buddy Marcel, he just goes, sleep, and people like, this is Marcel, sleep, and you fall, sleep, and you fall, sleep, and you fall. He'll go, sleep, and you fall. Okay, look, Benny Hinn, I've showed this in another video. You ever seen Let the Bodies Hit the Floor with Benny Hinn?
Yeah.
Okay, watch this, okay? Benny Hinn, watch this. Literally, he's like, the Holy Spirit waves his jacket, or he does this, and people go flying. This is what frame is. Let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies. Look, one of the sleeps worked. Okay, wait, look behind you. One of the sleeps worked, look. Anyway, look. Okay, so watch this. Watch. You seeing it? What are you seeing?
Bodies hit the floor.
What's happening? Describe it to the audience. You can't see it. What's happening? What's happening? Okay? Watch pastors from the South. Watch Southern Baptist pastors. Watch the Bible Belt people. Watch hypnotists. Watch magicians. You're seeing it in action. What's happening? This is kind of me when I'm out, if I'm being honest. Okay, you see that? That's frame. Okay, I love it, man. This guy's got the best job. Oh my God, he's got the best job. What a fun job, man. Shimmer's flying. What a narcissistic trip, man. Talk about a cult little pocket there, right? But it helps them. So now let's think about this, okay? So we look at magicians, we don't ask ourselves, how do they make you think something disappeared? Look at a hypnotist, how do they make it to where, a hypnotist can make you think you're someone you're not and start lap dancing Owen? You look at the preacher, how do you make people fly? Guys, he waves his thing like this and the whole Colosseum collapses. Like 500 people go flying. You should look up some of these preachers. It's unreal. If you're serious about learning social skills, you'd be looking this up. So basically, so you're understanding why you're afraid. When you feel like someone's too good looking for you, they're better than you, you fall into that hypnotic trance and you become a fan. You become a fan the way that they go flying. You get nervous the way that they go flying. You see that? There's a dynamic, say the word buyer-seller dynamic. Buyer-seller. There's a buyer-seller dynamic. Okay, thank you. Okay, there's a buyer-seller dynamic where what happens is everything they do is like it's better than you. It's like the movie Fight Club. The guy in the Calvin Klein underwear. Now you want to be like him. The frame is strong. Go to a Patek Philippe dealership, a Rolex dealership, an AP dealership. Watch how they kind of scoff at you, like you're lucky if you could buy their stainless steel $50,000 watch. You know what I'm saying? Is that one real? I got a real one too. Okay, look at his watch. That's 50 grand. Put your hand up.
Chill.
Hey, I got one too. And you can resell them. That's the point. But the thing is, They'll convince you that buying a stainless steel watch like from Nordstrom that should be $200 at most is worth $50K. They'll convince you. Women that are beautiful will convince you to fall into their frame and literally to lick a hole that blood and pee comes out of and high five your friends about it. Risk of pregnancy, risk an STD. Your dick could explode. You could get taken for a kid that you have to pay for it with someone you don't know. You're licking where pee and blood comes from and you're high fiving your friends. Just like Mystery putting on his platform boots and his hat, they shave their legs, shave whatever else, put on some paint, just like Mystery. They go around, what do? They self-amuse, they're having the most fun, and the second that you say the wrong thing, what do? They turn around. What does that hypnotize you to do? So now, if you go home with a girl, you high five and go, I got lucky, high five. You have value too. You got to rediscover your own value. You're hypnotized to where you don't even see your own value. So we see someone like Travis Scott, who's an idiot, and he gets all the girls. And then we see hypnotists, we go, well, he's a hypnotist, nothing to learn there. Nothing to see here in the hypnotist. We see the magician, oh, nothing to see here. We see the pastor, oh, nothing to see here. I'm not a pastor, it doesn't apply to me. You see a moron like Travis Scott, and we go, there's nothing to see here. You watched some idiot walk to the front of a room, go da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Now come all to the back after party, y'all. Do you know how many girls I meet out that fuck Travis? Piles of them while he's with Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner, richest girl like on the freaking planet basically, gets impregnated by Travis. Some random dude. So why did that happen? She fell under the trance too. She fell under the groupthink. She was susceptible to frames. So we never stop to think, what is the rapper doing? We think we can't do what a rapper's doing. Well, it is true that you don't have a giant stage put on for you by a record label. Is that true? Yeah, you don't have that. But can you generate a pocket of that? Guys, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
How would you generate a pocket of that vibe?
Instagram. Self-amuse.
Self-amuse. Go have fun. Look, go out. Start chatting with some people and be in your own frame. Right?
Right.
Let's go even a little bit deeper. If you are, what works, okay, here's what's key. Say this after me. What works?
What works?
Is in plain sight.
Is in plain sight.
What works?
What works?
Is visibly in front of my face.
Visibly in front of my face.
What I'm told works.
What I'm told works.
Actually doesn't work.
Actually doesn't work.
But what does work, I can see in front of my face.
See in front of my face.
So if you don't have a single friend where the 1950s approach worked, because we don't have the Chesterton fence anymore, so no longer, we could go back to that working. It could go back to that. We're basically like in fucking like Sodom and fucking Gomorrah right now. Okay? Society's just unraveling. This is the tales of the Bible are coming true. Chaos everywhere. Now it's just raw hypergamy, raw value, raw frame, because society's not holding it for you. The Chesterton fence has been kicked down. Oh, fuck that Chesterton fence. Total demonization of the past. Then, in effect, you're watching Travis, but you're not copying it. You're watching a magician, you're not copying it. You're watching hypnosis, you're not copying it. You're watching a pastor, you're not copying it. Those guys, all they do is look, to be the next, I'm not saying to become Benny Hinn. That's a little strange, right? I'm not saying that. But what do you actually have to do to become Benny Hinn? Think about it. Benny Hinn, does he have to produce anything? Aside from his behavior and his frame? What does Benny Hinn have to produce? Look, I don't know him. I don't want to condemn him, but I'm just making the point. What does he have to produce?
The frame.
If you want to be Benny Hinn, what do?
Just get buy-in.
Guys, you do this, okay? You sit there, derpa, and you just go, you know what? I'm Benny Hinn now. Through the power of the Lord, I will cure you. Boom! And you just do that. Now you're Benny Hinn. Just wakes up and does it. People will say charisma and social skills don't work. Psychopathic narcissists are complete, total evil value takers in most cases, right? Psychopathic narcissists will always identify what is the easiest thing that you can do to gain leverage. What do we know about psychopathic narcissists? Are they charming? Are they charismatic?
Yes.
Why do they tend to be very charismatic and very charming?
It works.
Because their transactional reptilian gear brain, like a reptile, but with human intelligence, but operating from a reptile state, audited everything, said I could become a doctor or a lawyer, and then went, but if I just act charismatic, I can run the world. So that's why a lot of sickos learn charisma. So people will say, oh, charisma couldn't help you, but if you're a good person, because I'm not saying to be a bad person, fuck those people, fuck them to hell. They're burning in hell. But what I'm saying is, people will say charisma and frame don't work, and yet a totally transactional fucking reptile who wakes up from in their little reptile existence goes, what's the easiest way for me to actually benefit myself? Oh, having charm and charisma. And they have massive charm and charisma. Now, that doesn't mean to be them. Fuck those people. What I'm saying is, why don't we even the score where some good people have a bit of charm? That's all I'm saying. The weird psycho doesn't need this course. No psycho would be here because they don't even need it. They're running the church. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. Okay, they're already running the government. They're already in government. Okay? Reptile. Okay, I'm just joking. It's a joke. Okay, so it's an old little theory from Mr. D.I. So anyway, so you see where I'm getting at this, right? So if you're looking at it, what is the number one thing that represents that you're actually high value? Frame, but it's your capacity to see the world through your own eyes. So if you're a girl and what is a girl's version of game? Okay, so let's say you're a beautiful woman or an attractive woman in any capacity. Many ways a woman can be attractive. And you've got all these swarms and legions of men, like something out of Resident Evil, coming at you. What is your version of learning about attraction? Who to pick. It's not how to get picked, it's who to pick. So what happens is they have this thing called the ick. They cross-reference with each other about what gives them the ick. They fine-tune their ick. And the main ick is they provide disinformation about what works, and they see if you're dumb enough to believe it. That was the biggest piece of Saul Semeyers gave it to you.
Can you run that back one more time?
They give you the wrong info of what works and see if you're dumb enough to believe it. They do a little they do the Osh experiment on you, basically. They do the Milgram experiment on you. They go, you've got to buy me a drink. And if you go, okay, like that, you've blatantly seen Travis Scott. Does Travis Scott do courtship? No. Okay, so you've blatantly seen it. You've seen that, okay, 3% of men are narcissists. 97% of women claim to have dated narcissists. What does that tell you in front of I'm not saying to be a narcissist, but what does that tell, ever? I've never saying to be a narcissist, but what does that tell you? If they've all dated, hey, you gotta believe them, right? You gotta believe them. So if we believe them, gotta believe them, that they've all dated narcissists, then what does that mean? It means it was all the same narcissist. It was like a small pocket and it worked. So if that's the case, it doesn't mean to be a narcissist. I think most of you guys in here want to build a family. Most of you guys here want to be good men. Most of you guys in here want to have kids, want a girlfriend. You just want a damn girlfriend. But you don't have the Chesterton fence. Well, what they have is charm. What they have is frame. That's it. They have frame. By the way, what happens with a narcissist to some extent, I've watched every Sam Vaknin video on the planet probably, like thousands of hours of it, is they get damaged as a kid, which destroys their frame, and the brain compensates by giving them total frame. Because like, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, right? Narcissism, right? The problem is, what happens if you just operate off of frame as a gimmick and you're not willing to see other people's point of view, which is narcissists usually can't see other people's point of view. What happens? It's real bad. It's really bad. It's not just using people, it's like what bad happened to them. What about what bad happens bad to the narcissist? They have no reality testing. They have no reality testing. They're completely vulnerable. They've given it, because what's the benefit of at least listening to other people? You can get some fucking advice. But what if you can't even get any advice? So see, as a gimmick, guys are like, I'm just in my frame now. I don't need any help. No, that's not the answer either. The answer is to get help, but not just about... The way most people's dolphin sonar is working is you look at who's the most confident, most alignment in thoughts, words, and actions. Say the most alignment in thoughts, words, and actions. They are paying the least
They are pinging the least.
And the most amount of people are pinging them.
And the most amount of people are
They're pinging the least.
They are pinging the least.
And the most amount of people are pinging them.
And the most amount of people are pinging them.
They're pinging the least.
They are pinging the least.
And the most amount of people are pinging them.
And the most amount of people are pinging
So what happens is, they're like, you got to buy me a drink. And you're like, of course. You know, of course. Well, buy it now. We'll do it. You know what I'm saying, right? But you're not actually doing it, right? Oh, you didn't do it? What happens to attraction? I would go home with someone I just met. You're a jerk. And how long have you liked jerks? You see, you start going this, right? They do a pullback. How do you react? You don't react. Because as a guy, have you seen it with your friends that if someone pulls back and they don't react, it works? So the ultimate form of value is that you're not in a trance of listening to the misinformation. Because it means that you're high status. So they get their version of attraction is not learning how to be picked, it's learning how to fine-tune their ick and giving the wrong info to see if you listen. Always get consent, always have affirmative yes, never break someone's boundaries. Okay, listen on that stuff, okay? If someone says no, you fucking listen, but not only that, you check in. You say, is this cool, is this okay? It's called affirmative yes, exuberant yes. Say the word exuberant yes. Exuberant. Affirmative yes. Affirmative yes. Okay, if it's anything less than extreme yes over and over, that's a no, okay? So always, consent is everything. So I don't mean it within that framework, but I mean it in terms of like the buyer-seller dynamic and chasing for validation, chasing approval, okay? So what I'm getting at is the knowledge. If you believe that you have to become a doctor or rich or jacked to get attraction, what does that mean happen to you? It means you believe the misinformation. So these podcasts that you see that focus on that are basically dispensing the misinformation. And it's a bunch of people within the group think trying to hear it. But if I take them out, I'll smoke them. Metaphorically smoke them. But they don't see that. And I tell them, come out with me. I'm friends with these guys. Come out. They're, oh no, I'm busy. They don't want to see it. They don't want the reality broken. I know all these guys because I'm the OG to them. But they won't come out. They'll never come out. Trust me, they run when I say come out. I'm like, hey, we're going to go out tonight, right? Oh, yeah, I'll call you back. They don't show up. Wouldn't you think that if you made a podcast about that, you'd be curious to see what I would do if I went out? At least you made a whole podcast your whole life. You'd at least be curious to come meet Owen or Eric. Wouldn't you at least be curious? But they never do it. So they're showing you success within the groupthink. I'm showing you to transcend the groupthink. The capacity to be one of one means that you see the truth. So here's what you need to understand. The fact that you're able to see the bullshit and that you know that you have value independently is the highest value trait you can have. That's all you need. Mic drop. Okay? Okay? Let that say that again. If you realize that it's all a bunch of bullshit because you've watched a moron like Travis Scott. I say that because he got a bunch of kids killed, okay? That's why I keep saying being mean. I'm not a mean guy. Promotes drugs. So basically, promotes a bad lifestyle. Hurts his community, by the way, but they view him as a hero. Mostly, not everybody. So the point is like, goes up there, does this, and everybody loves him. He chose himself. All that Travis Scott did was he went, stood up. Now, what is rapping and freestyle rapping? What part of the brain is that? Remember the Tristan stories? What, he's just free associating. So he gets up, he chooses himself, he activates his own winner effect, starts rapping, vocal projection. Look at the body movements that rappers and rock stars have. It's like, ow, dancing. Okay, watch these guys. Don't act just like them because you'll be like a dancing monkey. But integrate was called the lack of neurotic holding patterns. Say the word, the lack of neurotic holding patterns. So integrate that lack of neurotic holding patterns, okay? Does Travis Scott have a lot of neurotic holding patterns? Like he's always just judging himself and he's kind of in a box? No. How about a corporate guy who's getting rich? Does he have neurotic holding patterns? Yeah. That's why making money, you go broke. It destroys your attraction skills. Just partying, you have more attraction skills. Remember I talked about the two paths? Product launch versus just having fun? The more that you're just having fun and loving yourself now, the more that you're building your own frame. So almost every piece of advice that you're getting is fucking with you. Like, I've been in decent, respectable shape. Here's what I found when I got in great shape. I'd be in the, look, go get in shape from a place of strength. But I would personally find that I'd be in the gym and I'd be looking at all these other dudes. Look at those biceps. Look at those abs. Then I'm making money. I'm living in a beautiful mansion, but I'm looking at the other mansions. What's that doing to my frame? So I'm always chasing, striving, never what? Never arriving. Trying to get victory, but never doing a victory lap. Attraction is about the victory lap. So what happens is that when you feel good, you become like Tristan. You're cool, why? Just cuz. Now, the process by which you get this, let me show you the pragmatic components. But by the way, that one piece that you just, basically, this is the epiphany. I don't got to do all this shit because I've watched you go home with degenerate morons. You see that? I don't got to do all this. I've watched you go home with scumbags. I've watched you go home with degenerate morons. How many guys here have friends that are complete retards that crush it? Put your hand way up. So somehow these guys choose themselves. They kill it, but you have to wait till you get to a certain point, huh? Now again, what is the logical fallacy, the straw man argument that people will do to attack what I'm saying? What are they going to say? Owen's saying to be broke. Owen's saying not to be rich. Owen himself is rich and saying to be broke because he's trying to trick you. Owen is doing that for his sales program, all that kind of shit. Here's what I'm getting at, y'all. If a degenerate moron can just hop up, do a little dance, be in state, think laterally, have no neurotic holding patterns, and that guy crushes it, all you have to do is don't fail the Osh experiment. Don't say, oh, the yellow card, that's yellow instead of red. Look through it with your own eyes. Your eyes should tell you what? Do degenerate morons have success?
Yes.
What is the specific reason why a lot of degenerate morons have success, by the way? What are they optimizing for?
Fun.
Say it.
Fun.
What else? What else? Come on, say it.
Swag, social proof.
If instead of sitting there working on a product launch, you spend your day having swagger, fun, frame, no neurotic holding patterns, do little dances, funny little things, that generates attraction. The reality is you have to put some time in it. So what you have to do is this. Follow me closely. Spend a bit of time getting in the habit of noticing, when am I seeing the world through my dolphin sonar, and when am I seeing the world through my own eyes? Begin to notice that. If I go, you're a fucking dickhead, does that hurt you? Or does your brain have the horsepower to go, I mean, I have pros and cons about me, but I'm not a dickhead. You're wrong. You don't even know me. That means that doesn't hurt me because you've never even had a conversation with me, so you don't know me. So if I just go with certainty, you're a dickhead, and then does your brain go, the confident guy, the head of the tribe in this particular weird context, narrow context, says I'm a dick? Or do you go, this guy's never had a fucking conversation with me, why should I listen to him? You see that? Now from there, so that's step one, okay? So step one, I love you, bro, okay? So step one, oh, he's happy, he fell in the groupthink. So then, okay, fucking, so then, okay, gotcha. Okay, so, okay, be the dispenser of validation, not the chaser of validation. Now from there, okay, so step one, get in the habit of seeing the world through your own eyes. Say that. Get in the habit of seeing the world through your own eyes. Shut down the dolphin pinging. Shut down the dolphin pinging. Observe the dolphin pinging. Observe like actually look around and be like, oh, look, people are doing that. Oh, look, I'm doing it. Begin to catch yourself. Why do we often fall into the dolphin pinging? What's the benefit that we get out of it, by the way? Mental laziness. We get to save calories. It's calorically expensive to think for yourself, right? Yeah. So it's kind of like taking a plane or a car rather than running. So we get the benefit is it's mentally lazy. But what happens if you run more? You get in shape. So you've got to train strength of the mind. That's why I call guys bitches that need to be rich or good looking, because they're mentally weak, so they're chasing the approval of the tribe, to have winner effect, to have frame, to be the dispenser of validation rather than chasing it. So they just chase, and want to get it. It's a meta frame that they're not acting through their own intention. They're a hamster in a fucking cage. They don't know it. So from there, recognize when that mechanism is taking place, and observe how hard it is to actually think for yourself. Be like, wow, this is a little harder. From there, train yourself to actually think. Repeat that after me. Train yourself to actually think. Then, train yourself to see what you think is funny. Say that.
Train yourself to see what you think.
Train yourself to see what you think is cool. And here's probably the biggest one. Train yourself to pump your own state.
Train yourself to pump your own state.
Okay, so you have to train yourself to pump your own state. So guys will try to learn social skills. They go out and they have a lifetime of looking outside themselves and looking for the world to pump their state, looking for validation to pump their state. They have a lifetime of it. A lifetime. And then they wonder why they're not attractive. They wonder why they go out and value scan like an empty vessel looking for validation like little Timmy, little Oliver Twist. Please, sir, may I have some more? Because they don't have the habit of pumping their own state. You don't have that. Now, by the way, so being the groupthink has the benefit that you can be mentally lazy. Being the groupthink also has the benefit that sometimes more accurate. In some cases, right? It's not always wrong, but there's often an agenda. And when there's an agenda, it's very wrong. Or you get pulled in celebrity culture, pulled into weird like big pharma, big tech, big education, big everything, trying to exploit you. You get pulled in the frame that eating a hole, licking a hole that blood and piss comes out of, you're winning. Look, I'm not saying that you're not. It's cool to meet someone, but somehow this is like the center of your life. It's a pretty good hole though. Now, okay, I get it. Now, from there, what happens is the other third reason. So what's the first reason why groupthink we like it? Look, we're too tired to even remember. What's the number one reason why people love their groupthink? Guys, see why? What you saw there is why people like it. What's the first reason why we don't like groupthink? Do you guys realize that you're more tired from even just taking this in than I am from dispensing it? That's called you have a strong brain. So my brain over time has gotten stronger from repetition. It's like weightlifting for the mind. Okay? Think about how my brain has to thread all this together. The processing power of that. It's like AI, like that, right? Weave. Okay? Tracking what I've said, predicting what I'm going to say. Your brain can do it. You can do it. Now, from there, so what's the number one reason why we like our groupthink? Come on. Guys, come on. What's the number one reason we like our groupthink? The second one is often more what?
Safer.
Accurate. It's often more what? Accurate. Well, look, because here's the truth, right? If you just start today not being in the groupthink, you'll get it wrong more often than you get it right. It takes a couple years of seeing the world through your own eyes to be more accurate than groupthink. It's a crutch that you have to get off of. If you have shoes that are bouncy and you get rid of them to run around, initially you go backwards. If you take away a crutch, initially you're weaker. So the groupthink is a crutch that did help you to some extent, but big pharma brainwash you, girls brainwash you, guys brainwash the girls. So when groupthink gets it wrong, it gets it real wrong. But a lot of time it gets it right. Okay? Sometimes you want to be in the groupthink. I break my leg, I'm not going to try to put it together myself with saran wrap. Okay? But the third one is what? What's the third benefit we get from groupthink? Safety. If we just believe the wrong thing, but the tribe believes it, like how scary would it be right now in this group after all this to stand up and be like, this was all bullshit, oh, you're fucking wrong. How scary would that be to do that in this particular room? Not outside the room, everyone will believe you, you get props. But how about in this room? How scary would that be? Like, this is fucking bullshit, you're fucking wrong, right? So what happens, like, please don't do that, okay? I really believe what I'm saying. But what I'm getting at is this. We can be mentally lazy with groupthink. Often it's more accurate because we haven't gotten used to thinking for ourselves yet. We have to gradually get off it. We're often wrong initially. But what's the third reason why we go on groupthink? What's the payoff? It's just safety. Have you ever seen people that are like in some weird groupthink bubble and they say something they so believe is true? They totally believe it. Why did their brain make them fail the Osh experiment? Why did their brain make them fail the Osh experiment? I'm not sure if I pronounced that right.
Safety.
Why did the brain in the first place think it was yellow instead of red? What was the brain trying to do by deceiving you? Why did the brain do it? Trying to keep you alive, right? So it takes fucking balls. So that same strength, if you can show wait a minute, Travis Scott is a degenerate, just does a little dance, has frame and social proof. He has a strong frame and social proof, and he gets all this attraction. I know that's all I need. I know I don't need to do this other bullshit because I watch degenerates getting results. If you know that, what are the 3 things that it says about you? What's the first thing it says?
Mentally.
If you can see that degenerate morons can succeed by just optimizing for this other stuff. By the way, it's not because they're degenerates that they get attraction. It's not that they like the degeneracy, it's that they like the optimization. And they happen to not work on their ethics while they optimize. I think it's great to have ethics for its own sake. Have ethics for its own sake. Yeah. But it certainly doesn't cost Travis anything to be a dick. So, but have it for you and God. But don't expect a reward. Just do it for yourself and God. Now, guys, what does it show if you can see the truth? What's the first thing it shows based on the last 3 things we covered?
Strength. You're mentally strong.
Discernment.
Okay, so we talk about having muscles, that's strength, right? We talk about having money, that's strength, right? What is the single most important form of strength? Right. Guys, if I can run a room like this, and I took this into a mass audience, or I take this into making sales, how much strength do I have if I have this much social influence because I'm not pinging and everyone's pinging me? Do I have more ability to exert leverage than a big bouncer at a club? Yeah. Mostly yes. Obviously that guy can kick my ass in a one-on-one, right? But if I've got an entire group listening worldwide because I'm not pinging and everyone's pinging me, or a lot of people are pinging me in my pocket, in the pocket of the group that we're in, then is me being jacked showing more strength or me having frame showing more strength? Right. Now, you got some rich kid. Okay, rich kid got money, his dad gave it to him. What happens if that rich kid loses daddy's money?
Loser.
Does he know how to get the money back? No. What if that guy got money from, he had some venture capital, or maybe he was like, just got a job at Google and Google goes down?
Still. Yeah.
What if you have the kind of skills that you have here? Can you rebuild?
Yeah.
If I lose all my money with what I know, can I rebuild?
Yes.
Why could I rebuild with what I have here? I have social influence, but I also have the lateral thinking and see the world through my own eyes. That's why frame is more attractive. And showing that you don't believe the bullshit that you need all that shows that you have frame. It shows more strength. This shit's invisible, and it took me decades to fully zero in on. And all these other people aren't seeing it. Harvard should know this. Look, they would come in and they might find some flaws in the thesis. That's fine, but the direction would hold water. Harvard should be watching this. Where's Harvard? Where's Princeton? Where's Yale? Where's Stanford? Where's my alma mater, Queens? Where's U of Toronto? Where's Oxford? I'm not trying to say that I should be the main expert. I'm done being the main expert. I don't want to be the main expert of this. But where are they? And inevitably in 50 years, 100 years, when it's not a fucking sacred cow anymore, they'll come back and look at it. Most information, though, comes from weird little pockets. I actually never finished that thread from earlier. Most good information comes from a weird little pocket. Later, it gets pulled out and gets put under some scrutiny. I would like this information to be put under scrutiny. I want them to come out with me. I want them to watch me. I want them to watch you. Instead of just fucking demonizing. But they're stuck on their fucking sacred cow. They won't do it because it breaks their social conditioning. And instead they sit there like eggheads with a little clipboard at a bar like, well, the person crossed their legs and looked at them. We asked 50 people what they like and we wrote it down. Why don't you go out and join the experiment? Like Jane Goodall going into the jungle, actually living it. Why don't they do it? Because it'll break their sacred cow. But I did. And here we are decades later, and we're doing a legendary speech. This speech will be a legendary speech someday. You're in the middle of it, you don't even realize it. I'll be dead and this will be around. And people will be looking at this like, damn, that dude was on one. So let's look at what it looks at. When you have frame, it shows that you have a strong mind, ultra strong mind. Because not needing the crutch or groupthink is an ultra strong mind. Right? When you get rejected and you don't let it affect you, that burns mental calories. So why most people can't do it, they're too weak. If you're strong, you just laugh it off, go talk to somebody else. Keep going, don't let it ruin your night. Most people can't, they're too weak. Gotta build it. Shows you're mentally strong. Shows that you've become more accurate than the groupthink. Right? If you're thriving without being in society's frame, and you're thriving, It shows that you don't need the groupthink for more accuracy. And lastly, it shows that you have so much clout. You have so much fucking certainty. Some people might even say testosterone, that you don't give a shit to be in the groupthink. And you'll stand on business. Like Beebs. Okay? So it shows real strength. And when you go out, it'll be the most attractive thing you've ever seen. And you'll go out, and here's what you'll do. You'll stop being afraid. You'll stop looking for approval. You'll always be aware of how you're impacting people. You'll always check in a million times for consent, affirmative yes, all that. But what you'll do is, always, the most important thing that you could ever do, is always be aware that you're not, doing something inappropriate. But as far as the validation goes, okay, you're always checking proactively. Super important. But as far as the validation goes, you are not pinging for validation, and other people are pinging you. So you build this by the following. Get used to building mental strength by thinking for yourself. Get mentors, learn from the best. I will back up a Brinks truck into every good mentor I can find, but it's on my terms. I'm not their bitch. I'm not just going, oh, everyone's liking them. I'm looking at their information with my own eyes. That's number one, start thinking for yourself. Number two is start observing when that sonar is kicking in and become aware of it. Number three is put yourself under social pressure. Okay, so repeat after me. Number one is think for yourself. Say think for yourself.
Think for yourself.
Number two is notice the groupthink sonar. Right? So little things like, wait, you go to clap and you're like, wait, is everyone else clapping? If you see yourself doing this, or you see yourself chasing validation, become aware of it and begin to cut it off. What's number three? See that, guys? The brain gets tired. What's number three? That was number two. That was number two. What's number three?
Put yourself under social pressure.
Put yourself under social pressure. And feel it. And watch your, like a great exercise that we'll do sometimes is I'll put you in the middle and everyone will insult you. And I'll say, give me the lessons that you got today. And you've got to talk over it and ignore what you're hearing. Have you guys ever seen a lot of people that rip on me in videos, in the media? Old friends of mine that, make less money now when they quit and took a bunch of fucking work that I did. And they're pissed about it and then they talk shit and make shit up. I have to have the belief, or the book, the game, or all this stuff, right? I have to have the belief that I'm still a fucking decent human. Guys, if you guys look at all the shit that gets talked on me, if you actually look that shit up, wouldn't you want to just hide in your fucking basement? That's what they're trying to get me to do. They're trying to get me to, that's when these guys are, I'm here to help and to share the truth. That's not like, I'm the good one. I am the moral crusader on a moral crusade to share the truth. That's not a fucking moral crusader. That's some dipshit fucking bully predator who's trying to fuck with my mind so I won't come and help you. I promise you that. If you guys could see what I see and see what a joke this shit is, you would laugh your fucking ass off. Okay? I know these guys. And I have a capacity thing for myself. I know what a predatory little dipshit bully looks like. But I don't engage in that or feed it. So if they want to say it, they can say it. But my frame will keep going. I will keep building. And I'll keep leaving my legacy. Whatever energy I had to respond to that, I pull back and I make this vid. Because it takes, what do you think it demands of me to make a talk like this? What am I giving? What am I giving to give a talk like this?
Money, time.
Look, if y'all can't even remember half the shit, like if I lay 3 things out and your brain starts forgetting, which I'm really just doing it to make a video, by the way, so people can rewatch it. How much of me does it demand to make this video? How much of me? How much of me?
100%.
Everything. It takes everything. So if I'm like, well, this guy said this, and I want to respond, and that, I'm not bringing everything. I see some weird shit talking, and I go, I got to keep thinking about this to help my guys. Help my guys, help my girls, help my family, help build my legacy. You do that, you're not going to be remembered by history. This will be remembered by history. Your loss, maybe you'll get a couple people going, oh yeah, you're cool, Autistic. You'll get that for 2 seconds. You're not going down in history, bro. You're not an OG, you're not a pioneer, you're not going to be remembered. So that's the game I'm playing. I'm trying to get memory and people to remember what I brought because I put my life in this. I went out every fucking day. I went out every fucking day to learn this shit, and I tested stuff, and I taught live events in person, coached people in person, came and spread the gospel, metaphorical gospel fucking everywhere. I took shit for it. I put money in it. I put everything into this, okay? I put this event here, I put everything into. There's nothing left to give. I run these speeches till there's nothing left to give. You'll see me just like this. You'll come up to me after, like, Owen, let me ask you a question. Do looks matter? I'm like, I'm like twitching, okay? I typically get wheeled out of these things by the end of Sunday on a fucking stretcher, metaphorically. I give everything. You guys know that if you've been. I give everything I got. So.
You said remind you about money and being the provider, leading to.
Yeah. Well, here's what and thanks for the reminder. What it is that it shows that you failed the test. All that being a provider shows is that you bought into the bullshit that was in front of you because you visibly saw it didn't work. You don't have examples of it working. Look at the examples that you see working. If you can see the world through your own eyes, then copy that, but your own version of it. Doesn't mean to be an actual rapper. Like Owen says to be a rapper. People always take what I say out of context. But look at the elements of a rapper that works. Look at the element of Benny Hinn that works. Doesn't mean to become a pastor, like, let the bodies hit the floor. I'm not saying, maybe that's your thing. Maybe that's your destiny. I'm not saying to do that. What I'm saying is, okay, I actually really believe in the church. I believe the church could be way better. But what I'm getting at is, look at the elements of that. Look at the elements of a magician, of a hypnotist. Look at the elements of the guys that you're seeing getting success. Just look at what they're doing. Look at Roman. Watch Roman. Stop listening to what some fucking podcaster, who won't even go to a bar with me, by the way, tell you. Maybe they're telling you some good stuff too. I like a lot of them. They say some good stuff. But what I'm saying is, look at what actually works. Go find my old vids. I used to have interaction footage constantly. There's piles of it. Go look at it. Look what actually works. When you're doing what actually works, you know what that says to the individual that you're talking to? You're seeing the world through your own eyes. Okay? And in my view, in the future, the division that we're going to see, the kind of like, the polarization politically that we're going to see is not going to be based on race, gender, trans, not trans, left, right. It's not going to be that. It's going to be people that are brainwashed in the groupthink and that live in a slave mentality, and people whose winner effect is activated and can see the world through their own eyes. And what's going to happen is in the future, it's going to look like fucking Wall-E. AI's coming, guys. AI's coming. It's coming fast. It's coming furious. Grok 4 just came out. We'll laugh at Grok 4 in the future, hearing this in the video.
I saw a robot yesterday.
It's getting crazy. And there'll be people in the groupthink who just want to be lulled into slumber. And they're going to take the groupthink. And then there's going to be people who just eat that groupthink with a spoon, living through other people's frame, like a lot of society has for many years. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be people who actually see the world through their own eyes, and they say, you know what? What is a good life? Is a good life just being fed a bunch of stimulus by an AI? Is a good life being given a universal basic income, and that's all, and that's going to happen, by the way, it's coming, and it's all that I have? Doesn't mean you can't take it, but you basically just take your UBI, take your stimulus, and sit there like the cartoon Wall-E, that computer animated movie Wall-E, like in a wheelchair looking at a screen getting fat. And what's going to happen is we're going to see a renaissance of what it means to be human. Say that word, renaissance of what it means to be human. And what's funny is our humanity runs very deep. It really does. Our humanity runs very deep. Our potential is infinite. We're going to stars. Amazing things can happen for humanity. But there's different visions for our future that are coming, right? You've got China, which has the social credit score system, cameras everywhere. You've got America with some semblance of freedom, but in reality still doing lockdowns, and so on and so forth. And the consumer culture brainwashing people and them outsourcing the same effects of China, but them just outsourcing it to hide it. But at least some little pocket or niche of people that care about their freedom. And what you're going to wind up seeing, and that little flame can go out quick, so it's got to be preserved. And what's going to happen is, right as we're really beginning to learn what our humanity is, because the internet is actually letting us communicate. And the internet's, it's allowing us to thrive, and we're really coming to see what we're capable of. And as that's just coming, AI is coming as well. And so the wheat will be separated from the chaff. And as evil rises, good will rise in parallel. And you're going to see this. You're going to see more polarization. Evil will rise and good will rise in parallel. Now, funny enough, you remember we talked about the Chesterton fence and we talked about old values? Has there been a lot of bad things that came from organized religion?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, right? But much like the demonization, idealization, that is the ultimate Chesterton fence. Because society was still built, Western society, on Christianity and on those values. And within the Bible and the Gospels and Jesus' teaching, while we have teachings that have been bastardized by evil people to create death and division, some parts of the Bible have reinforced patriarchy. We get that. There's also many classical examples of how to live and ethics and morality in there too. And it's good, I think, that everybody's not just brainwashed by Benny Hinn types, right? That's probably good, right?
Right, yeah.
It's probably good that we're not under patriarchy and that if you have a daughter, she can have a credit card. Aren't you happy that if you have a daughter, she can have a job and a credit card? That's good, right?
Yeah.
Some guys are like, nah, right? But it's good. But we also have to revisit some of what did get us to where we're at. We can't just throw it all out. There's some good things. And you're going to see, and I'm going to predict this, there's going to be many, many lessons taught by Jesus, taught in the Bible, that people are going to have to go back and look at. And most of us have never even looked at it. Who here has ever even read the Sermon on the Mount? Put your hand up. Look at that. You've all looked at the TikTok. You all know about the aura farming kid. It's pretty badass. I like him too. I don't. Right? I actually like the aura farming kid, right? I'm black rich, right? It's really sick. But the point is, we all know the aura farming kid. We know the Haktua girl. But we don't know the basis of Western society. And so we're going to wind up looking at that again too, okay? And what's going to happen is as society is, on one hand, losing its humanity, we're also going to see a return to what makes us human. That's why we need a human awakening project. And you're going to see that because you're going to see it, like you just saw me almost lose my leg there. That's because I have a broken leg. I got that doing skiing. We're going to have questions like, well, if Owen blasted his leg apart doing real skiing, if we can simulate that in an Oculus, why should we let Owen ski? I mean, if we locked down because people got COVID and we didn't let people out, what happens when women die during childbirth? How long are we going to allow women to give childbirth naturally versus have a baby in a pod? If human beings are crashing cars and robot cars take over, how long until we're not allowed to drive a car? How long until we're not allowed to have a ski hill? How long until you're not allowed to go hiking in Glacier National Park because there's bears there? How long until they put us onto another planet? You go to Vegas, you ever seen the sphere in Vegas? You know what that is? Yeah. There's a giant sphere there. And they're already propagandizing that humans will just view the planet Earth as a national park. We'll all live off planet. Because, wait, why do we need humans, right? We have AI. Why do we want to allow natural genetics to prosper when we can genetically engineer everything, get rid of disease? What do you say to that person who has some kind of massive disease like Parkinson's or whatever, not getting a chip in? And that's going to happen. Driving will come under the microscope. Owning a gun will come under a microscope. Free speech will be under a microscope. Having a baby naturally will come under a microscope. Having free will will come under a microscope. So where do we get to, if we're bowling, if we keep shrinking the lane to where all that we do is just grab a bowling ball and roll it down a predetermined lane, is that bowling anymore?
No.
So what's going to happen is we are going to come to a breaking point and a reckoning of what it means to be human. And what's going to happen is there's a lot of things that are wrong. Patriarchy, some aspects of organized religion, some of the death, the problems humans have. But the question is, are we going to have a BPD type mentality, a cluster B type mentality of demonizing everything that we are? Or can we also find the good parts and find the gray area? And can we integrate modern technology that's coming in a way where it actually enhances humanity and doesn't shrink our existence into this predetermined little bowling lane, robbing us of who we are? And everything that I baited you to learn about Frame to get your dating life up here and to make more money and so on and so forth, I'm teaching to protect you, and I'm teaching to prepare you for a world that's also coming. So if you can't even go talk to someone and say hi without panicking about a rejection, that is a canary in the mine shaft that you're probably not going to make it through the next filter in the direction that humanity is going. So I would urge you for your own fun and titillation to learn about social skills and dating and how to have an online business, how to be a social media influencer and make a bunch of money, make your meals, have a great dating life, have a great social life, be a public speaker, learn all that stuff. I'm here to teach you, learn it all. But also realize that the fundamental foundation of all of it is having the mental strength to see the world through your own eyes. What is it that made, and by the way, I don't agree with every single thing they did, but I'm not a cluster B demonizer or idealizer. I can see the gray area. Some of my great heroes, George Washington, Malcolm X. I fucking love Malcolm X. I don't agree with everything he said, and he changed his views. Huge fan of Malcolm X. Love that guy. You guys ever watch Malcolm X videos? Yeah. Fucking amazing, man. Okay, I don't agree with everything the guy did. I don't agree with everything Washington did. Nelson Mandela. He's kind of a leftist, in my understanding. I don't agree with everything he did, but he's a big hero of mine. Thomas Jefferson. MLK. What do these people have? What defines greatness is not just being effective or the best. Greatness is the ability to see through the fog of the pressure, the bright lights of the moment, and the groupthink, the haze of groupthink. And with all the chaos, to shine the light through. Tom Brady is not more skilled than Aaron Rodgers. He's not more skilled than Patrick Mahomes. But under the pressure, when he's down 28-3 against Atlanta in the Super Bowl, and everybody's freaking out, he's able to hold his frame. That's greatness. Greatness is your capacity to hold your frame. It comes from mental strength. That's why a young quarterback like Mahomes will lose against the less skilled and older quarterback like Brady. Obviously team game too, but you see my point? Because Brady's frame has built up, and under the kind of pressure of the Super Bowl, it's going to come down to frame, which is just a simple way, a simple catch-all for saying mental strength and mental fortitude, okay? And so basic little habits like building a business or going out working on dating, social skills, these can teach us these things. I learned it from that. And so I'm here to teach you those skills, okay? So I hope that what I did is I've taken you on an adventure, a lot of weaving, and my goal when I do a speech like this is there's a lot of things that I know. I can cover very basic self-help sitting on my head. Little simple 50-minute videos, bang out 3 points, they'll go viral. These are more what's called bottom of funnel content. They're not super viral, but they're for real people that appreciate what it is that I'm bringing. And what I'm trying to build here with you guys together is I'm trying to take a lot of different concepts that over time, from me being in this for so many decades, I'm able to weave together. Okay, so I'm trying to show you a lot of separate contents, and then I'm trying to weave it together. And to ground it to reality, it's as simple as going out talking to a girl. And if I see you talking to a girl, you just look at who has the buyer-seller dynamic. Who believes in themselves more? Who's screening who? Who's self-amusing more? Who's more insane? Oh, it's the girl more than you. Oh, it's because I'm not good looking enough. But it's really not your money and looks. So via that simple portal of not buying into the bullshit that you're peddled of money and looks, the other side of that portal is awakening and greatness. Okay? True greatness and true awakening. That's going to be necessary for what's to come. So that is really why I share this with you. I try to hit you with a little bit of fun stuff to pull you in, but I want to show you that at the next level. I'm trying to take you there, and that's why I'm here today. I want to thank you guys for being a part of this speech. I appreciate you guys being here. I've given everything I got. That's all I got to give. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Weave. Thank you.